Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, the 20th of January. And do you remember 2 days ago, I said, when it snows, we were talking about the snow. I said, when it snows in the desert. And somebody wrote to me and went, snows in the desert. Are you mad? Well, yesterday in the Sahara Desert, it snowed. And we've got all the pictures on the internet now of snow in the Sahara Desert. It fell yesterday. So for Dumbo, probably still listening, here we go, thicko. This is what snow looks like. It looks like the same snow that we get over here, only this is in the desert. The temperature have plummeted to below freezing. But then I always knew that if you were in the desert at night, boiling hot in the daytime, nighttime, temperature plummets. So you can die of hypothermia quite easily. But no, they've just had their first lot of snow this year. Whoopee! Right, yet again. Anyway, and we don't get any. In the Sahara Desert, they get snow. This is in northwestern Algeria, by the way. And did I get the potted shrimps? Wait and find out. Quite nice to have your company this morning. In fact, it's very nice to have your company this morning because it's a bit chilly. It's a bit chilly outside. My little hands were so cold. Oh, I don't know. Is it going to be warm? Is it going to be cold again? And it's cold again. A lot of people talk about the Sussexes. Do they realise everything they've lost? Well, I mean, he's just ungrateful, and she doesn't know anything about the royal family at all. You know, what can you do about it? Prince Andrew's deleted his Twitter. Rachel Stevens is out of Dancing on Ice, so, you know, a bit of cheap publicity, and then she's sprained her wrist or something. They don't last 5 minutes, these little celebrities, do they? The heartbroken mother calling for a ban on e-scooters. She said, you know, my son died. I don't want anybody else to die. Listen, we've been saying this all the time, actually. Saying he or she is voted out by the council. And Britain could be sending even more weapons to the Ukraine. I don't know, really, honestly. We've got enough things to worry about. And happy birthday to some nice celebrities today, plus Prince Andrew. Oh, look, 2 stories from Prince Andrew. His firm has plunged £200,000 in debt. A company set up by Prince Andrew to mastermind his investments. Well, he'll be taking those out very shortly, won't he? Poor old Prince Andrew. And the COVID denier who threatened hospital staff just been fined £1,000 in court, which is good news. A bit stupid. Another one of these stupid people, an anti-vaxxer who goes in there and films in a hospital. Totally illegal. And then it's abusive to staff members in there. OK, where are all the people suffering with COVID? She goes. I mean, she really is a bit dim. It's a bit embarrassing when you get people like that who seem to have reached adulthood, and yet mentally they're back in the 5-year-old bracket. So she goes in there twice. Anyway, she's just been fined just over £1,000 in court, which is great. I mean, so 920 quid. Then there was a surcharge, and then there was 100 and something pounds on there. She filmed twice inside a hospital during lockdown in an attempt, believe it or not, to prove that COVID was a sham. She really is thick. Unbelievably thick. I mean, it's people like that I mean, I don't have any problem with them. They're just a little bit dim. I mean, in one video she says, where are all the people dying from the second wave? In another of her live streamed clip, she says, where is the mutant virus? This is a disgrace. A lot of people have been denied emergency medical treatment. I hope you're one of them, dear. Hope you're one of them. You really are thick, aren't you? So anyway, cough up the money or it's prison for you, my girl. What is the matter with these people? I mean, it almost beggars belief, doesn't it? I'm sure all the people who lost people to COVID over the last 2 years will be delighted probably to meet her and have a good little argument with her. Did you hear Tom Swarbrick earlier on? They had an anti-vaxxer on the programme, which Tom decided to keep on for ever and a day because it was interesting hearing somebody so thick that there wasn't really anything you could say to them because it always drags all the other ones out who also are anti-vaxxers, and they've all got funny little voices, most of them, because they've been reading stuff on the internet. As I say, I've said before, you have a tooth hurt, you go to the dentist. Your car breaks down, you go to the garage or call the RAC or the AA or Green Flag or any one of a number of other companies, which are available. But if you want to know anything about COVID and the fact it's a sham, you go and read what sort of Dave's written from Skegness on the internet, and people take his word for it. He's just winding everybody up. It's great fun, actually. What else we got here? Thieves up in Suffolk have been stealing post boxes. Post boxes, you know, the small ones you get out there because they're antiques. They're worth money. You can buy them, actually. There's a company online that sell post boxes, telephone boxes. And, I mean, you couldn't steal a normal one, no, because it goes under the ground quite a bit. But the ones that are screwed to posts, you can either take down with an angle grinder if it's a metal post in the ground. And they're just in the middle of nowhere. So the post van goes there and picks up people who are sort of rural. And police are asking for anybody who's been offered one for sale to contact them. Yeah, like you've just shelled out 200 or 300 quid and you're now going to call the police and go, not only am I not going to get my money back, but I have to give you the postbox back. Yeah, as if that's going to be happening anytime soon. I think not. So it was all Boris yesterday, but all the people who are waiting for him to resign must be very disappointed. Very disappointed because I don't think he's got any intention of resigning. I noticed that David Davis called shockwaves in the Commons as he tells Johnson to quit. Lorraine Kelly talking about tough interviews and toxic politicians. I began to think, were we talking about the same Lorraine Kelly? You're gorgeous, you're marvellous. Oh, that's wonderful. That jumper just suits me so well. I like this one. This is nice. Where's this makeup from? Oh, goodness me, we're going to cook courgettes again today. What tough interviews? She doesn't do tough interviews. She's gone Welsh. She doesn't do tough interviews. She doesn't do anything that's hard-hitting at all. She does all the light, frothy stuff. She's light-ent. Tough interviews. Yeah, what you mean? The courgettes never cooked properly? Oh, can't eat those. They're not great at all, are they? Have I ever done a tough interview? Yeah, I've had a couple of, not tough interviews. Basically, people being a bit stupid. You know, politicians I always found were dead easy. Dead easy. All you have to do is just let them say what they want to say. Then you challenge them if you don't believe what they're saying. They then argue back again. I used to do a round table discussion with politicians. And we used to have about 4 or 5 of them in, and we'd do a round table once a week for an hour. And of course, you were fighting against the odds because they all wanted to talk at the same time. That was the only problem. A bit like cross questions on Ian Dale. But because once you get politicians in a room with a microphone, they're all chatting away. It's just too much. Steve, some people don't realise a desert is just a place with a low amount of precipitation and nothing to do with temperatures, although deserts do tend to get hot. They do in the daytime, but at night time the temperature plummets. It gets very, very cold. Those camels sitting there going, very cold today. Glad I got my fur on. Did I get the potted shrimps? Well, I did go to Waitrose, and I did buy 2 of the Morecambe Bay shrimp things. I haven't had them yet. Have you seen how small they are? For £4 a pot. £4 a pot. They must be making a bloody mint somewhere, unless they've just put up the prices. But the pot is tiny. I kid you not. It's about, it's tiny. You know, if you go and buy shrimps and it's 50 grams. That's tiny. I was going to bring one in and show the producer. And I looked at it. I thought, this thing could evaporate by the time we get into work. They're so small. And I'm thinking, they're shrimps. So you don't get many of them in there anyway. But it's cheaper to go and buy a prawn cocktail than to buy these little Morecambe Bay shrimps. But I did buy 2 pots. I spent £8. £8. I mean, something similar. Like, I've never seen anything this tiny. When I'm looking on the shelves and I'm looking for something that looks like, a proper pot. Phew, piddly widdly. Hardly worth bothering, but I shall try them today. I bought the bread, got the Country Life smooth butter, so it's going to be very nice indeed. And then I shall try these Morecambe Bay shrimps, which is good. But, a tub of butter is 500 grams. Yeah, this pot... This is 50. It is so tiny. I looked at it and thought, you're having a laugh, aren't you? Having a bit of a giraffe on that one. It's the 10th of a tub of butter. It's so small. It fell under a grain of rice in the kitchen. I nearly lost it. Luckily, I had the presence of mind to sort of rescue it back again, which was much better. But I will try it today, and then we'll all know about it. Child asylum seekers win a case after being assessed as adults. 2 asylum seekers who arrived in the UK as children but were wrongly assessed as adults won a victory in the High Court. It's amazing how quickly people discover the High Court when you just arrived in the country, isn't it? But there's one here, a 17-year-old Iranian boy and a 16-year-old Kuwaiti person without citizenship who arrived in the back of a lorry. When they say without citizenship, they generally destroy their passports and everything else. They did it at Heathrow Airport, and it was so funny because they were doing... This was years ago now, and the guy was saying, hello, welcome to London, blah, 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 blah. And there was a family. It was mother, daughter, and I think 3 other children. And they all arrived. They got their suitcase and everything else. And the man who's being filmed, because he works for whichever airline it was, and he was going, hello, welcome to London, all the rest of it. And the family go through. He comes back 5 minutes later. He goes, they've just claimed asylum. They've just claimed asylum. What they do is they get on the plane with the passports, rip them up, flush them down the toilet, so when they arrive in this country, they've got no passports. So then they claim asylum, because otherwise they better find out where they came from. And a lot of people lie where they come from. But he came back and he looked quite crestfallen about the whole thing. He said they're claiming asylum. Welcome to London. The Sun this morning, end of COVID rules. He's cutting the mustard, revolting Tory MPs. But at the end of the day, he's still there. He's still there. I thought he would be, actually. I really did think he would be. Here's another model, Josephine Scriver. She's a very pretty girl, except for the eyebrows. And she's got diamonds dangling around her neck. I mean, quite a lot of diamonds here. She's modelling a 6,400 pound chain for a designer, but she's a Victoria's Secret model. In other words, she's one of the models who take their clothes off. That's what Victoria's Secret models do. And so this one here, she had a few days break. She went hiking in Utah and posed between rocks. So she obviously went with the photographer. I mean, it's just crap, isn't it? I mean, I don't want to sort of belittle these people who sort of are those sort of. But it's when you see people and they go, so and so, what do you do for a living, love? I'm a model. What sort of model, dear? I don't think you do fashion, do you? No, I'm a glamorous model. Oh, you're a glamour model. Oh, right, that's completely different. Completely different. Oh, Kieran Hayler makes the paper today. There have been allegations over historic abuse after the model made a claim to police in relation to another woman. Oh, very confusing, this one here. Because we're still waiting to find out. I don't know whether you've remembered it, but I certainly remembered it. In Jordan's house, was she not attacked in the house? And her ring vanished, and then the ring came back. And no, she wasn't, but she was attacked in her house. We've never found out who it is and why this has not come to court. It's not him again. No, I'm not talking about him. I couldn't give a stuff about him. He's an ex-stripper, and he appears on one of those for fans programmes where he'll just basically do anything you want him to do. And I mean anything. Anything. I mean, everybody's on there. I'm not. Well, it does seem that people want to do things like this. I can't believe that people pay to watch him taking his clothes off and doing things that your mother certainly wouldn't want to hear about. Harry and Meghan are likely to miss Prince Philip's memorial service over his demands for police protection. Unfortunately, Harry really hasn't got the message at all, has he? It's just with the columnists have tried to explain to him, you're not in the royal family, sweet cheeks. OK, you're not in it anymore. You have to pay for your own, but we don't want you over here because you can't just go out and rent police officers to look after you. You know, is this what you think goes on? Your life is still very sort of, secure and everybody's going to look after you. No, I'm sorry, love. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that at all. So they don't feel safe coming to the UK. Well, don't come to the UK then. We don't want you. We're not bothered about you. The royal family don't want you. You've been an embarrassment. And, of course, Harry's only over here to go, can I sign copies of my book to everybody? Dear Daddy, here's a copy. No, I think not. I think not. No, you stay in America, love. You try and justify the money that Netflix gave you. Apparently there's a postal museum on the Isle of Wight, says William. Fat lot of blooming use that is. There's one over here as well, I think. I think there's postal museums all over the place.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I'm looking at the guide that William sent us to this museum, which is a private collection of over 200 postboxes. Postboxes, okay, 200 of them. It's like having a collection of used matches or something, and they're obviously very nice. This is the infamous Rill station bracket box, and they're quite nice, actually. They're quite nice. The work, because he then has to sort of put them, one was found in a rubbish skip, and he then puts them back together again, has to take off the paint, and he did find evidence of the original hand-painted script at the top of the box, and so he started... He's got 220 boxes in the collection. That was of 2016. Amazing, isn't it, really? When you look at them and what he has to do to get them back to sort of proper thing. I mean, very clever, actually. One was sold, you see, that's why they've been nicked, because the little ones are about 1,500 quid and the big ones, 8,500. £8,500. And there is a company that sells telephone boxes and post boxes and stuff like that, and you can buy the blooming things. And I don't know what you want to do with it. No good putting it outside your house. People will start posting letters in there. They're never going to go anywhere. But, I suppose it's just a collection, isn't it, really? I think it's quite a nice idea. Some people collect all sorts of odd things. There's a woman who collects royal family memorabilia, and her house is full of memorabilia. She's got tea towels, she's got mugs, cups, plates. I mean, I've got 2 Diana and Charles goblets to celebrate their wedding. Yeah, right. And there's also... a postal museum in London. I mean, they're all over the place because people seem to like collecting postal memorabilia. It's like, being a train person. You don't see it so often now, but I used to see it years ago, people sitting at the end of platforms on the railway stations writing down the number of the trains coming in. But of course now you have to pay to go onto the platform because you have to go on. Whether you can buy a platform ticket, I don't know. I shouldn't imagine you can, because that means people could get access to the trains. But you must get train spotters. In fact, if you look at early pictures from, the 60s and the 70s, things like that, you will see some old men and young boys writing down the numbers of trains. They can tell you where it's come from, although nowadays just look at the board. No trains to Hounslow yesterday, I noticed. I don't know why, because the train I normally get, which is 3/4 empty, is lovely. They all get off at one of the stations along the way. But yesterday it was packed, absolutely packed solid. So I've noticed the picture of Ulrika Johnson in the paper today because she's joined Celebs Go Dating. I mean, it's a bit tragic, really. She's so airbrushed, it's unbelievable. Because we've all seen pictures of her, because the Sun put a picture of her in a short while ago showing how old she is now. Yet you look at the picture here, she's airbrushed to within an inch of her life. And they've got that guy on who's the coordinator on this Celebs Go Dating called Tom Reed Wilson, who's so affected. So affected. Hello. And he's been on a couple of programmes. And there is a very famous train spotter at the moment called Francis Bourgeois. He's a social media sensation. Francis Bourgeois. And he's a train spotter, is he? They're generally a bit peculiar, aren't they? Mind you, you get the people up at Heathrow Airport, sit there, listening to the pilots, talking to each other, Z Vector 1 to Z Vector 2, coming into land at platform 3. And he actually waves at trains, does he? He's had millions of views. Well, they probably can't believe him. He's probably mad as a fruit bat. Waves at... What do you mean he waves at trains? Does he wave at the driver? Oh, they toot at him? No. Lord, that sounds like major medication, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Yes, he looks as though he's got issues, definitely. He has got issues. He follows trains. Don't be so ridiculous. Look at him. He waves at trains, so they toot back at him. Hello? What planet are you from? God in heaven. What else we got here? Oh, Stuart Lee smashed an audience member's phone on the stage floor and put it between his bottom cheeks. He told the bloke off. The bloke was filming. He obviously is a bit thick and dim, and he warned him to put the phone away because he said his jokes could be taken out of context online. Because that's what people do. People go to the theatre. At the cinemas here, they have people who've got cameras that see in the dark, so they can see if you're filming. Because people go and film bits and then they put it up on email and on YouTube and stuff like that. Some gigs make you hand in your telephone, and Stuart had obviously had quite enough of this bloke filming him, so he went and smashed the phone. Which, I mean, I don't know where you would go with that one, actually. I mean, the bloke's been told. There's a lovely thing actually on YouTube, and it's looking at school bullying. And there's a bloke. He's a pushy bloke. Only little. They're probably around 14. Yeah, it's a kid. It's a kid's thing because they've done bullying in schools. So it's a kid. He's probably about 12 to 13, and he's got this little girl, and as she walks past him, he grabs her bag, I think, and pushes her to the ground. He's an aggressive little person, as you can well imagine, horrible little person. Bearing in mind, this is a film, okay, it's not real, but they're highlighting a case. And so she's obviously got a few little skills, and there's somebody else in the paper today who's got the similar skills. And so she says, "Give it back." She's on the ground, and she sort of gets up, and he goes, "Oh, are you going to cry? Are you going to cry?" And she says, "Give it back." And she punches him in the chest so hard he goes down, and she says to him, "I asked you twice," and then just walks away. And that was really good. There's a guy in the paper today, he's in Vegas. He's a Michael Jackson impersonator on the street. You get loads of them. You get the usual statues, which are terribly tedious or boring. And he's a Michael Jackson impersonator, and he does his little dance. And some bloke comes up and tries to grab him. Unfortunately, he doesn't realise that the Michael Jackson impersonator is a professional boxer. Knocks him out. We love a comeuppance, and basically says, "Listen, I'm playing Michael Jackson. I don't want you to think that Michael Jackson was aggressive or anything like that." He said, "But that's not happening in Vegas." I mean, you do get some of them. They walk along the street, then they stand there, and that's what they do all day. They do it down in Trafalgar Square. It's an organised gang that are operating down there, And all the ones who were on the posts, that you see somebody floating on a post or whatever else, you can stand there and watch them climbing onto the poles, and they're all part of a gang. They turn up and they all share their bits and pieces, and they're controlled by like a gang master, like we have beggars in Twickenham. It's a family. They're controlled by this one guy. He drops them off in the car. You can see them doing it in the morning, tells them where to sit. If they're not making enough money, he shoves them somewhere else on the high street. It's unbelievable to watch. It really is. And you see people giving them money and you think, they're a gang. Are you stupid? God in heaven, really. Steve, that famous train spotter, has a TikTok page and just got a modelling contract from Gucci. Really? He's in the new Gucci advert. He's got a massive celeb following. He was train spotting with Joe Jonas the other day. And Louis says, good morning from freezing Hillingdon. It's always cold in Hillingdon, isn't it? Steve, will your collection of air suction devices go on display in a museum? Oh, I should imagine so. I nearly bought another one the other day and had to hold myself back. I nearly bought another one. I looked at it, I thought, oh, that looks really nice. I love it when they're all clean and shiny. This is vacuum cleaners. And I thought, you can't, Stephen, you cannot. Because now, for the first time ever, I can say that I am mortgage-free. It's quite an achievement, actually. It's only taken God knows how many years. At the ripe old age of 67, I finally become mortgage-free. I don't have a mortgage to pay. I own everything. So that's good. Don't have any tax to pay now. Yes, I own everything. I'm going to buy Buckingham Palace. To hell with it. I'm going to take out a mortgage and buy Buckingham. Can you imagine buying Buckingham Palace? What would you turn it into? Bedsits. Imagine how many students you could get in there. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? They've got 700 odd rooms in Buckingham Palace. I shouldn't imagine the Queen knows all of them, but actually, having said that, she probably knows every single room in there. But the apartments that they live in, because when you look at the front of it, on the right-hand side at the top, that's Prince Andrew's rooms. They've all got, I know, that light used to be on in the early hours of the morning. It was so funny, really. And whose room has the balcony? That's just one of the staterooms. That's where when she has her portraits done, it's in that room. Then they step out onto the balcony. Yeah, she goes out there, just rolled up, you know. Margaret? Oh, no, she's not here anymore, is she? Margaret used to chain smoke like there was no tomorrow. It was quite funny, actually. She'd always be found with a fag on, which was good. What else we got here? The Brit Awards after parties, renowned as the most raucous bashes on the showbiz calendar. But the Gong winners will have to find somewhere else to celebrate this year, because they're with less than 3 weeks to go until the bash at London's O2, the major record labels have done a U-turn on their decision to bring back the celebrations. Record giants Warner, Sony and Universal had each booked swanky venues in the capital for the elaborate celebrations. I was never a big fan of the Brit Awards because it was always an opportunity for the record companies to get rid of all the albums that the artists hadn't sold. And so they used to have shed loads of albums, and they'd go, yeah, tables at the back with, and so they put all their artists up there who hadn't actually sold as many albums as they should have done. Then they put out a greatest hits of all the Brit Awards. There'd be a Brit Award album. Quite a clever little thing going on, but it never bothered me. But I realised that people in the business absolutely love it. They love it. I tell you, you know that sea shanty bloke looked after by Jonathan Shalit. And the ship was a I can't remember what his name is. You'll find it. But there was a lovely piece at the end of one of Anton Deck's programmes, and they did the sea shanty. Is this Nathan Evans? And he starts off, banging on his guitar and all the rest of it. And then Anton Deck join in, and then there's a full It's brilliant. That's the one thing that Anton Deck were very good at. When they put their mind to it today, they absolutely put their mind to it. At one point, they were doing Billy Elliot, and they were dancing, the Irish dancing, which I think is brilliant. I'd love to do Irish dancing. It's fantastic. And I was sort of watching it thinking, they do, a really big thing at the end. But this one with the sea shanty was brilliant. It was brilliant at the end of Saturday Night Takeaway. It's fantastic. Apparently the scene you described with the girl is from the film Homefront, says Eddie, starring Jason Statham. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Steve, Francis, the train spotter, grew up on your old stomping ground, Willesden Junction Crew. Obviously isn't his real surname. What, Bourgeois? No, I don't think so. Willesden Junction. Yes. And he's even managed to get himself a fluorescent jacket. I found him quite scary, actually. Quite scary. Oh, he's also wearing different... Oh, no. If you're going to wear black trousers, love, wear black socks. You cannot wear beige. He's just got to... Yeah, we don't know what a Gucci contract for, do we? But he waves at the train driver, and the train driver's going, hello, scary boy's back, hello. I love it. I love it. What about Steve Allen teddy bears for this year's Make Some Noise? I know one royal child who'd buy one, says Clive. Do you know, it's a point we could do a teddy bear, couldn't we? We could do a teddy bear with sort of, not with my face, no, we could just do it with a teddy bear face, but Steve Allen and the year on his foot, like they do on the Harrods teddy bear, and it would have Steve Allen. I like that idea, little teddy bears. Yeah. Oh, it's worth pondering on, isn't it, really? That was worth pondering on, thank you. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Rachel Stevens, I say, out of Dancing on Ice. They seem to drop like flies, don't they, really? And what was the other one? Oh, Brits would rather run a marathon than go vegan. McDonald's are always flogging their vegan and vegetarian burgers, aren't they? In fact, now it's plant life everywhere. I think that's what they call it, I think. Wait a minute, is it plant life? McPlant. But I'm not sure if it really is plants. Is it not really plants? Wait a minute. Yes, McPlant, our iconic taste, plant-based. Plant-based. How exciting.
This is LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I mean, if you're going to change your name to something good. Steve Allen, I mean, there's a very good name to use. But in fact, Francis Bourgeois, do we say? Yes, who comes from Willesden, who is the train spotter, who's very popular and everything else. His real name is Luke Nicholson, which sounds more than acceptable. I can't imagine why you'd want to change your name. And we don't know if he's done it permanently as a name change, because I know people who've changed their name permanently, or whether it's just online name. But the trouble is now, you see, the internet, you find everything, don't you? Everything is on there. It'll say, so Joe's real name is, something else, Mickey, and thought it was that. But I knew loads of DJs years ago who changed their names because it just sounded better. If you're called, it's like Maurice Micklewhite, isn't it? You would say Michael Caine. Is that Maurice Micklewhite? Yeah. And you think to yourself, you can understand why somebody would change it. But then, of course, what you had to do was when you changed it, you had to make sure there was nobody else in equity who had the same name because you had to change yours. So Martin Daniels, there was another Martin Daniels who'd registered, Paul Daniels' son, and so he had to be Martin P. Daniels. David Walliams is really Williams, but there was already a David Williams, so you change it to Walliams. You see what I mean? I wonder what his bank accounts are in, though. Is it David William or David Walliams? That could prove interesting, couldn't it? Provided you've got the little letter or something that goes with it. So here we go. It's the end of COVID rules. I'm not sure whether this is a great idea. I'm being slightly sceptical and slightly wary. I mean, I will continue wearing a mask. Unless they're then going to start people fining you on the trains for wearing a mask when there is no rule that says you have to. So all of the COVID rules acts by March the 24th. And you no longer have to work from home. COVID passports and mandatory wearing of face masks are being scrapped in England. And from today, kids don't have to wear them at school. So that's quite interesting. So it's the end of self-isolation for people with coronavirus. So it's interesting, isn't it? So 24th of March, as I said, that's when all the COVID rules will be axed by that time. But the kids' schooling, that's from today. January the 19th, 108,000 cases of COVID. So as far as I'm concerned, the threat is still out there. Although face masks will remain mandatory on tube and buses in London, despite the restrictions. Exactly. The Mayor of London has broken from the government's line to make clear masks will remain a condition of carriage. Well, don't give us that baloney, Mr. Khan, because there's loads of people who aren't wearing them, and they're certainly not ill. They can't be, otherwise we must have an epidemic of asthmatics in the country, because there's loads of people on the trains, on the tubes, on the railways who are not wearing masks. And you could tell, I mean, some of them I've seen actually smoking cigarettes and then getting onto the buses. And you think, well, you can't be asthmatic, can you? Not wearing their masks. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Senior Tory MPs want Boris Johnson to install former Brexit negotiator David Frost to run his Number 10 staff. They're really in a terrible mess, aren't they? But I'm telling you now, I don't think he's got any intention of resigning. I really don't. I know people are going, oh, yeah, we're getting excited. It's just a matter of... As I say, I heard James O'Brien the other day saying on his excellent programme in the morning, got a new game out, and very popular, he was sort of saying, it isn't a case of if, it's a case of when. Mystery Hour today, of course, from 12. So if you bought the game, you can play along, which is great. Simon says, my 2-year-old loves to stand on a bridge and wave at the trains as they go past, and the driver waves and toots, and she gets very excited. She asks to go and see the trains every day. What bridges is she standing on watching trains? I mean, I was never bothered about trains as a child. Did you go away? But of course, you get exactly the same now with the Eddie Stobart lorries. The Eddie Stobart lorries. If you go past an Eddie Stobart lorry with your kids in the back and you hoot and the kiddie waves, the driver will hoot and wave back. That's a fact. I have done it with the Eddie Stobart lorries because a lot of them are named. In fact, most of them are named. Yeah, it's they did that ages ago. But I've never heard of a 2-year-old getting excited by trains. I suppose it's Thomas the Tank Engine, isn't it, all over again? I watched that the other day. My God, there's some rough things going on their railway with the Fat Controller and everybody else and all the trains. And then some of the trains were going backwards and some were going forwards. I kept thinking, it's very clever, isn't it, really? Simon works at Waterloo. Lovely. Natalie's in Dubai and Joe is in Italy and said, me and my friend Jazz Hands Joe are both listening to your show. We both wanted to know, who is your favourite presenter at LBC? Me. And then, is there another show you listen to regularly? Me all the time. Me. I don't know, actually. We don't have favourite presenters at LBC. We're radio presenters. Theme Park's ad for a Fat Controller banned as discrimination. But he's a portly gentleman. That's what they're looking for, aren't they? He's a portly controller. So there you go. So they've now advertised for a portly gentleman who might fit the bill. It's like Father Christmas. He's portly. You don't find a skinny Father Christmas. He's been eating all years. He's done mince pies, and the amount of booze he's doing on his rounds, he gets a little... But, I mean, to be honest with you, if I didn't know any better, I would say Father Christmas. Sometimes if you get the wrong presents, it's because he's had a few. Does Lapland have alcohol? Yeah. It's very expensive. Probably as expensive as Iceland, I would imagine, because you're inside the Arctic Circle, so everything's got to get up there. But the nice thing is that when you come from a day out in the snow and igloos and seeing Father Christmas and going on skidoos and everything else like that, when you get in, because it's semi-dark all the time, it never gets bright. It's semi-dark in there for about 6 months of the year. 6 months of the year, I think. And once it's snowed, it very rarely snows again because it's so cold the snow stays. But you go back into the bar and you have a few sort of bevies, like, vodka and cokes and things like that. And all you want to do is climb into bed and go to sleep. Seriously. It's the most brilliant place for that because the air is so fresh and so clean that you just really, really want to go to sleep. I slept like a top, actually, over there. I had a little tree in my room. They give you a little tree and a little bag of decorations to decorate it with, which I thought was quite sweet. So I was in my room. But, of course, the shower, it was a shower room. So the bathroom, the whole room, Paul O'Grady used to have one, like a wet room, yeah. So you've got the toilet in there and you've got the basin, and then the shower floods the whole room and it all goes down the middle. So you're standing in the middle of a room having a shower. It's really odd because you're used to having the protection of a shower wall or a curtain or something like that. Very odd. Britney Spears has accused her dad of taking more than $4.4 million from her during this conservatorship, and now she wants it back. I don't like her family at all. They're horrible. They really are quite ghastly. And Novak Djokovic is in talks with lawyers about suing the Australian government for $3.2 million for ill treatment. What, because you were unvaccinated? Yeah, well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You seriously I mean, to be honest with you, that could cost you a small fortune. Insiders say the damage figures includes the prize money he expected to have won. Well, no chance, lovey. No chance. Yeah, I was going to win that. Were you really? I don't think so. Very interesting. Very interesting. You might also have problems with the French Open as well. Producer knows about these sort of things. Somebody's complained about an Amazon box big enough for a 50-inch television, and inside it was a floor cleaner. quite small, but it came in a huge box because they've got to do it sideways. They don't have long, thin boxes. They have big, fat boxes. So that's the way it works. And, of course, waitress Alison Whitehall, 58, they're obsessed with putting people's ages in the papers, aren't they? Said it was so large the driver could barely carry it. She's married to a bricklayer. She said, talk about sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was just a box, love. Don't go on about it. Just take the item out. Yeah, I must phone the papers and tell them about this huge box which arrived. Why don't you sleep in it? You know, there's an idea. Amazon, which aims to go net zero, was approached for comment. But even a paper bag would have been better. They don't deliver in paper bags, dear. They really don't deliver in paper bags. Actually, I ordered 2 things the other day from let's just say it was a company, but only one arrived. And they were both 2 separate orders, 2 separate numbers. And so I phoned them up and they said, well, you know, was it not 2 in the same packet? And I said, no, absolutely not. And I began to feel as I was defending my honour because, yes, and I felt like saying, have you not checked your stock to discover whether or not you put 2 in the pack? I said, because you wouldn't have got 2 in this pack. You really wouldn't have done. And so they said, oh, well, can you give us your address and then we'll see if we can send you another one out. I felt like saying, why don't you go and check how many you had in stock, how many you've sold, and where they've all gone? If you're up 1, then you quite clearly didn't put 2 in the same packet for me. I can't tell you what it was. It was, just call it an item. But, secret squirrel, you know, little secrets. So, yeah, a little bit suspicious there, as you can well imagine. But, you know, the idea of somebody complaining about a kitchen mop, which is quite nice, actually. It's 15 quid, and it was loose in the box. And she's measured it as well. 5 foot by 2 foot 6 by a foot. Need to get a life, love. Obviously not serving enough tables as a waitress. No good standing around chattering to people. Get out there and go, did you hear about my box? I won in a paper the other day. And even a paper bag would have been better. And the driver laughed when I told him what was in it. I'm surprised you remembered, actually. I order so many things from Amazon, I can't remember from one day to the next. What a good idea, said Adrian. A Steve Allen teddy bear. I know, I don't know why we haven't thought of it before. The Steve Allen Christmas bear. I quite like the idea. I don't know, 7 or 8 inches. I was watching that television. What? Honestly, your mind, honestly. Like one of those companies that sort of pour sewage into the rivers and all the rest of it. I have to find them. But they were selling on QVC Charlie bears. Have you ever seen them? Charlie bears. There's a husband and wife, I think, and they sell these bears. The man on the programme who was selling them on QVC, I'm assuming he's a few sandwiches short of a picnic, because he was saying, and this one's lovely, it's gone to sleep, and I'm going to let him sleep. And I'm thinking, it's a bloody stuffed teddy bear. And they've got all sorts of... They're not cheap. They're over £100, some of them. Over £100. And you can get a personalised Charlie bear. Well, that to me looks like... see, I like the idea of a shaggy teddy bear. Timeless Ted from Build-A-Bear. Depends how much they work out at. But if we're buying bulk, because we normally shift thousands of trays, thousands of everything. So you can imagine thousands of teddy bears. It's going to be quite... We could put them in a box, couldn't we? 10 foot. We could get a huge teddy bear. 7 foot, a vanilla cream giant teddy bear. Cozy cuddles. I mean, that thing... There was a woman in Thailand. She was having money troubles. And apparently, under superstitions, if you sort of lie under an elephant and stroke its tummy, that brings you good luck. In her case, the elephant rolled over and killed her. So, at least it solved the financial problems at the moment. She doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Isn't that funny? I thought elephants were really quite good. You know, well, I thought it was quite good, actually. So the Steve Allen teddy bear, we're definitely going for that one. Stop it. You're one of your funny moods this morning, aren't you?
This is LBC.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewellery and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So we're liking the idea of the teddy bear. Can't believe we thought of something. I don't know why we didn't think of a teddy bear before. We didn't. No, we didn't. Steve, I listened to Tom last night, says Ringo, with those conspiracy theorists. I nearly wet the bed. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard. You need to listen to it. I bet he was crying with laughter when he came off air, says Nicky in Workington. I don't know, actually, because I never know whether or not he was crying with laughter. But it was a case of, here we are, we're giving you the spade. Just dig your own hole, throw yourself in it. Much easier. Steve, Amazon delivered their fresh grocery items in paper bags, says Karen and Joseph. Yeah, but this wasn't this was a sweeper thing, 15 quid. I've had that before, actually. And Jason says, I'm afraid. I don't know why you're afraid. He said, first you were afraid, you were petrified. Kept thinking how... Yes, so it went on. They do deliver in paper bags. Yeah, they do if it's fruit and veg, because they're doing... That's a different side of them. Completely different side of them. I noticed that, you get people who collect by the side of the road, and people who go along and you've got some change and all that. I was waiting for the bus the other day in Victoria, and somebody came past me. He's got a blanket draped around his shoulders. He said, have you got any money? I said, no, I don't carry money. I've got a card for the bus. Yeah, I've only got 50. Can you change a 50? A scheming teen who set up a fake fundraiser to cash in on the car crash deaths of 4 men has avoided being locked up. I don't know why. Kyle Saunders, 18, claimed to be collecting for a memorial to Corey Owen, Matthew Park, Ryan Nelson and Jordan Rawlings. They died when their VW hit a house at Chippenham in Wiltshire. Saunders of Wellingborough in Northants raised £6,500 from the public. The cash was refunded. He admitted fraud and got a community order with 150 hours unpaid work. He's also got to repay £2,000 compensation to GoFundMe. I'd have put him in prison. I don't know why we're so mamby-pamby with these people. So he goes around collecting from a memorial to 4 people who died, all in their 90s and 20s, things like that. And he doesn't live anywhere near them. He comes from Northants, and they died in Wiltshire. And he was collecting for them. So obviously people were more than happy to hand over £6,500. So that money's been repaid. I mean, what a vile person. And he's got to do 150 hours unpaid work. I'd love to find out what this unpaid work is supposed to be. You see people getting it, don't you? Unpaid work, or you've got to do this or got to do that. And I'm thinking, what does that entail? I mean, should they basically go around with sort of fluorescent jackets with criminal written on the back of it? Makes more sense, doesn't it? And Molly says Love Island star Molly May Haig's cancer scare saved her life as it prompted her to check her own breasts. Hannah Bolton saw the social media post about having suspicious lumps and from Molly May, and then decided to go and get it done. Hannah is Hannah Bolton. What do you think she does for a living? She's a district nurse, and she didn't know about checking yourself. What sort of district nurse is this? I mean, it's just she says, Molly May's decision to share that saved my life. And you're a district nurse, and you don't know about it. Good Lord above. I mean, even I know about checking bits of your body, but you're a district nurse. You're supposed to know about things like that. Honestly. Steve, I beg to differ, says Susan in Whetstone. I received a couple of items from Amazon in brown paper bags. I've kept them for future use to remove candle wax from my tablecloth with an iron. Yeah, you put the thing on there, you put the iron over the top, and it melts and it absorbs into the paper bag. Did you not know that? I have to do everything on this programme, honestly. You've never heard of that? Yeah. Have you never heard as well? You know, if you get chewing gum on your clothing, if you sort of... No, well, I mean, some people do. And how do you get rid of it? You put it in the freezer. You freeze the item, and then when you take it out, you can break the chewing gum off, and it comes away. Well, I would go and get a new one, of course. I saw Sue Perkins the other day. She was on a trip to India, and she said it was the smelliest place she'd ever been to. She's walking down back streets. It's a documentary on her in the Ganges, and they put it on Gogglebox, and she goes, there's poo everywhere. She said cattle, dogs, and human as well. And at one point she fell over and fell in poo. She said, I feel like crying. I've never felt so bad. She's on a boat on the Ganges because they... cremate people by the side of the Ganges. It's very sacred, and so they do that. And she said the pollution is terrible, absolutely awful. She said you need a mask on all the time. A bit like over here, really, but we don't have as much pollution. Although, no, not anymore. You don't have to wear it. Oh, that'll please a lot of people. I feel very sorry for Dad of 8, Santorino de la Fuente Garcia, because he was just days off his 113th birthday. And he dropped dead. He didn't make it. He didn't make it to 113. He was a shoemaker. He put his longevity down to a quiet life and not hurting anybody. He's got 14 grandchildren, 22 great-grandchildren, and he avoided being enlisted into the Spanish Civil War because at 5 foot he was too short. Too short. I mean, I think didn't make any difference. He died on Tuesday in Leon in Spain. Guinness World Record. So we're very saddened to hear his death, but of course it gives you another entry to put in the book, doesn't it? So he was the oldest person. He made boots for the Spanish army. He was the world's oldest man when he reached 112 and 211 days. So, I mean, he did really... I mean, that's not bad, is it? I seem to remember there were 2 Japanese sisters. I'm aiming for that. Well, I don't know. I'm not aiming for anything, actually. I don't know. I think because I'm on metformin, I'm looking particularly attractive. Because they said, yeah, Steve Allen, 112. Imagine. That could be quite funny. I was watching, was it The Housewives of Cheshire? They really are peculiar. They're very odd. They don't seem to like each other. They're very suspicious. One woman, her husband was going out every morning at 5:30 and he didn't tell her where he was going. And she got really annoyed about it. Where was he going? He was going to yoga classes. He just wanted to go to yoga classes. You go at 5:30. Yeah, not working. And he was going there and she got really annoyed about it. Really annoyed. I don't know, she said, because I can't trust him because he's going to yoga. And I thought, why don't you get over yourself, dear? There was nothing cagey about him. He just went to yoga class. So she turned up at the yoga class that is run by this woman and her husband. And she, hello. And he just went, hello. He was in the middle of doing yoga. You don't sit down and have a conversation with your creepy wife. And though, I mean, she went then, and then she said to her friend afterwards, she said, something the matter with it. She said, I don't trust him now because he goes to yoga. Honestly, they're very odd in that programme. They really are. It's sort of fascinating, but at the same time, slightly disturbing. I've got lots of Charlie Bears, says Chris, mainly from QVC. Some people have hundreds. They can be quite addictive. Well, you've got to have a bit of money, haven't you? You've got to have a bit of money to buy the Charlie Bears. And as far as I know, they only, well, as I say, they're about £100 if you want. I mean, the ones yesterday they had were about £105, I think. It's a lot of money, isn't it? Mine'd be nice. Stevie Bears. Stevie Bears. Stevie, my God, you watch. By the time they come round to saying to us, what do you want to do for Make Some Noise this year? We'll have forgotten all about blooming teddy bears. We'll come up with stick insect or something like that, or anteater. Steve Allen's stick insect. Listening from Texas, USA, says Ollie. Cheers for keeping a Brit sane with the laughs. You all right, mate? That's okay. Cheers to you as well. Apples and pears. Off we go. Yeah. Hello, princess. Very convincing, actually. It's another one. So what are you doing over in Texas? You're not a cheerleader, are you? I love cheerleaders. They did a thing about the Dallas Cowboys. I seem to remember there was a very famous pornographic film called Debbie Does Dallas. And they used the Dallas cheerleaders, except for slightly different purposes. And I remember thinking, how funny. And then I watched a programme on cheerleading on the television. Girls who are really, really stunningly beautiful who want to be cheerleaders. Rah, 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 rah. And I'm looking at them thinking, is that the best you can do? And it's all very odd. And then they have to go out there and before the game, they do rah, 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 rah. And then they lean forward and they've got pom-poms. They rah and all this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, get a life. Get a life. But apparently they're very popular, the cheerleaders with all the things. But I like the up and down jumping up and down at the things where they do the music. And they all, you know, the jumping up and down. It's jump around. Yeah, all right, jump. I didn't get it right because I'm not that age group. Yeah, completely different. Jump around. That I love, to watch everybody in the stadium getting them geared up. And that was brilliant. Love stuff like that. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this morning. John says, if Djokovic takes Australia to court, I'm going to sue the shopkeeper that closed his doors as I went to buy a lottery ticket. I was going to win that lottery. Yeah, how can you sue for the fact that you might have won this thing? The pie in the sky, isn't it? Poor pie in the sky. Never mind. Good old Djokovic. But just remember, the president of his country says, you know, he was abused and treated very badly. And you think to yourself, no, they're all jumping up and down. I love it. It's so good when you hear it with the music. Robin Williams did it in Mrs. Doubtfire. You Virginia Doubtfire. Thought that was great. I loved it. But people jumping up and down in the crowd, I tell you, that's what we want to see more of here. More people jumping up and down. Although in our case, we wouldn't quite do it properly, would we? It'd be just steps or something like that.
This is LBC.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
I noticed that Sajid Javid, Health Secretary, is on with Nick Ferrari this morning. What a busy week he's had this week, hasn't he? Mind you, it's been a busy week for politics as well. Morning, nice to have you company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Thursday, 20th of January. And you're most welcome. So we're taking all your texts and emails about changing names, says Dickie Dodd. He says, when I started at Beacon Radio back in 1994, my boss changed my first name from Richard to Dickie. So he was Richard Dodd, now he's Dickie Dodd. Oh, right. Actually, I know people at Beacon Radio. When it first started, when Beacon Radio first started, I don't know what it's been renamed as now. It could be a Heart station, but no, when it was Beacon Radio, I think there were quite a number of people who came from UBN who went there. But Dickie is now the voice of Wolverhampton. Not one of ours. Not one of our... Oh, we can't mention it then. Rubbish. So dismissive this morning. I'm terribly sorry. So what else have we got? Apparently, if your bloke's wearing aftershave, we've got bad news for you. Oh, dear. Oh, I might not like this story. It's on page 17. Wait a minute. 15, 16, 17. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this can't be the right thing, can it, actually? Yes. Oh, yes. If you... apparently it's signs to spot the love rat. So in other words, I'm not a love rat. I'm so not. I do wear aftershave, though. Apparently... affairs happen often in the last year of a decade, such as 29, 39 or 49. Thank God for that. Don't ask me why. This is just a load of old rubbish, isn't it, really? And apparently, top 10 women cheat traits. Enjoys Love Island. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Rest my case. Dyes her hair. It's not looking promising. Likes the music of Adele. Oh, God, you've lost out on this one big time, Minty. Drinks Pinot Grigio. Oh, no. She's ticking all the boxes here. You don't drive a Mini, do you? Please. You don't. She doesn't drive. Thank God for that. Yeah, if she could, she'd drive a Mini. For men, likes rugby. Wears aftershave. Yeah, I wear aftershave. Drives a BMW. Not in a living hell. Drinks lager. No, thank you. Dyes the hair. No, thank you. Libra star sign. No. Tall. Or parents were unfaithful. Absolutely not. So I don't tick any of those boxes. Apart from I'm very loyal and I only have the aftershave thing. But Minty ticks all the boxes. Ticks all the boxes here. I mean, it's not so good. But also it says drives the Libra star sign. You're not Libra, are you? Oh, thank God for that. So she doesn't drive the Mini and she's not Libra. But I mean, the other ones seem to, and people would cheat. The trouble is, I don't know why people cheat. I don't, I never understand what's the point of it. Why are you with somebody if you're then going to cheat? Unless, as they say, the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. And they sort of say, that's why. And I think men cheat if they think they can get away with it. That's what it comes down to. And it's generally Christmas parties, isn't it? Where that person you've been staring at all year all of a sudden hoves into view and they've had a few sherbets. Hello? Hello? Yeah, I don't want to do names. Far too embarrassing. Steve, I work with a company who make teddy bears. I'll send you a copy of the catalogue in case they'd be suitable for your Make Some Noise bears, says Raymond. Yeah, do that. Please do that. We'd be very interested. Very interested. Well, I would be. Imagine, so you work for a company who make teddy bears. Well, What? This is sounding a bit more promising. We managed to sort this out in seconds. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. What was the other one? Oh, Sarah Jane Dunn. We're really dragging this one out. You remember she used to be in Hollyoaks. Although, as I say, most of the people who you've never heard of are in Hollyoaks because you just don't know who they are. They're not sort of known enough. But she was the one who left Hollyoaks. And have I ever watched it? I have watched little bits of it. I just know there's a couple of gay guys in it. And that's it. And every time they do somebody on Strictly and they say, it's so-and-so, and I go, I wonder what they do. And they go, they're on Hollyoaks. I think, nobody's watching Hollyoaks. But Sarah Jane Dunn was doing this adults-only site. And she had to leave Channel 4's programme because they said you breach a contract. So if you come off the site, then you could stay on the programme. She went, no, I'm not going to do that. So she didn't, and she's dragged it out. But she said of her 5-year-old son, if he Googles my name, these images, these racy photos, I hope he'll be proud of me. He knows that Mummy does photo shoots and I get dressed up. What, at 5? Are you discussing things like this for a 5-year-old? But she says, I hope he'll be forward-thinking and proud of his mum. I don't know, you sometimes wonder whether we're in the real world or not, you know. Mind you, Jack Whitehall has said, he's 33, and said he would run about nude on family holidays until he was 16. Apparently said there's lots of holidays where I'm not wearing any clothes to quite a strange age, like 15 or 16. I was still running around the villa naked. He said everybody else is in a swimming costume and then there's just me. We were one of those quite weird naked families. And yet, I seem to remember Jack Whitehall appeared in a film and he's naked in it. And he said he'd never do naked again. He said because people freeze frame the film so they can see, you know, you naked. And that's what people do. They buy it on DVD and then freeze frame it. And some families obviously are very much like that. If you're a naturist family, it's probably quite normal, isn't it, to take all your clothes off. Luckily, I didn't come from a naturist family. You imagine, you don't want to see your parents naked, no. But I did see that once. It was on a naturist program. Not my parents, but it was not my parents. It was on a naturist program, and it was 2 boys. I think one was 14 and one was 16 or something. And their parents were naturists, so they all used to go on naturist holidays. But then the parents, even when they weren't on naturist holidays, used to cut the grass carefully and do weeding and everything else naked. And the boys would bring their friends back from school, and the parents would be just happily with their clothes off. And they said they when they got to a certain age, I think it was about 18 or 19, they suddenly started realising this was slightly peculiar. But you still get, I mean, I seem to remember there was a very famous nudist camp called Eureka years ago. There was lots of them, but they don't admit single men. They don't admit single. It's mainly families they're looking for because they think if single men go, they're going to be ogling people. And sort of binoculars or stuff like that. Because there was a very famous Carry On, whichever one it was, and they thought they were going to a naturist camp, and Sid James and the other one had taken the girls there, and they closed their eyes when they got to the gate, and they'd looked out, there's all these people wearing clothes. And Sid James said, what are they doing? He said, what do you think they're doing? They're on a camping site. He said, well, I thought this was naked. He went, good Lord, no, certainly not. Of course, the girls went, oh, have a look now. It's quite nice, Margaret, isn't it? It's very nice. But naturist clubs were very, very popular. Probably still are, actually. There used to be a magazine called Health and Efficiency. It was like the forerunner to... It was the only place, really, except National Geographic, where you could see women with big jugs on their shoulders. In National Geographic... They used to have, you know, you'd get sort of naked people in it, tribesmen from somewhere with sort of hardly any clothes on or things. It was all very odd, honestly. What a strange childhood some people had. Steve says, Dickie, I also met Dale at Beacon Radio when I did a day in the life of Beacon Video back in 1990. I've got the video of him somewhere. He was smoking in the studio. He smoked everywhere. He even smoked at the BBC in the lottery studio. And it was against the rules, yeah. It was against the rules, but they had dispensation for him. I don't think anybody was going to argue. Mind you, when we worked at doing Five's Company, there was somebody's office from Channel 5 quite high up, and I think Whoopi Goldberg turned up, and she was smoking, and she smoked all the way up in the lift. So nobody had the nerve to tell her. When did smoking in studios stop? When we were in Hammersmith. You could smoke in one of the studios. You had to have a designated area, which was smoke. Don't ask why, I don't know. Yeah, people used to come into my studio and smoke. But Dale smoked everywhere. He would smoke in between courses in a restaurant. He'd start off with a cigarette. The food would arrive. He'd put the cigarette out. Then he'd light it up again after he'd finished the first course. He was, smoking in restaurants does seem odd, doesn't it now? Mind you, smoking on trains seems a bit odd. But I remember going on the London Underground, smoking. Also smoking on the bus upstairs. And there was a smoking carriage. I mean, it really was. It's quite... I mean, nowadays... I mean, after, I think, we had the King's Cross fire, and then people suddenly realised how dangerous it was. They then had to ban it because you were underground. It was terrible. Terrible. Hannah in Derby says, Dale worked at Beacon Radio in the mid-'80s. I spoke to him a couple of times. He says one of his things was to say that your name was his favourite. I remember when he started doing a discussion once on football. He had no idea about football at all. He really didn't. And somebody had said he'd been talking about seeing them on the Saturday, whoever it was, this particular team. And somebody phoned up and said, yeah, and they won on Wednesday, didn't they? And Dale went, they play on Wednesday? He had no idea, not a clue about football or anything else, but it sort of encouraged him. I did a sports show, yes. Yeah. I was quite good, actually, doing sports shows. I was very good. I could sort of talk about, Brentford and Man United played the other day. I think Cristiano Ronaldo really showed them exactly how to do it because it was 3-1, as you know. And you could, before you know where you are, you're sounding quite an expert. People used to write in, and I remember sort of saying, and then the FA, you've heard about the FA, haven't you? They've launched this probe by a yellow card received by an Arsenal player amid concerns over a string of suspicious bets. And by the time you've done that and taken in sort of a few sort of text messages and phone calls, you can bluff your way through an hour programme, easy peasy. Nobody ever sussed me out, actually. Steve, after hearing you talk the other day about fish fingers in pita bread, we just had to try them for tea. Delicious. Bit of salad and salad cream in the pita and yum. It is. It works beautifully. You toast the pita bread, but before you toast it, cut the top off with a pair of scissors. So because they're boiling hot to cut with a knife, you can do your fingers in. And so it then opens up in the toaster. Then you put the fish, two fish fingers will generally do it. Bit of salad over the top, bit of lettuce, chopped up cucumber, salad cream over the top of that, and then yum, yum, yum. But I'm going to be having my Morecambe Bay, what are they? Shrimps. The tin, I promised you, if you missed the programme earlier on, the little plastic, it's so small. I might have to take a picture of it next to a £1 coin to show you how small it is. It's tiny.
This is LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to... What was that song that used to go, E-I-A-D-O, da-da-da-da-da? Can't remember what it was, actually. Do you remember the song? Vaguely. E-I-A-D-O. Perhaps it was a football chant. I don't know, I can't remember. Oh, farmer wants a wife, the farmer wants a wife, E-I-A-D-O, the farmer wants a wife. The farmer's got a pig. Was it? I can't remember what it was. I just remember at school, we used to do that, 10 green bottles hanging on the wall. I don't know why they were hanging on the wall. I could never imagine why that was. And then it would be around, and then somebody else would, and if one green bottle would accidentally fall, there'd be 9 green. So we used to start off with, there's 10,000 green bottles on the wall. And do you remember the other one, which was the farmer in his den, by the way, was the farmer in his den. The farmer's in his den, E-I-A-D-O, the farmer's in his den. Farmer wants a wife, farmer wants a wife, E-I-A-D-O, the farmer wants a wife. The wife wants a child. It really moves on a pace, this one. We haven't even had the wedding. The child wants a nurse. Then the nurse wants a dog. And then the dog wants a bone. The dog wants a bone. E-I-A-D-O, the dog wants a bone. Nothing happened in that fact. I can't believe, though, there was no wedding. I mean, they sort of... the farmer... Not married, Sybil. Single rooms. Which I love, actually. So a lot of people talking this morning about those Morecambe Bay shrimps. I was more excited that I'd found them and then very disappointed how small the little pot was, and also the fact it was £4. £4. I mean, I'm going to take them out and count them because there can't be that many in there. How many slices of toast? I should imagine it might only be one slice. I'm not sure if you're supposed to do, when you do eggy soldiers, You know, if you dip. I think you do the toast and then cut it, and then you put them on a little bit. I mean, you can't get a whole piece of bread, so this could be shrimpy soldiers. We like shrimpy soldiers. See no reason why not. Oh well, shrimpy. Well, I'll have to find out about it. A British couple have reconnected 100 families with their loved ones on a Tongan island after this volcanic eruption. And they've taken water onto the island now, but they're basically trying to clear up because the problem they've got is the pyroclastic cloud, and it deposits dust. And like it could be 20 feet deep in this dust because it shoots it up into the sky and then down it comes again. And it's not very good. The government's under pressure to act fast after the cost of living soared to a near 30-year high. We were telling you the other day, cheapest place was Aldi, most expensive place was Waitrose. They were up, some huge amount of money, really. And looking here, 3 islands suffered the consequences for the Tonga tsunami from the waves. And then you have a look, and most of these houses are very lucky to be standing because it's just ghastly, absolutely ghastly. 49-foot waves, 49 foot, and this thing starts as a little thing under the ocean, and it builds and builds and builds. You could stand there looking at it, going, that doesn't look very dangerous, does it? Until it gets to shore, and then all of a sudden it just takes over. It sweeps through, and I've seen it in Japan. I think they had a tsunami, and lorries and everything else are being swept down the river, and huge ships trying to get under bridges, and then they just smash to pieces. The power of the water, and people standing there filming it. And said all of a sudden, somebody is saying, get the heck out as quick as possible. This thing, and it had overgone the banks of the river, this huge thing. We have the Severn Bore. Have you ever seen the Severn Bore? That's on the Severn River, and I think it happens I might have got this wrong, it might be every day, and it's a wall of water that goes down the Severn River, and people try and surf it like a wave. Yeah, it's very famous. Very, very famous. And it still goes on as far as I know. I can't remember where it comes from. I think it's where 2 rivers collide. And and people surf it. I've seen people in boats trying to stay ahead of it as it goes on. And no, it's not as bad as that one. That's the Japan tsunami. And you look at it and you think, the moment the water gets underneath these buildings, it then cracks the concrete and then the buildings collapse. And you look at the force of it. These tsunamis, you've got no control over them whatsoever. And they it's fast. It sweeps through towns. On one of them, I'm not surprised that poor woman didn't survive. She was clinging onto a rock. And it only takes one wave to be a little bit higher than the other one. And when you look, it's moving houses, that tsunami. It's literally moving them, and nothing is safe from it. Nothing is safe from it. It moves it at such a rate. It's so frightening, to be on holiday and to see something like that. But a few people were still swimming in the sea, literally minutes before this thing got to them. And then they suddenly realised, they were in a hotel on the coast, which, of course, that's where you want to be at a hotel, isn't it? You want to be on the coast looking out going, that's pretty. What the heck is that? And when it comes in, it's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. But the Severn Bore it's not as tall, but it's still as powerful. As you see it whizzing down there, you have a look and you'll see it, and you see loads of people. It's seen on the tidal reaches, and people surf it. I mean, it's quite amazing. So it's seen on the tidal reaches of the River Severn, and it's formed when the rising tide, I think, moves into the funnel-shaped Bristol Channel and the Severn estuary, and then it surges in a series of waves. And it occurs on it's a pretty regular basis. You've never seen it before? No, it's amazing, isn't it? I'm a mine of useless information, of sort of things that you can see. But I remember seeing, and they might have done it on a country file program or something like that, with somebody in a boat just staying ahead of it, a motorboat, just staying ahead of this thing, because it rips out half the bank as it's going down. The things we learn on this program. Costa del Crime. Now, how many times have you heard us say Costa del Crime? That's where people used to go. Well, they've got 12 people now. Police have released a hit list of 12. Gradually, one by one, they'll be pulled in. Most of them are for either drugs or murder. And they know who the people are, and they're on the run in Spain. They say they could be trying to blend in with expat communities there. Do you remember that the police broke into one of these some years ago? It was I think he was a drugs dealer, and his house was like a fortress. But what he'd had built into the house was like a secret room. But the police knew about it, and they were able to get him out of the secret room. And he'd been, I think, sunbathing or doing something until he heard the police were trying to come in. Then he went into the secret room, but they knew where it was. But there are loads of people here. Loads of people. They say Spain now is not a safe haven. 86 offenders arrested in our last fugitives campaign. Criminals know we're never far behind them. It's amazing how many of them are wanted for drugs, and how many are wanted for drugs and murder. I think there's only one who's for robbery, one for stabbing, but mainly drugs. But as I say, once they get caught, because now we know what they all look like, and once they bring them back, they'll be spending the rest of their lives in prison. That's there's not really a sort of a great entry. They go, oh yeah, because you see all these drug dealers, they're obviously a bit simple, because they start bragging about there was one who had all this money on his Christmas tree, and you think, are you really dumb? I mean, surely you're sort of drawing attention to it. Steve, I was a bus spotter when I was younger. Yeah, bus spotting. Oh, we don't know bus spotting. We know train spotting. We're not sure about buses. Yeah, I mean, because buses just change their numbers, don't they, at the front? I've seen the man winding the handle down, and it's sort of, because sometimes you say, I'm sorry, where are you going to? You have to ask because it's got the wrong place on the front. It'll say the R70 Richmond. Well, it's not going to Richmond at all. It's going to Hampton. Yeah, I'm going to write and complain about it. Steve, I think the Seven Bore happens when it's a full moon and a high tide, says John in Kent. I don't know, but I just remember talking about. I mean, there are in the course of the year, John, if I remember, about 260, each occurring twice a day on 130 days, because they're associated. You're quite right with the phases of the moon. So one is between 7 a.m. and I think lunchtime on Bore days, and the other is between 7 p.m. and midnight, with the largest ones occurring between 9 and 11 in both the morning and the evening. But watch it on YouTube, and you'll be going, good Lord above, I've learnt something new. I had no idea that happened in this country. Love Island winner Amber Gill. You know who Amber Gill is, don't you, Minty? Yes, she knows all the people. She risks being reported to Trading Standards. She's and also having her social media shut down for flouting advertising rules. She's been a bit naughty. She's been repeatedly warned for failing to flag up to her 2.5 million followers that she's paid to promote products. And if it's taken away from her, she could be in big trouble. So this week she's been placed on the watch list alongside a few others who are already on the list. They've said, the ASA, Advertising Standards Authority, we will continue to monitor her content. And if they take ads out against her on Instagram, and it could go to Trading Standards, she could be in serious trouble, actually, including fines and stuff like that. But they don't seem to learn, do they? It's the only thing she can do. She just sort of, I think the other people who went off to either Dubai or the Maldives at the time included Amber Davis, Molly May, Tommy Fury and Laura Anderson. So she had no idea Tier 4 was a thing. They don't know anything, all these people. They don't know what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do. It's not anymore, I know. But at the time it was. But they all just went away, didn't they? Here's some person who turned up with an old nag at a ride through McDonald's. She's turned up on a horse in Elstree, and I don't know what sort of person she is, but she's sort of turned up to get a cup of coffee. She's on her phone and she's riding a horse at the same time. I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know how legal that would be. But anyway, it's very interesting. Jack Whitehall, it says here, interestingly enough, Weedy Jack is told to be more Jim, because he's a bit, he says, I'm very willing to get naked for a laugh and make myself look quite vulgar. I'm not ashamed of my body. He said, it's funny to shove yourself down into the dirt and humiliate yourself for a laugh, but he's been told he's got a pallid, flappy body. He's 33 now. I've never heard of such a thing, but a flappy body. And also a tough gig, but Ed Gamble has bravely stepped up to be a judge in the Great British Menu. That'll be interesting as a diabetic. And he's hosting a food podcast, which makes a food podcast. Never heard of such a thing. But he's going to help Nisha Katona and Andy Oliver to oversee events. Andy Oliver's turning up all over the place. This is the bald woman who turns up. She's obviously something to do with cooking and everything else. And you've got another one of these programmes which tells you about cooking food again. It's a bit tedious. They're all the same sort of thing. I quite like watching them. But, I suppose it beats some of the other stuff. Matthew and Emma, New Zealand, says, I don't know why I've started thinking this, but I do remember Watch with Mother. Well, there used to be Listen with Mother on the radio, which used to go bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bingy bong, bong. And it was, hello, children. Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. And they would tell you a story on the radio. It's a bit like this programme. We tell you stories every day. We tell you stories every day. And it was not necessarily for children. Although actually it doesn't really bother me. In fact, we've got everybody 9 to 90 listening at the moment. Can you remember the name of the gang leader who had an escape tunnel under his bath? No, it wasn't under his bath. It was under his shower, and it was El Chapo, of course. It was semi under the. I mean, he was so rich, he could pay people. He was naked. He went through this tunnel under the bathtub, and I think actually he'd already admitted to drug charges. And he was well known actually for sort of doing things like that. But they managed to get him out, so they dug a tunnel. And I mean, how you do this without corruption taking place, I've got no idea. But if you're that rich as a drug dealer, you can get whatever you want. You know, everybody's bought in these sort of places. There was a couple the other day who were murdered in Mexico by the drug dealers, because if you encroach on somebody else's territory, they don't just come around and give you a slap on the wrist. You're dealing with the big boys here. And they have been known to execute people, quite viciously, quite viciously. Not very good at all.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. As we head towards the weekend and it gets colder and colder and our little hands and little fingers sort of freeze up, there is a little bit of good news. Now, you know, over the years, we have talked on this programme about Angel Delight. Now, Angel Delight, and the most popular flavour apparently was butterscotch. And we were talking about Angel Delight years and years ago on LBC. And people started sending me in I got so much Angel Delight sent in, I could have opened a store. But guess what they've just done? They've just brought out Angel Delight ice cream. And they do it in 2 flavours. And it's soft serve, which means you don't have to sort of wait for it to go all limp. Strawberry flavour and butterscotch flavour. Now, butterscotch is one of my favourite flavours. I used to love butterscotch sweets as a kid and haven't changed my thoughts at all. So Angel Delight, soft serve ice cream. Where you get it from, I've got no idea. Did you know that? Angel Delight butterscotch ice cream now. Ice cream. Well, I tell you, I managed to find the Morecambe Bay shrimp, so I should be looking around for ice cream now. The sort of place that would do it would be Iceland. Is it Iceland? Oh, it is Iceland. They do all sorts of old sweets in lolly form. There it is, £3. Oh, they've only got strawberry. Have they not got butterscotch? Only want butterscotch. There it is. Look at that. Oh, definitely have to go for that today. That could be quite nice. You know what I'm going to buy in there then? I'm going to buy, because they do cornets in there. You can scoop out your own ice cream and put it into the cornet. I can have it after the shrimps on toast, which is very exciting, isn't it? I like that. Is there any truth in the rumour that Harry Styles is playing Glastonbury? They've dropped some hints that he might be, because at the moment I think he's doing Coachella, isn't he? I think that was it. But he has cancelled some of his Australian stuff. But Take That, Robbie Williams performed there in 98, and East 17 played there in 2009. East 17, good Lord above. Air pollution is apparently confusing bees and butterflies, leading to a huge drop in pollination. You watch, the next thing will be shortage of honey. There won't be any honey left very shortly, but there is. You're all right. And how interesting. A brave Jersey family hid a soldier from the Nazis for 3 years in a home with trapdoors. And Phyllis Emily Le Breton and husband John kept this young man concealed behind trapdoors after he escaped from the Germans. He's a Soviet soldier called Bokajan Akram, who was captured by Hitler's army, taken as a slave labourer to Nazi-occupied Jersey in 1942, and kept a diary during his years in hiding, as did Anne Frank in Amsterdam. Phyllis and John risked their lives by shielding the man. The couple who had young children reduced the risk of him being found out if the children talked about him in public by calling him Tom. One of the children, Dulcie, now in her 90s, says he read fairy stories to them. Dulcie, who was 4 when the occupation began, remembers Tom as being her favourite uncle. Phyllis's granddaughter, Carolyn Horn, 52, said he became a member of the family. It shows what kind of people they were. It was a time of crisis, and they had German soldiers walking in whenever. But there was a little door under the staircase with a trapdoor behind it. That's how Tom could get from one side of the house to the other. Isn't that amazing? He was also in a car hidden behind bales of hay. They used to have all sorts of things. People had hidey holes for all sorts of people. But on Jersey, they had to have them because the Germans would come in and he probably would have been taken out and shot. And they looked after him for all those years. Isn't that amazing? I love stories like that. I really like stories. Male football fans are still boldly sexist. Apparently, they're openly misogynistic about women's sport. You don't really hear a lot about women's sport. They don't seem to cover it as much as they should do on the television. They do. They're doing a bit more. It's taken them ages. We're in the year, 2022 now. Not back in the dark. I had to think about it, actually. Thought, where am I? What am I doing? What am I talking about? Steve, if you're a wanted crim on the run, you'd have to go somewhere without an extradition treaty, like old Ronnie Biggs did in Brazil. Yeah, Roger. But of course, old Ronnie Biggs had to come crawling back to this country, didn't he? You know why? He needed medical attention. And then they actually sort of gave him the medical attention. And his son, I think, kept saying, oh, he's going to die any day now. He went for ages. He was living in an old people's home. Which we paid for, I believe. And then eventually he finally gave up the ghost. Took a long time, but he only came back here for the free medical attention. That's the old Ronnie Biggs who skipped away, didn't he? I woke up singing The Farmer Wants a Wife. My question is, do you like homemade caramel? Says Sidcup Julie. My mum stayed with me last night. She made me one. Homemade caramel? No, we were never that clever. Never that clever. Steve, when you get a form, do you fill it in or do you fill it out? I think you fill it in, don't you? I think you fill it in, Ian. That would be my final answer. Is that your final answer? It varies, I suppose, doesn't it? Do you fill it in or do you fill it out? Do you fill out a form or fill in a form? Yeah, just fill this out. Just fill this in. No, it could be. I think it's either or either. I think so. I'm not willing to get into an argument over that one. Penman investigating today. Do love Penman. He's very good, actually. Very good. From the fishy to the fraudulent, he talks about a rip-off aimed at helping young people into work has been revealed by whistleblowers. You need to read his column because he hits the nail on the head on so many occasions. Prince Andrew's Twitter account has been deleted days after the Queen removed his honorary military roles and he stopped using the HRH title. So he's now the Duke of York handle. Comes up with a blank page and the message, this account doesn't exist. I mean, to be honest with you, it's almost something on a daily basis, isn't it? Morecambe shrimps, Steve, they have a layer of butter on the top of my right. They do. But the jar it's not a jar, it's a little plastic thing. It's so small. It's tiny. I mean, I can't begin to tell you how tiny is. I bought 2. £8. I thought maybe they'd moved the wrong thing. And it should really be £1.75. Because, I think for £8 I could probably got about three sort of prawn cocktails. Perhaps it's really rich. I've got no idea. They said the other day it was very versatile. That's what they said. I mean, who knows? They're shrimps. They didn't go very far. And then Phil Vickery sent us in pictures, and then Stuart at Sandy's, the fish shop in Twickenham, they do theirs as well. I'm assuming most of them do it. There's something else where they put a layer of butter on the top, isn't it? And then that hardens, and that keeps food in. Is it like pate? Do the same? I don't know. I can't remember. But they do different things actually. But you are right. They do have a layer of butter on the top of it. But it's so small that it's like a teaspoonful of butter. Can't be. I haven't even opened the top of it. No, I haven't dared to yet. It's sort of plastic seal thing. You've got to break the little red bit, then you can open the top of it. Yeah, I'm building up to it today. I might even have it when I get home this morning. A little bit of a treat. Who knows? I was eating, if you remember, from Iceland, the kebab meat that they do, which is, it sort of looks like it's come off one of those kebab round things that they have in the kebab shops. It's quite nice, actually. It's very spicy. Very good. Shane says, I'm having a Mr. Whippy. Oh, how lovely. We had Mr. Whippy over here as well. It's a shop now at Westfield Shopping Centre, Hurstville, because he's in Australia. And so I'm assuming it's the same over there as over here. It's an ice cream, isn't it? Mr. Whippy ice cream. Call her Mr. Whippy. And a whole Mr. Whippy shop. Have you noticed what's sprung up in London, and probably where you are as well? American sweet shops. They're all over the place. Round here, there's loads. I saw one on the Strand the other day, which used to be sort of a little restaurant or something, and now it's an American sweet shop. There's also a Krispy Kreme donut shop as well. They're everywhere, aren't they? Dessert-only restaurants. Really? Dessert-only restaurants? What, like, you mean puddings? And cakes? Wow. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I could go for a dessert only. Somewhere that does sort of rhubarb crumble, or apple crumble, or strawberry and apple crumble. Oh, God, that sounds delicious, doesn't it? Strawberry and apple crumble with either cream. Oh, it's called creams. Now, they do a white hot chocolate, £3.25. I'd like to see how big those glasses are, though. Or a hot chocolate deluxe. Oh, look at these. This is what they do, is it? Is this takeaway or eat in? Eat-ins. So they do milkshakes, they do gelato and sorbet, drinks, waffles. What sort of milkshakes do they do? Because they look quite posh, actually, the milkshakes. They're fairly thick. Oh, my goodness me, you won't believe these ones. An After Eight milkshake, Creamatella, crunchy peanut butter, Oreo, Kinder Bueno, Ferrero Rocher, Kinder Bueno White, Smarties. How many more? Snickers, Twix, banana. I love a banana milkshake. Love a banana milkshake. It's got ice cream in. The Chocktastic Nutty Freak Show. Oh, this is things I can't have any of these. Look at this one, Frozen. It's got all blue colourings in it. Blue bubblegum sauce, strawberry sauce, and a cream wafer. Whoa! God dear. I can't tell you what the programme. We're going home now. I think we get. Where are these places? They've got Delice Bueno and caramelised biscuit. Oh. Dear me, I'm not sure I can cope, actually, with things like that. A bit early in the morning for talking about ice cream, isn't it? But I'm sorry if we've ruined your day, ladies and gentlemen, but we try and get ourselves through it. And there's me raving the other day about the Pret-a-Manger thing. I went to the Pret-a-Manger over the road here, Trafalgar Square Pret-a-Manger. Every day, one person working behind the counter, the rest are sort of filling up the shelves. So you stand there with your item, if you've picked up a hot sandwich, getting cold. Every day, I put it all back on the shelf and walk out. Seriously, every day for the last 50 years. I'm not going in there ever again. I went there one day. I used to know the bloke. I didn't know him, but he was obviously the franchise owner of it. And I went there on a Sunday morning to go and get some food for here. There were some croissants and bits and pieces. And they were having a staff meeting. And we're all standing outside there. There's about 3 or 4 of us. And it was a good 10 minutes that we're waiting there while they're having the staff meeting. And obviously, this is how hard you'll work and all the rest of it. Well, when we went inside, I said to the manager, I said, listen, you said you open at whatever it was. It might have been 7:30 or something like that. I said, we've had to stand outside. I said, it's freezing cold. It's miserable weather. I said, if you say, you open at this time, then you should open at that time and you should be ready to serve people at that time. And so he walked with me to the counter. He said, whatever he wants, it's free of charge. So I loaded up on bacon and practically drained the shelves. No, I didn't. But I brought it all back for the people here to eat. Why? Because I'm one of those sort of people.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I see that poor old Holly Willoughby has succumbed to I'm into Zen now. So she's gone a bit round the corner. And here she is. She's hanging upside down from a hammock whilst doing an aerial yoga pose. She also relaxes by using crystal singing bowls. She's fallen into that trap. Probably seen the Dairy Lee advert, I should imagine, for the hanging upside down. And the position is said to boost circulation, promote healing and help detoxify tissue. It also decompresses the spine. Some people will believe anything, won't they? Oh, what does that do? Oh, it does everything. It's so marvellous. It really is. Another image shows the mother of 3 using crystal singing bowls, which create harmonic sounds as an aid to meditation. Yeah, Jackanory. Some people, as I say, will buy into anything nowadays. Boris Johnson didn't even bother turning to face his wannabe assassin, because the moment Speaker Sir Lindsay Hoyle yelled David Davis, it was obvious to everybody crammed into the Commons throbbing bear pit what was coming next. And then he sat down before he finished talking. It kind of sort of deflated the whole thing, actually. But Boris still there. Still there. Very interesting. I mean, actually, David Davis has been a thorn in the side of every Prime Minister since John Major. So nothing new. And then the Duke of Cambridge went out for their first public engagement. He was at the Foundling Museum in London. That's just off Gray's Inn Road. Yeah, William went. And but the Foundling Museum, I've been to the Foundling Museum. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. And one of the journalists says, Your Royal Highness, could I ask you, Do you support Prince Andrew? I mean, as if he's going to go, no, I can't stand him. I was one of the ones. It's a museum for children who their parents put them into the Foundling Museum, and they had little coins and counters and things like that. It's a very interesting museum, and it was just, I can't really describe it properly, but it was a way of looking after children, and it helped them. And you should go there, because you might not be aware of it. I wasn't aware of it at all, but it gave them a start in life. It gave them something that they wouldn't have had, but they had to have these little medals. It was the first, I think, the UK's first children's charity and first public art gallery. And it helped them, adults and children, make a positive contribution to society by celebrating the power of individuals. And they got their little uniforms. But it's all these tokens which had to be given in, and you could redeem them for the child. It was very interesting. Anyway, just going back to William briefly, when he was asked by the journalist, do you support Prince Andrew? He pointed to his ear and went, can't hear you. Liar. Of course you can hear us, because we're seeing the thing. Your ears aren't covered over. But Kate was sporting a £7 pair of earrings from High Street store Accessorise, despite having the royal family's most priceless gems. Yeah, but she's not going to go out in priceless gems to an engagement, you know. And so William just said, I can't hear. No. What do you think about Andrew? Are you phoning Harry? Have you had a word with Harry? You know, lip read, mate. Lip read. I mean, at least she looks cheerful. William is probably going, I bet you anything, he gets in the car and if you could be one of their drivers, you can imagine, can't you, the conversations that would be held. He'd be going, I can't believe somebody asked me about Andrew. Do you think he calls him Andrew? Or what do you think he calls him? Uncle Andy? Or do you think he just calls him that man? I'd love to hear some of these things. It'd be great. A university boss has failed in her attempt to keep secret a report which found her guilty of bullying. Which is interesting. This is in London. She's president, Professor Alice Gast. I think that's how you pronounce it. She earns £519,000 a year in her role as president of Imperial College, even though her behaviour was found to fall considerably short in a secret QC-led investigation. Lord above. I like the things you discover nowadays, don't you? But anyway, more on that in the Mail today. She's from Texas. She is expected to leave Imperial this summer after earning millions during her 8 years in charge. And barely have they had time to put their feet up since the last series ended, but already the stars of Strictly are back in action with Katya Jones and Nadia Bishkova. They both come with baggage, you know, as you can well imagine. Mrs. Jones looks stylish in red leather trousers. No, she's just wearing red leather trousers and looks stylish, just looks like red leather trousers. How these people can get away with it, because the temperature is going to drop, you know, even worse than in Crimea during the Ukraine border, where they're covered in snow and it's absolutely freezing cold at the moment. Freezing cold. And Vladimir Putin was talking the other day. There's something about him, isn't it? How long's he been running the country now? About 20-something years, isn't it? For ages. He's amassed a small fortune. Amazing. I wonder how that happened. But anyway, I'm sure he did very well. But it turns out that we could send even more weapons to the Ukraine. It's not looking very promising, is it really? And the Nazi sentenced to read Jane Austen finally sent to jail. He's had his punishment replaced, a neo-Nazi. This is racist fanatic Ben John, sentenced last year, but the judge's attempt to steer the former criminology and psychology student away from extremism was described as unduly lenient. By a QC, he was found guilty of possessing the Anarchist Cookbook, a notorious guide to creating homemade weapons, explosives and illegal drugs. But anyway, he carried on viewing racist material online. And so I think they've got to wait for him to turn up now. I think he's been handed a 3rd year on licence and 2 years in prison, but they're waiting for him to sort of come back, actually. I don't know where he is at the moment. I think we were sort of running that on the news a little bit earlier on. He has been jailed. Oh, right. We have creams in Southend. They do delivery, just eat. Very nice, says Christy. Well, we looked at the list. There's hundreds of the blooming things. There's one in Hounslow, there's one in Kingston. But unfortunately, being a diabetic, whoopie-doo, I can't have any of it. But it looks delicious. But, Steve, for some reason, BBC televisions are off the air, says Reggie. Oh, you don't think they've closed down, do you, already? Oh, we couldn't be that lucky, could we? Let's take away your money. You're not having any more. Oh, you won't get any of your decent programmes. Oh, thank God for that. That'll be good news. Heard you talking about pret-a-manger, Steve. I went yesterday at 9 a.m. to have a coffee. I couldn't, not for the life of me, get a table. All there's left are those horrible high stools, which I hate, says Stella. Yes, I know. Reggie says, you remember Canadian steaks? Thin and tasty, great with fried onions. You can't seem to get them. I've got no idea what they are. No idea. See, from Sue and Ivor. Very excited. I'm off to see Blood Brothers at Theatre Royal Windsor today. One of my favourite shows. First theatre trip for 2 years. You'll love it. That's a Bill Kenwright show, isn't it? I think, oh, there's those steaks. Steak Express do them. Steak Express, steak Canadian. From you need to go to an artisan butcher. It's just steak cut very thinly, is it? Oh, right. Very thinly, takes little time to cook. Great if you're in a hurry and want a quick but filling meal. Serve with fried onions on a floury bun or something. Quick steak. That seems quite nice, doesn't it, actually? That looks. I'm sure I've had that in the past because it is very thin and it does cook very quickly because it's thin and Canadian. Oh, you'll love Blood Brothers, but I'm pretty certain that Bill Kenwright owns Theatre Royal Windsor. It's just down from the castle. And in fact, just round the corner from it is a big car park. And I don't know whether they've been having pantomime there or not, but Blood Brothers was my favourite show. Favourite show. Tell me it's not true. Say it's just... Take a hanky. You'll need a hanky. And it is Bill Kenwright. Yeah, good old Bill Kenwright. No, it's a marvellous theatre and a marvellous show. He had that running, oh, goodness me, in the West End for ages and ages. That was the one that we went to see. You remember that we were out on the town. There was about 4 of us. And we're wandering about. We went, let's go to the theatre. And we said, oh, look, Blood Brothers. We didn't know what it was. We'd never seen it before. And we noticed it was a Bill Kenwright show. So we phoned Bill at his office and said, is there any chance we can get some tickets for... I know, we were very brazen in those days. Yeah, we just phoned Bill. And because he was in a Carry On film, Bill Kenwright. And I was the one he told about his girlfriend as well, who's a very well-known actress. But anyway... to one side, and we said, can we get tickets to go and see Blood Brothers? He said, yeah, I'll phone the box office. So we phoned the box office, and we went to see Blood Brothers. And it had such a profound effect on us that we came out and we were all stunned into silence, absolutely stunned into silence, because it's just so powerful. And I raved over it, and I got my name on the poster. See it once, and you'll be queuing to see it again. And it was just amazing. So much so that Bill Kenwright, when they opened the show in America, he flew me out to America. I went out to America with Gloria Hunniford and a few other people, actually. And we all went there for the American opening of Blood Brothers. Now, we loved it, but the Americans are a bit funny about shows that drag out emotion from you. And it's quite an emotional show. It's about 2 brothers and their mum, but one of them is given away as a baby. Mum's a cleaner. She's a Liverpool housewife. Gives away one of the babies, and then later in life they meet, but they don't know that they're brothers. And one of them has a breakdown. Very powerful piece, and the music is fantastic, absolutely amazing. I don't know if there's a movie. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure, but yeah, somebody will know. But no, we got flown out to see it in America, and I thought it was great, absolutely great. Haven't seen it for ages, but I love the music even now. So you have a nice time there. You really will. Good theatre and excellent show. We'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Everybody telling me about these creams shops everywhere. It does look very nice, but just not for a diabetic.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. God, it's freezing cold this morning. I feel like sometimes I'm sitting outside. Every time I pop the heating up in the studio, it works for about 2 seconds and it takes it down again. I mean, I understand the idea is to keep it sort of fresh for us, but there's such a thing as fresh, and I'm going to need to put a vest on. It is freezing cold outside, isn't it? Noticeable this morning, 5 degrees. -3 overnight. Tomorrow's going to be 5 degrees. Saturday, we peak at 7. Monday, you're at 8. I'm going to sneeze. Tuesday... Dreadful, isn't it? Honestly. It's always 2. I don't know why. Monday goes to 8 degrees. Tuesday's 9. And then Wednesday and Thursday, 10 degrees. A positive heat wave. That's fantastic, isn't it? So, but today only 5 degrees, so wrap up warm. It always amazes me. I see people wandering about with just jackets on and no... I always think, hope you've got a vest on or something like that. Did you see the thing on YouTube? It sort of made YouTube today. It's a football match, and it's people in the press bit of the football ground, and they've got a big fluorescent jacket with press, and this bloke walks down from the back, goes up to the bloke and pushes the back of it, and the bloke turns around and he goes, I've just pushed, it said press. There's always one. Always, yeah, Yobbo. Have him banned straight away. Happy birthday to Heather Small, the London-born singer with M People. Former job centre worker edits with Moving On Up and Don't Search for the Hero, which is very good. She was the soundtrack, of course, for the London Olympics. Proud, yes, that solo anthem. It's great, isn't it? I mean, honestly, to be known for quite so many songs. And also Tom... Oh, she's 57, by the way. 57. Because the papers are obsessed with people's ages, says Steve Allen, 67. Tom Baker is how old today? Tom was the Liverpudlian actor who starred in Doctor Who as the 4th incarnation of the Time Lord. He also narrated Little Britain. This is Britain. We're open Monday through Friday, half day on Wednesday. His voice was voted the UK's 4th most recognisable after those of the Queen, Tony Blair and Mrs Thatcher, and he today is 88. 88. Fantastic. Also born on this day in 1899. She died in 1972, but anybody who's watched the Antiques Roadshows or any of those antique type programmes will know the name Clarice Cliff. Yep, Clarice Cliff made her name with her bizarre ranges of Art Deco pieces, marketed as ceramics made for women by women. The V&A Museum said she brought modernity to the kitchen sink. Cliff, played by Phoebe, is it Dynevor? Dynevor. In the 2021 film The Colour Room, had a secret relationship with her married boss for years, and it was described as the worst-kept secret in the world. They went on to marry. And also, you'll know who this one is, DeForest Kelley. Go on, you know who DeForest Kelley is. You should. I thought you would know this one, actually, straight away. He played Leonard McCoy in Star Trek. Did you never... Oh, right, you never saw that. Oh, right. Oh, well, everybody else is going, and we know exactly who that is. Yeah, move on. In 1972, January the 20th, the number of unemployed people in Britain exceeded 1 million for the first time since the 1930s. Amazing, isn't it? And in 1977, celebrities chosen by Madame Tussauds don't usually yawn through a sculpture sitting. Yesterday, though, the occasion proved tedious for Shep, the border collie from Blue Peter, the last dog to appear at Madame Tussauds' famed waxworks was Sir Walter Scott's pet. So I didn't know that they did Shep. I didn't know they did animals there, but they did. So that was obviously something must have happened with Blue Peter. Perhaps they raised a lot of money through some of their charities and appeals and things like that. It's good, isn't it? On this day in 2021, Joe Biden was sworn in as the what number US president? 46, correct. 46, correct. Well done. Well done indeed. Tracy Emin, she's asked to have a piece of art removed from number 10 Downing Street. She sort of gifted it. No, it's not the unmade bed, actually. It's called More Passion. And it's believed to be worth $250,000, although trouble is I never got Tracy Emin at all. I never understood any of it. An unmade bed. It's called More Passion. It's a neon sign. Spells out More Passion, said to be worth $250,000. Can't imagine why. I should imagine if you bought it, it'd probably cost you about 50 quid. But she gifted it to the government's art collection, and now she wants it. She doesn't want it back. She just wants it removed from number 10 Downing Street. That's what they've said, $250,000. But I mean, people are stupid in the world of art, aren't they? They buy all sorts of daft things. Why would you pay $250,000 for that? It's like even the unmade bed I never quite understood. I mean, admittedly, mine is much tidier than that. I mean, I would never go out without making the bed. Never in a million years. I mean, some people don't. I mean, look at it. It just looks like it's just silly. But there again, I don't understand modern art. You know, it just doesn't. That doesn't work to me. Like the Tate Modern have had some very odd things over the years. Very odd things. I think it all started for me with an upside-down Christmas tree, which, believe it or not, they then started selling in John Lewis. An upside-down Christmas. How many do they sell? What sort of stupid people have an upside-down Christmas tree? This one was suspended from the ceiling. And I remember looking at it thinking, This is just ridiculous. People say, you don't understand it, do you, Steve? It's art. You don't understand it. And I've gone, I don't want to understand it. Bill Kenwright was in Carry On Matron in 1972, played a news reporter, called to the hospital as part of a ploy to witness the theft of the contraceptive pill by Sid James, Kenneth Cope, Bernie Breslaw and Bill Maynard. Yeah, Bill Kenwright was great. Great. Lovely man. So Prince Andrew prepares the shocking possibility he might have to pay off his accuser. He's now received a painful financial blow. He's plunged £200,000 into debt. This is a firm that he had called Uramore Limited, used to manage investments. It slipped deeper into the red according to newly filed accounts. Set up in 2013, it's been described in the past as the private investment office of the Duke of York by another company with which it worked. The paperwork is signed off by the chartered accountant Arthur Lancaster, is also a director of the business. And earlier this month it was reported, you know, because we did it on the programme, Prince Andrew had sold his £17 million Swiss chalet, enabling him to pay off a £6.7 million debt with the French socialite Isabelle de Rouvre. Also left... What? Well, I think you have to do that if you do French names. It makes it sort of emphatic, I think. It's also left him with around £10 million, which some believe could be needed for the court action. In other words, it's just basically collapsing like the huge pack of cards. The artist of the upside-down Christmas tree is probably almost the same person who came up with a ship which was a pile of bricks. They brought in bricks and they assembled them all, and this was supposed to be a ship. And I looked at it and went, it's a pile of bricks. But anyway, the artist explaining the upside-down Christmas tree, you have to take this with a pinch of salt. I would like us to contemplate that the pine tree is one of the oldest species and recognise the roots are the source of its continued stability, nourishment and longevity. As the roots remain hidden, it is best to seek what is hidden rather than what is apparent. I'll leave it with you. I'm sure that you understand it. Load of old rubbish. Oh, you get it now, do you? Yeah. As the roots remain hidden. It just I looked at it when it first came out and they had all sorts of strange things. But I thought Tracy Emin, I thought that artists must be laughing at us. You know, they really must be. So what I've done, I mean, because my studio basically could be an art installation. I've got newspapers on it and I've got, you know, my phone and a cold cup of tea now. Cold cup of tea, minted, I mentioned that. And you look at all this. So this could be an art installation. What's the difference? There's no difference, is there? But on the upside-down Christmas tree, you know, it was just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. You might as well build an upside-down house. You know, and say, this is called, you know, art. The foundations are hidden because you don't need to know. And I looked at it and I thought, it's rubbish. But it's just me. I don't understand modern art. I never understood Picasso's art. I thought a 3-year-old could do what he did. You know, you just throw a load of paint at something and then you draw a cube in the middle and they go, it's amazing, isn't it? Quite amazing. And you get the people. I mean, we all remember Brian Sewell, who was the art expert apparently. And I think he used to have an affair with Anthony Blunt, both dead. Of course, Anthony Blunt was, of course, the spy who came in from nowhere at all, who used to look after the Queen's pictures. But Sewell had the most interesting voice. You ever heard his voice? It was like this very very small little voice. And he'd sort of say, the artist is trying to create this much. And you used to think to yourself, speak properly. Yes, it was pretentious, moi, which we always liked. Always used to wear the same black jumper. But his voice was very, very clipped. It was almost like coming out of an old British movie for some reason. But I used to laugh over it. So happy birthdays to say Tom Baker, Heather Small and Clarice Cliff. Britain is now going to send more weapons to the Ukraine. The self-serving Sussexes, one of the columnists today, I think it's Virginia Blackburn, has talked about the Sussexes realising everything that they've lost. They basically screwed up big time. You know, I don't think anybody takes a blind bit of notice of what they actually talk about now. All we know is that they're not going to be coming back here because New Scotland Yard have said, no, we're not going to rent out our officers to... Thank you. Not going to rent out our officers to you because we're not a shop. You know, we don't... And also, why do you need security? Who are you? You're nobody. Nobody's, you know... Put it this way, what about the rest of us? I don't have security when I walk out of here. Well, not now. Not that I know about. Sunil says, my 11-year-old son, Anuj, wakes up at 5 a.m. to get ready for school, but listens to you, as I do from 4 a.m. He asks, do you have cheese with your beans on toast? Yes. Only grated cheese. It only works with grated cheese. You do beans on toast. There's got to be butter on the toast, then the beans on top of that. Sometimes you can add other little bits and pieces. But grated cheese over the top of it is quite delicious. Quite delicious. Sometimes I might put... what might I put on there as well? Little sausages, bacon. Little bacon, not shrimp. Obsessed with shrimp round here now. Steve, I'm staying in Leicester Square in a few weeks. What time should I pop around with a double sausage and egg McMuffin, says Lewis. Nothing, we'll call the police, OK? Simple as that. Double sausage, yeah, 7:30 when I've gone. No, because McDonald's opens very early in the morning round here. About 5 o'clock, isn't it? Can you imagine the staff going, oh, not another early morning. Not another early morning. Other stories in the papers for today. I'll come round to in a moment. I have to take a short break.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So according to the government, he says, chucking in something political very quickly, Omicron is finally in retreat. Well, not in France it's not, and not in other places. So I'm beginning to wonder, what have we done? I mean, I think we've been reasonably good. Obviously, there's been a few peculiar people who decide that they don't want to be vaccinated. And so what they've now said is these mandatory COVID passports for going into nightclubs, this is in England, OK? And large events are going to finish, although the organisations could choose to use the NHS COVID pass if they wish. So the mayor has said that they're going to keep on with the masks on buses and on trains and on the underground as well in London. But how they're going to enforce it, I've got no idea. They can't really enforce it at the moment. They keep giving us figures. So many people have been fined and stuff like that. People would no longer be advised to work from home, should discuss their return to offices with employers. Face masks will no longer be mandated, although people are still advised to wear coverings in enclosed or crowded spaces and when meeting strangers. So in other words, that's basically pubs, shops. That just covers everything. In fact, all the same places at the moment. Also, if you're going into a hairdresser's or something like that, would you expect them to wear a covering? I mean, I should imagine an awful lot of hairdressers will say, and they'll all tell you the same thing, it's cost them a small fortune to sort of supply everything that's been needed. I know that some businesses get money back. I mean, I spoke to a friend of mine who's got a business, and I think he got £5,000 to help people through it, because when it was in lockdown, they just weren't earning any money. And it's not a lot of money, and a lot of businesses went under. Even just down here, there must have been about 4 or 5 businesses that went under, and that's in central London. If you have a look around central London, there's empty shops, boarded up shops. Richmond is the same. I mean, and London was bad because people haven't been coming into work, and there was no tourism. There's no flights bringing people in. The hotels were all boarded up. I've lost track of the amount. And I told you, I used to park in London off Pall Mall at a hotel. And I spoke to the man on the door there, who I think was the hotel manager. And I said, you busy? He went, no, empty. And how these places have... I mean, some people have survived. How they've done it, I've got no idea. Other places haven't survived. But it must be... I mean, I told you, you all remember at the time, I was worried about Joe Allen's because, they very much rely on the theatre crowd to go in there because of all the theatres around the area where Joe Allen's is based. And I remember thinking, I couldn't even bear to even contemplate the idea that it would have closed. I also worried about Little Italy, places that I know personally, and I know the staff and things like that. I mean, a lot of smaller theatres outside London have struggled, and a lot of people lost their jobs because people, they just couldn't afford to keep people on anymore. And I remember thinking, it's going to take years to repair this. And then what have we got now? You've got bills going through the roof. You've got energy bills going through the roof. You've got shopping bills going through the roof. You've got all sorts of things. I mean, very shortly, there's going to be disasters. And then people are going to go, well, what's going to be the outcome? I go, shoplifting. That's what's going to be the outcome. Shoplifting. I see people shoplifting almost on a regular basis. And I'm sure it's people. I mean, they always say that people who shoplift have actually got the money on them to pay for things. It's the thrill of getting away with something. That's what they do. Somebody said that years ago, and I remember thinking, interesting, it's not really poor people that shoplift. Yeah, kleptomaniacs, people who are addicted to the actual shoplifting. I told you there was a woman on the television years ago. She was on a programme, and I can't remember what it was. It was hosted by some women who were known at the time, and she was a professional shoplifter from Marks and Spencer's. Full-time shoplifter. She would move around the country in her particular area, and she looked like a Marks and Spencer's customer. She said that was the trick to it. Everybody knew her in the shops But they couldn't catch her. And in those days, Marks and Spencer's had a system whereby if you didn't like something, you took it back and they gave you your money back. They didn't expect a receipt. So she used to shoplift a coat. She'd put a little bit of lipstick on the collar and a bus ticket in the pocket, take it back. They'd give her the money for it. And they all knew that she was thieving. They just couldn't catch her thieving. And she went on television to say that she was stealing to order. Somebody would say to her, oh, they've got this nice coating. Can you get that for me? And she'd go out there and she'd get it. I mean, everybody knew her. She was known to them. It's just that they couldn't, barring watching her all the time. Now, of course, you need to produce your receipt and they will only pay it back onto the credit card. They're not handing over cash or anything else like that, so it can be traced. But it's big business, people thieving. I've seen young children thieving with their parents. It's dreadful. It really is dreadful. It's like the family outing. Let's go and nick tea today. I love Worcestershire sauce on my beans on toast, says Sidcup Julie. See, you call it Worcester sauce. I also do, but it's Worcestershire. It says on the bottle, Worcestershire sauce. I hope so. If it doesn't, I'm going to look very silly on a Thursday morning, which I never like to look silly on. Any other day of the week, I'm not particularly bothered, but I'm sure it's Worcestershire sauce. Isn't it? Here we go. Let's have a look. Henderson. No, it's not relish. It is. No, it's not. No, it's Worcestershire sauce. Type in Worcestershire sauce. There you go. Condiment. And you should see the bottle. Lee and Perrins Worcestershire sauce. Da 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 da. I rest my case. Thank you very much indeed. Isn't it funny? But everybody calls it Worcester sauce. It is lazy. It's Worcestershire sauce. I did see them making it once. It seemed fairly complicated. But I tell you what, I forgot to mention, I did get some pickled onions the other day. And I had 2 of them. God, they were gorgeous. They were absolutely delightful. So I had 2 pickled onions. Whee! Only 2. I don't know why. I was going to have the shrimps from Morecambe Bay, but I was frightened if I took the lid off, they'd evaporate. So I'm going to save those for... I'm going to have them today, actually, or one of them. I'll bring one in for the producer tomorrow. And you can see how small this thing is. But you've got to have it on toast. So you need to buy bread and the butter as well. It doesn't work with bread and butter. It's got to be toast for some reason. That's how the Queen has it. So as we're sort of modelling ourselves on the programme and everything that... Listen, she's had a perfect life up until now. Have we got a toaster in here? No. I don't think we'd be allowed to have a toaster in here. We can't just go and plug a toaster in or something like that. You've got to... I've actually... When my toaster broke some years ago, I cooked in the frying pan toast. You just turn the heat up full... Put the frying pan on the top and then put a piece of bread in there and it will toast it. You have to turn it over. What? Not eccentric at all. Marmite works well, says Charlie, with cheese and beans on toast. Yes, I'm told it does. Unfortunately, if you remember, I do have the Marmite, but unfortunately a little bit leaked out and it's now glued in permanently to the cupboard. It's been there for years. What I need to do is get the hairdryer out and melt the bottom because it sets like concrete. It seriously does. And I've also got Steve Allen Marmite as well, which I gave to a friend of mine. And, the Marmite, about 30 years now. Yeah, I put it in there and a bit had leaked off the top. And then I can't get it out. It's because it dries like concrete. I mean, you could probably build a house, I should imagine, which is lovely. The caring Duchess of Cambridge got down to work yesterday in an old favourite blue-collar coat. I mean, she does seem to... Everything she wears, she seems to look good in. But that's a bit like Holly Willoughby. But anyway, she teamed this with a bit... They always are very keen to put down how much things cost. The trousers, £135. Earrings, £7. I mean, do you think they issue... I think they issue a thing, don't they? I think you'll find that Holly Willoughby, every day she's been on this morning, they will put down afterwards on their website the clothes she was wearing and where you get them from. Because she's a walking advert, so she gets all the clothes for free and probably makes a lot of money out of it. But whatever she wears, people will go, oh, I want that. It's like some of the influencers will do it. And the Mail Online does it for everything. So they'll tell you, this you can buy here, this you can buy there. And all of a sudden they go, this sells out. It's a bit like some of the shopping channels selling out of things. They always say to you, well, we're selling out a lot on this. We're now down to... only 60% of the stock remains. You think, that's quite a lot. And you think, no, that's all right, actually. You don't need to worry about that. And Stella says, I agree with you not understanding modern art. I don't, and I kept thinking I was thick. Well, I mean, people do talk to you about modern art if you are a bit thick. So I don't understand Cubism. I just really don't understand it. There was a little boy a short while ago, I think he was autistic, but he did the most amazing drawings. he had just had this ability to do. And there's another very young lad who does oil paintings. They're stunning. He's made a fortune. And he's very, very young. And art galleries have put his work in there because he's so good. And I remember looking at them thinking, I can't draw a pencil. I mean, useless. I can't even draw a fir tree, upside down or not upside down. You know, I just wish sometimes I had the gift. It's like when you see cartoonists and you watch them and you think, oh, I wish I could do. I can't do anything like that. I can't even juggle. Oh, my life is a waste. I can't juggle. I can't draw. I can't hang wallpaper. And I can't get the Marmite jar out the cupboard. I mean, what is the point of living, I ask myself. It's ridiculous.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Amazing how many people enjoy Worcestershire sauce on their beans, because it's breakfast time. No matter where you are in the world, it'll be breakfast time. Mark says spread Marmite on toast, then beans, and then cheese. Yeah, I also sometimes fry off a little bit of bacon. Well, in fact, I have been known to do a whole packet of bacon, actually. Just sort of cut it up into little bits and pieces. Me and my scissors in the kitchen. It's great. Soft scrambled eggs with chives added and topped with a little grated cheese, says Sue is delish. And Rose says, I've seen Blood Brothers twice. Once in London with Stefan Dennis, who had a brilliant Scouse accent, and then another time in Liverpool. There wasn't a dry eye in the house, as it's very close to their hearts. Well, we didn't have a dry eye in the house when we went to see it either. Never fails to make me cry. That's why the Americans didn't quite take to it as much as the Brits did. And I saw it when it was with David Cassidy as well. David Cassidy and his brother did it. And that was quite interesting. But the Americans don't like being manipulated. They don't like, even though they've done films which are sort of very much like that, but on stage, they prefer to see the spectacles or, you know, a serious bit of, you know, sort of theatre. But with this one, it was manipulation. It was a case of, you know, you hear two shots ring out and then it goes deathly quiet. Because the American audiences are terribly noisy in the theatre. When we went there to go and see, we got flown out to see Miss Saigon over there. Because they had a problem with Jonathan Pryce. I know, we were flown everywhere, actually, in the early days. It was, what a life. I'd say it's like being a member of the royal family without the other bits. And no chance. And it was a case of they had a problem over there because Jonathan Pryce was playing the engineer. And he was playing it as either Thai or Chinese or something like that, or Vietnamese, whatever it was. And American Equity were going, oh no, not sure about this. You know, it should be an actor from that part of the world who is playing the part. And Cameron McIntosh said, no Jonathan Pryce, no show. And that would have seen a lot of people, so they relented, and Jonathan Pryce took it on. Brilliant though he was. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Even in Worcester, they call it Worcester sauce, says Steve in Stroud or Strood. Tim says Sainsbury's own brand call it Worcester sauce. Well, I promise you, Leon Perrin's Worcestershire sauce. I know we don't call it Worcestershire sauce, but, you know, it's one of those sort of things. Coleman's mustard and cheese on toast is the best thing ever. I like French mustard. Have you ever had French mustard? That's quite nice. Bits in it? No, I don't think so, no. That's Dijon mustard. I've had Dijon mustard because I used to have a French neighbour, and she used to bring me back Dijon mustard. I mean, I think she'd been to Waitrose, to be honest with you, because it was exactly the same jar. But she'd go, oh, Steve. And she, no, not the Onion Man, no. Do you know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man? Steve, with life getting back to normal and restrictions lifting, does that mean doctor's surgeries will open up properly again? My doctor's surgery is deserted. Unless you're really ill, you can't be seen in person. I can go to the hairdressers, the vets with the dog, the dentist, but I can't see a doctor. Well, I've got to see a doctor, Penny, because I've got my blood test. It's the only way to do it. You have to go into the surgery, and they have to jam a needle into your arm, take out a litre, as far as I'm concerned, of blood. So you can't really have it done anyway. But you're quite right. They do say if you phone up the doctor's surgery, they will have a message saying, unless you absolutely need to come to the surgery, do not come to the surgery. So I'm assuming this might be lifted, but I wouldn't guarantee. I don't know how they can just decide you now don't need to wear masks or you don't need to do these things. But they've said in places, and we've been socially distancing in my doctor's surgery for ages. So I definitely begin to wonder whether or not doctor surgeries will not be changing things, because I'm assuming you can still catch it. It's not like it's gone away. So from today, Jan the 19th, they've got guidance from working from home. From tomorrow, masks in schools. You don't need to wear them. Mind you, not everybody was wearing them in schools anyway. From next Thursday, COVID passes out, masks in public spaces, and restrictions on care home visits. So that's all lifted, is it? That's all lifted. So you can go and finally see people in care homes. So that's what worries me. Just supposing this COVID hasn't gone away and it's still underlying. I mean, lots of care homes, I'm assuming, will still test visitors. You can't just all of a sudden go, OK, no masks anymore. You could see care homes closing down left, right and centre. And from March the 24th, you don't have to wear the masks. Well, you don't have to isolate. So what do you do if you get it? You just carry on going to work. But I was told that when you get it, because I've had a couple of people that I know who've actually had it, and it's laid them really low. They haven't had the energy to go to work. So you just take the day off. And does it go away in a day? I mean, I don't know how long it lasts now, because they cut it from 10 days to 7 days to 5 days. So we're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to treat it as if it's flu. Lovely. So just be a tablet you take. But I still urge people to get the vaccine, because if you do get COVID and you've not been vaccinated and had the booster, life can be very, very difficult for you. It's definitely, says Chris, in Chelsea, Lee and Perrins Worcestershire sauce made from rotting fish, did you know? Yes. One of England's culinary delights, along with Marmite, Coleman's English mustard, etc. Best regards. And David says, you don't have to understand modern art. Look at it. If you like it, if it moves, if it makes you think, it's done its job. If it doesn't, sticks to stuff that does move you. I just don't understand how they sort of describe it as modern art. I mean, it just doesn't look like... I want to see a picture of somebody that looks like somebody, not somebody with a square head. Yes, or fields, or cows in a field, or constables, or something like that, or I don't even get the sunflowers and things like that. And, you know, Monet and his water lilies and all the rest. He painted loads of water lilies. They're everywhere. Everywhere. What art do I like? What art do I have at home? I have theatre posters. Loads of theatre posters, going back to the 1930s, 1920s. Yes, all my theatre shows. And I'd love to own a theatre. Can you imagine what fun you could have? I'd be the one standing there with the ice cream tray round his shoulders with a little light on the front of it, going, Mivies, chalk ices, tubs, the Steve Allen Grand. But no, I mean, I just like pictures I like the look of, but I wouldn't have any art at home. I've got a couple of things at home, but nothing particularly special. But theatre posters are my thing. My things, yeah, a couple of the old Picassos, you know, the Constables, you know, quite like the Haywain, one of my favourites, you know, which was good. But no, I like a picture to look like a picture. So if I go to the National Portrait Gallery, they've got some really fantastic pictures just down in Trafalgar Square, and it's free to go inside. I mean, you could spend your lunchtime sitting there in front of some of these beautiful pictures, which you know because you've seen them either on Christmas cards or you've seen them, you know, printed in newspapers. And there they are, the real thing. And it's very busy. I like the Tudor section as well. They've got a whole section in the National Portrait Gallery on Tudor pictures. So they've got all of the kings and queens and loads of Henry VIII's. Loads. God, he was fat. Loads of Henry VIII pictures. And so you do get a rough idea of what he looked like. You know, he obviously wasn't that difficult. He was a little rotund man with a sort of like a ginger beard, I think. But just fascinating to see them. I mean, when he was young, he was fit, yeah, and then he ate, and they've got his. I think at the Tower of London, they've got his suits of armour and stuff like that. They've got. I mean, you know, thank God we keep things. Thank God we keep things. Steve, we listen to you every morning, says Jodie. But I really needed to smile this morning, so thank you. Oh, thank God for that. My producer, Corey, needs to smile today. He's going to find it a bit difficult, but I've sent him a message saying we're thinking of him. And I shall probably catch him over the next few days, I should imagine. I've now got to treat him for lunch, honestly. There's always a price to pay, isn't there? But thank goodness. Just take. Coleman's German mustard was lovely, but you can't get it anymore, says Don. No, I don't know why that was. Is it because we don't like the Germans? Or why did they stop making German mustard? Actually, you're right. They did make German mustard. It was a different colour, wasn't it? A different colour. The French mustard was yellow, and which was the same as ours, but it was slightly milder. But the German mustard was a slightly browny colour, wasn't it? Wait a minute. German mustard. You see, when they say Senf, I've had Senf before because they put it in all the hot dogs. It's like a sweet mustard. It's very nice, actually. I bought it on Amazon. Senf, S-E-N. I know it does look a bit peculiar. It does look revolting. But spicy German mustard. They must say, but Senf is very nice. It's sort of a yellowy colour, and it's not sharp. I bought some American mustard the other day. Nearly blew my socks off. I mean, not literally, because that would be silly. But thank God I got a new pair of socks. I might go and buy a whole packet today. I've got no idea. But yeah, the American mustard, perhaps they've got different tastes. It's really quite tangy, and it's bright yellow. If you get it on anything, throw it away as an item. You'll never get the thing out at all. But if we manage to find German mustard, we'll let you know. But at the moment, probably Germany. How about that? How about writing to Germany? Actually, go to Amazon.com. They must have German mustard, mustn't they? We'll find it in a minute for you.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's amazing. We were looking at these pictures a moment ago of the marine explorers who have discovered a coral reef off the coast of Tahiti, French Polynesia. It's one of the largest discovered. It's about 100 feet down, and it's known as the Ocean's Twilight Zone. It's so beautiful and so large that it's untouched. Somebody said it's like a work of art. It's a giant reef, as I say, stretching for 2 miles. And they said it was so fantastic. It exists at depth of up to 70 metres or 230 feet. There is enough light to sustain life, because they reckon within 20 years' time we will lose up to 90% of coral, because the global extent of living corals declined by half since 1950. That's due to climate change, overfishing and pollution. And they reckon 70 to 90% of all living coral will disappear in the next 20 years. I have bought a piece of coral. I bought a piece for Dale, found it in an art gallery, and I saw it, and he'd been in there and, oh, that's beautiful. And it was a beautiful piece of coral. And so when he walked out the shop, I said to her, wrap it up. And, one of those sort of things. And I bought it for him. And the coral reefs we need to protect coastlines from storms and erosion. They provide jobs. They're also a source of food and new medicines. And, of course, fish use coral reefs. They're in there. You wouldn't get clownfish if you didn't have coral reefs. And 500 million people depend on reefs for food, income and protection. It's as simple as that. But if you manage to find the pictures a little bit later on this morning, it's quite stunning. Jill in South Norwood says, good morning, Rachel and Rick. Can you please stop changing your programme schedules for a tennis match? I myself actually love tennis, but this changes scheduling. It's taking it too far and it's very annoying. I've no idea who you're talking to, but of course, Jill, if you write to LBC, you're obviously an LBC listener, and I'm not Rachel, no matter what you might have heard. When I live here privately, I'm Rick, and we wouldn't dream of changing the schedule for a tennis match. You can always rely on LBC. You can't rely on anybody else. Much better. Everybody talking about this Coleman's mustard. And now, Tom says, I can see it now. The sales of potted shrimps, especially Morecambe Bay ones and bread and butter, will skyrocket because of the Steve Allen Show. That's happened before. If I mention a DVD, which I happen to have watched, and I say, oh, that's really good. You go online, you go, oh, don't worry, there's loads of them left. You go back there, they've gone. Must be the Steve Allen effect. Samantha from Letchworth says, I've only just started tuning into you. You always make my morning, which is good. I find myself agreeing with most of what you say. Thank you. Well, listen, it'd be impossible if you actually agreed with everything. Kevin the Restaurateur says, Steve, lunch special yesterday, sandwich a la Steve, thick white bread, butter, sliced pickled onions, cheddar, homemade crisps. Very popular. I'm going to try these Morecambe Bay shrimps today. If I hate them, I'm not sure I can actually tell you about it. Sharon in Cheshunt says, my mother's in a care home. It's been in lockdown since November. All the residents confined to their rooms. So sad. Her first great-grandson was born on the 19th of December. Things are still so hard for care homes. Just praying things will improve soon. And your show keeps me going with all this madness. It is madness. It has been complete madness. I mean, it is. I can't describe it any other way. It's madness. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, will be with Nick later to tell us more about, what's going to be happening, what's not going to be happening, what we can do, what we can't do. But what we don't want this to resurface again. But it will. If it's going to be like flu, you know how many people go down with flu, but we've had Asian flu in the past and Chinese flu and all sorts of strains, which can really lay people very low, depending on your body metabolisms and stuff like that. I mean, I've been lucky. I've avoided. I sneezed twice this morning, but that's just me. I always sneeze twice. I can't believe I still do it, and I don't know why. It's not as if I've got a cold or anything like that. I've had my flu jab. It's an affectation, the producer says. Virginia Blackburn, I was right. She's the one talking about the Sussexes and Harry demanding he be afforded the same protection he was given as a working royal. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, now he's given that up because he wants to sort of just float around doing nothing. And we heard a bit of their podcast. It was lame, to say the least, but somebody's paid for them. And she says here, brains clearly don't play a big part in Harry's lifestyle, so he's probably unaware of what he's done. But does Meghan somehow, somewhere, have any sense that she really could have played a role in the history of a 1,000-year-old monarchy and she's given it up for a deal with Netflix? Certainly comes with a price. Yes, I think it's the money that appeals. So you imagine Netflix going, we're not going to pay you any money. Why should we bother? And them going, well, we're only doing it for the money. But they're not very happy at the moment. Henry's coat of armour is in the Tower of London. He was very tall, says Astrid. Yes, he was tall, but his coat of armour's in there. But to be honest with you, he had to be lifted onto the horse. He couldn't actually make it by himself. I thought people used to be shorter in those days. I think he was he 6 foot? I don't know. He certainly didn't look it by his suit of armour. Perhaps it only covered bits of his body. Perhaps the important bit, the stomach. He had a crop top on it as well. So Andrew has now deleted the royal social media accounts, which we didn't even know he had. And Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers are set to formally request a retrial because a juror may have failed to disclose he was sexually abused as a child. Apparently there were two jurors. So that's making the news headlines. Henry VIII was 6'1". Looked a bit shorter when he died. Looked a wee bit shorter. I don't know why. I've seen his grave. It doesn't look very big at all, really. Care home vacancies on the rise. More than 1 in 10 care home staff positions were unfilled at the end of 2021. It's amazing how many people get put into care homes. We must be the only country that put people into care homes. I don't think other people do. It's a lot of it, China especially. People go and live with the family, and so you make your granny or your granddad work, and they sort of provide care for the children and all sorts of things. Over here, and it's not cheap. You ask anybody how much it is to put people in care homes, and you'll go, what? It really is a fortune. My friend Graham, his mother and his father were both in care homes, and it was a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. In my producer's grand's one, £1,500 a week. That's why a lot of people in here in the winter go and live in Spain for 3 months, because you get 3-month holidays in Spain for the elderly, because it's cheaper to go over there than it is to stay here. She had to sell her house. Producer had to sell her house to pay. You didn't sell the house, obviously, under her feet. Who was it? What was that joke? Somebody did something, and she said, "Oh, I'm looking forward to going home." It's a comedy program. They went, "You can't. We've sold your house, so there's nowhere for you to go home." But it's £1,500 a week, and that would be reasonably priced. Some of them are an awful lot more. So unless people have got property, I mean, in London we're lucky. Property does go up in price. In certain parts of the country, it does not go up in price. We're very lucky that you buy a flat here and then, over the years it goes up. You might find that certain parts of the country, like certain countries around the world, where you buy the property at one price, especially in America. In America, you go and buy in Florida, you buy something, it doesn't go up at all. Seems to say the same sort of price because there's so much of it. So anyway, too much telly can be deadly. But this is box sets, apparently. It increases the risk of blood clots. God, honestly, it's all I need, honestly, having just ordered another box set, but it doesn't matter. The Paras have said farewell to the D-Day hero and Sally Army veteran Harry. This is Harry Reid. He was 20 when he jumped with the 6th Airborne Division to seize the key Pegasus Bridge in Normandy in 1944. He was 97 and he died in Bournemouth, and dozens of mourners said farewell at the town's crematorium. Always nice to get a good send-off for somebody who did so much. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Thank the Lord we've made it through to Friday. Thank the Lord we've made it to Friday, because it's cold and it's just a bit sort of, like that. Can't even do it now. Like that. It's just sort of, it's a nothing day really, except looking forward to the weekend. But if you work the weekend, of course, this is probably your last free day, and then you're going, oh, I've got to go back into work again. But actually, you've only got to do 3 days over the weekend. For the rest of us, it's fantastic. We've done our podcast for today. We recorded that before the programme started. We're calling it Ben's podcast. It's an awful lot easier, actually. Saves having sort of fisticuffs on the way out. But he's actually going to do me a favour before I leave the building today. I haven't told you about this, have I? Bit of a secret thing, because my poor pass is giving up. and I've seemed to break them. I think they're about the right length. When I'm leaning into the desk. Oh, he's made you a new one the other day, has he? Well, I'm thrilled for you. Couldn't really care less, but there you go. So anyway, they've got each other's numbers. I mean, dear me. And I think what I do is I lean into it so it bends it, and then eventually the plastic snaps. What you need is a little thing to slide it into. What if Ben's got one of those? And sort of, because it's, look at it. I mean, it's just, so I said, and he said, I'll make you one. So where do I keep it? Round my neck. What do you mean, would you? You're supposed to keep it round your neck. You're not. Well, then I take it off my neck and I put it in my bag. It doesn't do anything. I did bring the producer a present in today. The Morecambe Bay shrimps. £4, 2 for £8. And it's a tiny little pot, as Jennifer has discovered. I mean, it is tiny. But I had one pot this morning. And I put it on hot buttered toast. Well, to be honest with you, I don't know what all the fuss was about. It didn't seem to taste like anything to me. It is cupcakes. I've seen bigger cupcakes. Really, but I didn't notice. I mean, Jennifer says maybe I should have warmed them up first. No, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to warm them up. You're supposed to just literally put them onto the piece of toast. And but I didn't notice any. I thought I was going to notice sort of a strong taste of fishy or something, but I didn't. I didn't get anything like that. So perhaps it's me. Perhaps it's me. I much prefer, says Jennifer, a tin of sardines. Ugh. God, how ghastly. Tin of sardines. No, thank you. I wouldn't know what to do with sardines. Mashed up in a bowl with vinegar and pepper. Ugh, I'm going to be sick. Horrible thought. Sardine. I don't do anything like that. Anything that comes in a tin, you have to open up the tin and then put them on there. They were showing you the other day doing them on the television, one of these little sort of seaside towns where they put these sort of things in there. And I remember thinking, oh, God, how disgusting. Not my sort of thing. Definitely excited, Steve, about you talking about the possibility of a Steve Allen teddy bear. Well, I don't think it'll be wearing headphones and LBC T-shirt, but we did think, actually, and thank you very much indeed, Anne, for your collection of teddy bears. I don't think mine's going to be as big as that, but at least we've set the grounding for it, so who knows. But she says, now got a craving for Butterscotch Angel Delight. They do it in an ice cream form, and they do it in Iceland. Well, they didn't have it yesterday. They only had the strawberry. And I don't want strawberry. I've had strawberry before. I want the butterscotch flavour, which is my favourite. But, she said, so I whipped some up, added chopped bananas, also added some dark M&S chocolate on the top. It was delicious. Oh, did you see those? Oh, you didn't see. You might not have seen those things yesterday that we were talking about, which was the those sort of ice creams and everything else from that shop, which we haven't. I can't go in it because it's not good for diabetics. What was that called? Creams. And they've got all these things with, oh dear, I mean, that was enough to get you. Look at this, 6 minutes in and we're doing food already. But it was absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. And the menu had everything from crepes to cookie dough, waffles, gelato and sorbet, drinks. What are the drinks they do? We didn't do drinks yesterday, we just did milkshakes. What are the drinks that they do? Because I could read, Coca-Cola, Coke Zero, Diet Coke, Sprite, cream soda. Oh, I thought they'd be doing something a bit more exciting. Oh, here we go. Blue raspberry and strawberry. Oh, they're slush puppies, are they? Oh, how nice. The trouble is you've got to watch slush puppies. You get brain freeze. If you sort of take a good slurp of it, and have you never had that where it burns the roof of your mouth and you go, oh my God, Father, it's awful. But I did like them because if you go to the markets, you can get, like, it looks like a sword, all full of all the different flavours all the way down. It looks really lovely, actually. Then you get a free refill. I've never done it because it's for children. I don't want to look a bit stupid. But blue raspberry and strawberry mix sounds quite nice, actually. It's just little ice things, isn't it? Little ice pearls. But very nice. Is that all they do? They don't do a bit boring, actually. The ice creams are much better. But I do like blue raspberry. Oh, I could go one of them. If somebody came in now and said, Steve, what would be the thing that would really, make your day? And I'd have to go a blue raspberry slush puppy. Or I'd mix one, actually. I don't really care, actually, just anything. But if they can do them so they're not as cold, so I don't burn the roof of them, I just warm them up a little bit. Somebody says, when is the Sue Gray report due? What is it? What is? Oh, the investigation into the party. Oh, it's next week. Next week, that one. So I've lost track of how many parties there are at the moment. There seem to be parties all over. The only person who's not going to parties is me and Ben. And although probably no doubt he's been to parties. He's trying to book train tickets at the moment, he was telling me, to go back home. He doesn't know they've all moved. They've not told him. They've moved. The picture hanging on the wall, says Anne, in the photograph is called Barely Ballet. I like the idea of having a little set of headphones, don't you? A little set of headphones on a teddy bear, or just round his neck. I think that's quite cute, actually, to signify radio. Richard says, in Liverpool, I noticed the odd customer, especially in a quiet pub, lighting up or vaping without being challenged. Well, it's illegal. It's illegal to smoke in a pub. Totally illegal. In fact, it doesn't happen in London because the pubs would have their licences terminated. It's as simple as that. If you knowingly allow somebody to smoke it, no, we don't have that sort of thing. I mean, in Liverpool, I can well imagine that goes on probably all the time. He says, because you talked about how people used to smoke in pubs, like Dale Winton. Everybody smoked in pubs. He never did pubs, really. He was not a pub person at all. You go out to a restaurant and you could smoke in restaurants, but not pubs. And I used to smoke in pubs, but that was years ago. Years, and I mean, God no, I've forgotten how long it is since we can't smoke in pubs. About 15 years, isn't it? Something like that. But 2007, you remember it vividly, the day that the producer wept all the way home. Ooh, can't smoke in a pub anymore. Because that's why pubs, so now you get people who go and stand outside. We have people who smoke in this building, not smoke in the building, but you have to go and stand outside and have a cigarette, come rain, come shine. Because if you want a fag, got to go outside. You can't have it inside, although somebody did try, I'm led to believe, some years ago, and they got caught out, bless their hearts. But I mean, I'm lucky actually that I don't. Actually, if I think I was talking about that to a friend of mine the other day about smoking and whether or not I've had cravings. And I said, yes, I have had cravings, but luckily not great cravings. Just, I've sort of thought, oh, it'd be nice to have a cigarette. And then I thought, oh, God, no, I can't. I don't want to go through the heart thing again. I mean, I don't mind. I've had it twice now. Shane says, I've seen your friend Stephen Milne on the morning show earlier on today. He was selling exercise equipment. I haven't seen him for a while. He's super duper fit. He's one of these people, Stephen Milne. He's a television presenter. He did it over here and then he went back home to Oz and he does it over there. He can walk around with his shirt off. He's one of those, well, I couldn't even entertain the idea. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's 2 anoraks, a balaclava and dark glasses. I'm not going out with my shirt, walking around with your shirt off. You've heard of such a thing? But he's one of those sort of people that he's got one of those sort of bodies. So in the middle of summer, he could be just sort of, sitting on a bench with his shirt off. Me, I mean, he's slim enough to not have to worry about it. Yeah, and he shaves his armpits as well, we just noticed. But there again, if you've got a really good body, and I sadly don't have a really good body, mainly because I'm past something like that, but I never had that. I was never one of those people, I've had some friends of mine and who would sort of say, oh, I'm just going to go out, and you think, and you're not going to put a shirt on or something, or a vest. I mean, they'd happily go out there, go to M&S in a vest. I love it. Claire says, Steve, currently sat in the kitchen eating biscuits because I'm having a diabetic hypo. See, I don't have biscuits for the diabetic hypo, and I don't have diabetic hypos. I have them when I'm asleep, so it doesn't make any difference to me. But if I was going to have something, I would either have glucose or sweeties. Well, you just sort of you go a bit woozy. And that's why you have to check, when you're doing your driving license and things like that, because I'm limited for a 3-year contract, because you could drive off the road. It's almost like sort of going under. You feel as though you're going under, but I've never had one. I've never had to. So you have to carry. When I first was diagnosed, I used to carry sweeties with me, which of course was no hardship, and it would be anything. But I found the quickest way to get your sugar intake back up again was either to carry a little bottle of orange juice. But there again, there's no point in carrying if you're not going to use the blooming thing. Or failing that, I found Smarties were good. Jelly Babies were very good. And you just have a few things like that. But I've never thought about having biscuits. I did have that when I was in hospital. I did have some biscuits there. And in fact, the one thing I used to get there, I'm sure I wasn't supposed to, but on the menu of the hospital, they had ice lollies. And one was a passion fruit lolly, like little kiddie-sized lollies. I fell in love with these things. They were just delicious. And it was like a tall, round sort of lolly. And it looked like one of those Milko lollies. Remember those Milko lollies, but just sort of a bit bigger? Yeah, it's like a mini Milk, only it was fruit-flavoured, passion fruit. It was delicious. And I have had fruit pastel. I don't like the fruit pastel lollies. The actual fruit is obviously chemically produced, so it's a bit acidic for me, a little bit acidic. But I did try them, but I was so desperate. I happened to be buying a few bits and pieces in Iceland yesterday, and I thought I'll look out for the Angel Delight butterscotch flavour ice cream, because I was gonna take it home and just go bathe in the stuff if necessary, in your face. And they didn't have it. I was really fed up, actually. And I don't want to travel out. There's another Iceland in Hounslow, but to be honest with you, it's too much trek. By the time we got back, the thing would have melted. So I'd have to take a spoon with me, then I could eat it on the bus. Little tub. It's not a huge tub, but it's certainly bigger than the potted shrimps, which we had. Nigel says, I'm sorry you were underwhelmed by the potted shrimps. Having been brought up in Morecambe, I was made up when Waitrose started selling them. Now, the price is a bit much. I love them. They do have a delicate taste, but you should have warmed them a bit. Well, they were warmed a little bit on the toast. But, I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, a taste of something. And then I suddenly realised, when I've had prawn cocktails, if you take the sauce away, there's nothing to a prawn, is it? They don't really taste of anything. It's not like not like crab, which is very sort of fishy. But I've given it to the producer anyway, and he doesn't know. I'm going to send him an invoice and get my money back, if nothing. £4, though, I thought was a lot for a piddly little, small little nothing. Nothing. A small little nothing. I'm very disappointed. So I shan't buy them again. Well, I might. Listen, if the Queen likes them, it's got to be all right for me.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Mike in Aberdeen says, finished work at 7, heading straight to McDonald's for a sausage and egg McMuffin with a hash brown. Been on a health kick this week, but treating myself today because I fancy it. We need a treat every now and then. Yeah, my treat was going to be the butterscotch ice cream. Well, it wasn't. It's not ice cream. It's going to be Angel Delight. Stuart Manning's up early this morning. He'll be listening because it's blooming cold out there. If you live in the countryside... And who was I speaking to? It was a friend of mine who's bought a place in the country. But, it's my godchildren. And their place is cold. I forgot who it was all of a sudden. Their place is cold because it was built in the 1600s. And so, of course, they weren't insulated in those days. The only way they were insulated is because in their place, which used to be a farmhouse, the animals would live downstairs in the farmhouse and they would live upstairs. So they were all in one building. They do have a fire, but they haven't had it on. They've got central heating. But because it's an old building, I mean, it leans. It's seriously, it's like one of those houses at the fun fair. You know, you go to the house at the fun fair and the floor leans, and you get to a mirror that makes you look really slim. I like that. I wanted to buy one, but they wouldn't sell it to me. And it does get cold. So they've got a fan heater on, like a tall rotating fan, an isolating kind of whatever it does, so it oscillates, and that's quite good actually. I bought one as well, which is so much easier. You just flick it on and it sort of swings backwards and forwards and gives you a dusting of warm air, which is very nice. I like things like that. There's one thing I don't want to be cold. I don't like being cold. I don't mind walking out the front door and going, blooming heck, it's cold this morning. I moan about it all the time. There's another story in the paper today which has made all the papers, and it's going to result, I can confidently predict, with this couple getting, a lot of stick from a lot of people. And the story is one that you've heard before. And the reason you've heard it before is because it happened some years ago. I'm trying to find it, actually. But it happened some years ago, and it was a couple who had a guest house. And some guy phones up and books the guest house, and then when they turn up, it's a gay couple, and the couple who had the guest house said, I'm terribly sorry, we're not going to rent you the room. And he said, well, you have to, you've accepted the booking, you're a guest house. It doesn't say gays not accepted or anything like that. It's in the Daily Mail, is it? Anyway, so here it is. This is a Christian couple who banned a gay man and his ITV producer partner from buying their dream Surrey home due to their sexuality. Now, I have to tell you that Luke Whitehouse and his partner, Lachlan, two stunningly good-looking people. I can't tell you. I mean, they really, in terms of good-looking people in the newspapers, this is a really good-looking pair. Anyway, Luke and his partner Lachlan spotted this 3-bed, semi-detached cottage as they looked to get on the property ladder. They've been together for 8 years. They contacted the vendors to arrange a viewing. The owners, one Luke Main, 33, a builder, and his wife, Cambridge University medical physicist Dr. Joanna Brunker, asked them what their circumstances were. I've never heard of this before, but anyway, when they explained they're a gay couple, the owners refused to let them even view the house, let alone buy it. They cited passages from the Bible and said they couldn't sell the house to two men in a partnership. Luke told the Mail Online, initially for the first 10 seconds, I laughed. I thought it was a joke. But unfortunately, of course, it turned out not to be a joke. The gay couple was stunned because of their sexuality, and the vendors says you can't buy it. They said we can't sell the house to two men in a partnership. And I looked at the picture of Luke and his other half, and they're very nice. He said, I had a cry on the phone. Homophobia still exists with these two people. And the couple's response to them stunned them. It said, and I'll read it for you, Dear Lachlan and Luke, thank you for sharing your circumstances with us. We're sorry if we seem intrusive, but we want to make it clear we would be unwilling for two men in a partnership to view or buy our house, as it is contrary to the gracious teaching in God's Word, the Holy Bible, e.g. Romans 1:24-28 and Jude 7, King James Version, with regards. And then it was from this couple who don't... Well, that you're not allowed to do that, darlings, I'm afraid to tell you. Can you? You can actually be homophobic openly now. Well, admittedly, you don't have to sell it to them. They said, sorry, we can't do Sundays as we try and keep the Lord's Day. I don't like these two already. I really don't. But anyway, they've been taken off. I think they had purple bricks that were on with, and they've been removed from that. And they live in an area which is very nice, but they were asking questions. They say, we've actually spent a lot of time in Coulsdon and the surrounds, and we're happy to call England home now. Looking forward to meeting you both at a convenient time and viewing the property. And they basically written back, said, sod off, you're not having it. We're not going to show it to you because there's no chance that we're going to sell it to you because we don't like gays. Makes you wonder how they exist, really, in the real world. One's a builder. Well, you wouldn't want to employ him, would you? If you were a gay couple, he'd be the last person you'd want round there. Thank you very much indeed. I wonder if he's taken work from gay people before. And then she works in a university, isn't it? And she's I forget what she does now, actually. What does she do? Wait a minute. We did have it a minute ago. I've completely now forgotten. But wait a minute. So she's Cambridge Institute, whatever that is. Cambridge University medical physicist. Never worked with gay people before, Joanna, have you? I mean, how bizarre. I'm sure there must be gay people working where you work. Do you talk to them, or do you shun them completely because of your religious beliefs? I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't think you were allowed to do this. This sounds like discrimination, but the producer's right. If you don't want to sell somebody your property, you don't sell them the property. But you don't basically say, I'm sorry, we're actually Christian and we don't like people like you. It would go against our teachings. To be honest with you, I wouldn't want to buy anything off them anyway. But they're going to get a ton of abuse from people. They really are. I mean, I'm not sure where the legal process comes in. You're not. I mean, you can sell your house to who you want, but I don't think you're allowed to discriminate against. It's like somebody come around and say, "I'm terrorist. We're not selling it to Asians. We're not selling it to people from Nigeria. Why not?" Well, it goes against our teachings, I'm afraid. And you think to yourself, no, it's your discretion. But as I say, they're going to regret that. You can almost guarantee it. I can guarantee it now because it's in all the papers today, and everybody's made a big deal about, really how some people are still in this day and age homophobes, openly homophobic. And he's a builder. I wonder what sort of builder he is, actually. Gordon in Scotland says, smoking outside, Steve. I've seen them throw fag ends on the ground. Disgusting. We've got in Twickenham, there's a chemist, and one of the women who works in there outside all the time with a fag on. With it literally dropping them all over the ground. Disgusting. Picture of hell she is. Oh, it's truth. But we like the idea, Mike, in Aberdeen, of sort of having a little treat. You can always have a treat every so often. That's a good... Even if you're a diabetic, you can have a treat every so often. So if I bought that Angel Delight in butterscotch flavour, that would be a treat. It would also make me quite ill, I should imagine. But to be honest with you, I'm willing to risk the illness. Fred says my first and last slush puppy gave me brain freeze. It was blue and had the flavour of an old washing machine. How lovely! I loved the blue one. The blue one was my favourite. My favourite. We used to go. John and I, who works for Paul Cooper, and we used to go if we went out on the deliveries in the morning. Was a place we'd pull into just off Teddington High Street, and we'd get ourselves a slush puppy. There was something nice about it. I don't know why. You don't get them smart. They do exist. They do exist. You mainly find them in markets. There'll be somebody there selling slush puppies, and they are quite nice actually. But they do offer them, and the cinema have them as well. But I should imagine probably not so keen because you might drop them. But I thought they were fab. But it's this brain freeze. Barry and oh, look at that. Look, Tango Ice Blast. Oh, Cineworld have stopped selling it. I wonder why. Is that because people are sitting there in the middle of a really quiet film going, No sugar. So they've axed Tango Ice Blast slushies and viewers are threatening to boycott the cinema. God. We'll just have an ice lolly. They do look nice though, don't they? I think they look really exciting. No sugar. No sugar raspberry. No sugar cherry. Cherry's that's a great flavour. So poor old Cineworld, if you're a fan of them, don't bother going to Cineworld because they don't sell them anymore. But what we're looking at, Cinema are ditching the fizzy frozen drink and replaced it with a Vimto-based version called Ice instead. Do you think there's probably more profit in the other one? I can't imagine why you'd axe one for another one. But they do look lovely. They do look very nice. I love it in cherry. Cherry is one of my favourite flavours. I'm not sure about watermelon. They do that in McDonald's, I think, don't they? Don't they do a thing watermelon, or somebody does? I think I've seen a watermelon something. No? Oh. Are you sure? I'm sure there is something. Where have I seen it then? It's definitely in a burger place. It must be. And it's a watermelon type drink. Isn't it? I've just got it it is, isn't it? I'm sure I've seen it. In the back of my mind, it's now pushing to the front. There is something, isn't there? They're ditching Pepsi for its new fruit drinks. Wait a minute. What are the fruit? Oh, look. They go 2 fruity sparkly drinks. But it doesn't say. They go watermelon and lime and peach and honey. Da, 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 da. Peach and honey. Yeah, watermelon and lime sounds quite nice. I can't have watermelon, though. It's no good for diabetics. Typical, isn't it? Peach and honey sounds delicious, but I shouldn't imagine I could have honey. It'll just be some sort of, thing that they mix. It sounds lovely, doesn't it? I knew that they did. I love the way the producer was so adamant. No, they don't. No, they don't. Barry in Hounslow says, for dinner, me and the kids had lots of vegetables, cabbage, boiled baby potatoes, peas, Richmond thick sausages and hot gravy, and went down beautifully. I don't like Richmond sausages. Because I suddenly realised that the meat content is not as good as going out and buying some other sausages which have got 97% meat. Richmond sausages are way down the list. And they also come out a sort of fluorescent pink colour. And I remember looking at them thinking, what's the meat? I don't think the meat content's very high at all. What if it's not meat? Well, I don't know, but they use filler inside sausages. Like even butchers use filler. But there are I bought sausages before and they're 97% meat. But I think if you find out, I think you'll probably find it's about 40% in the Richmond sausages. I'm pretty certain. Don't ever argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong. So 42%. I thought it was. It's only because I've done the story some years ago. Don't you just love it when it all comes together? Nice to have your company. It's Friday. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You are very welcome. Doesn't matter who you are, where you are, whether you're in bed, in hospital. Well, actually, maybe not in hospital, because you'll be asleep at the moment, won't you? Desperate trying to get to sleep in that ward. And there's always going to be somebody who keeps it going all night. Nurse, shut up. You're in hospital.
This is LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. Jill in Ireland says, I ordered a dozen packets of Angel Delight on Amazon. Very yummy. I can't wait to get the ice cream. It does exist because I saw the strawberry one yesterday. Janet in Manchester says, I have a Mars bath when I'm having a hypo, as I was instructed to by my doctor. But as you say, any glucose will do, or you can get a packet of Lucozade glucose tablets. But as I say, the thing that works quick for me, Jelly Bellies work very fast because they're concentrated sugar. And, noisy phone, honestly. What's the matter with it? Which is ridiculous. I see that Dawn Neeson has retweeted my bring on a mug of tea and a biscuit, which is my recipe for a freezing cold Friday. And then she said, will a bowl of blueberries and a sugar-free Monster energy drink do? A bowl of blueberries is very good for you. Very good for you. She's writing her woman's own column. This is her Friday motivation. Darren loves Monster energy drinks. I don't think I've ever had one. Is it a bit like Red Bull? You know, you can get a sugar-free Red Bull. Dawn probably knows about this. You can get a sugar-free Red Bull. And it's the kind of thing I thought, but I do like blueberries. Occasionally, Paul Cooper will have sort of a big rush of blueberries on, and you can buy a big box of them for £2 of blueberries, which I'm assuming you can probably freeze, actually. But that sounds... But then Dawn's healthy. She's another one of these people who goes out running. 4 a.m, she'll be out running. And I'm sort of thinking, I feel ill even thinking about running at this time of the morning. It's not my kind of thing at all. But I tell you, you will love this story, Dawn. I don't know which way you would go on this one. I was one way and then I went the other way, strangely. It was the front page of The Sun. And it's a story about Prince Andrew, because while he's down, we might as well all come round and kick him. And this is the time when a maid, somebody who was employed at Buckingham Palace, her name is Charlotte Briggs, she was left in tears by the demands of Prince Andrew. OK, what were the demands? Well, she was the maid for Prince Andrew. She joined, and she had to run up 4 flights of stairs to shut his curtains that he was sitting in front of. And originally I thought, well, that's a bit off, isn't it? But then I suddenly thought, no, this is a member of the royal family. If he says, I want my bed turned down in this way, and you run upstairs and you change the curtains, then you run upstairs and change the curtains. If you don't want to do it, then bugger off and get another job. Don't go for a job with the royal family, because if you've ever worked for the Queen, she has it done a certain way. You only do it the one way. And apparently he wasn't bothered, she says, when his dog bit her leg. Well, I didn't even know Prince Andrew ever had a dog. So, she's obviously very bitter about this whole thing, and obviously capitalising on the fact she can sell her story, because she's... Oh, wait a minute, how old is she? Oh, then she was 22. How old is she now? How old? She's now 40. This was over 27 years ago. Oh, dear love. Hope they paid you well. Hope they paid you. She branded him, she said my leg was bleeding and my tights were ripped. I mean, whether there's evidence of this, I've got no idea, or whether it's just a story, because you've noticed that the royal family don't respond to anything like that. And it was a shame. I mean, the dog has been branded a nasty little thing. It attacked a carpet fitter in the Duke's Equerry. It died in 2000, aged 13, and in 2010 featured on a doormat gift from Fergie for Andrew's 50th birthday. They're a wag, aren't they, in that family? But, you're employed as a maid to work for the royal family. If they say jump, you say how high. If you don't want to do it, love, you go back where you came from and stop selling silly little stories. 27 years ago. It's like being a producer on this show and then going, oh, of course, Steve was terrible to work with. He only bought me one little pot of those shrimps, and I wanted a case of them, and they were supposed to be really lovely, and he made me go and get him a cup of tea in the morning and stuff like that. If you don't want to do the job, then go away. Don't do something else. But I hope she's pleased with her money. You probably got your 20 pieces of silver now, and that'll keep you happy. She said Andrew kept 72 teddies, many in sailor outfits, and his ex-wife Fergie's wedding dress. The teddies weren't in it, but he kept Sarah Ferguson's wedding dress. But what's that got to do with you, love? How many teddies he's got? What has it got to do with a maid? It's got nothing to do with you. Well, she had to arrange that. So? If you don't want to do the job, it's like saying, oh, here I am, I'm working at the Ritz, and I've actually got to serve people food. Good all above, I'm working as a waitress. I don't want to serve them food. I have to make people's bed. I'm a chambermaid. Just think about how Prince Charles has his bath. He has it lukewarm and the plug is facing the right way. And if it isn't, he's going to get very cross, and you might have to go in there and put your hand into the water, which could be covered in bubbles and everything else. I mean, goodness sake. I mean, I don't know how a plug can face the wrong way. I'm merely telling you what he has done. And we know this because good old Paul Chatterbox Burrell has opened his gob again and told you about how Prince Charles has his bath, which is lukewarm and only half full. Well, I remember when I was little, we never had a full bath, because we had an immersion heater. That was how you had it. And the Queen and Prince Charles used it to avoid showers. They don't have showers, working class showers. You see, I have a shower for the simple reason that it uses less water and it's clean. Because if you have a bath, you're washing your dirt off and sitting in it. You might as well not bother. If you have a shower, it washes it away, washes the dirt away, and it makes a lot of difference. So I always have showers to wash the dirt away. But, and a little seat. I've got a little chair in the shower, which is very nice. So I can sit down. Yeah, got a small Chesterfield and a couple of lights. Makes it entertaining. Very good. But fancy complaining, he made me run up 4 flights of stairs. He didn't make you run anywhere, darling. What he said was, can you send somebody up to come and do the curtains in the room, which have not been done properly? The fact you had to run up 4 flights of stairs, I mean, to be honest with you, what's the matter with that? That's how Buckingham Palace operates. He sat next to the curtains. He could have done them himself. No, that's what you're paid for, love. That's what you're paid for. You're a skivvy. Paul Burrell says his pyjamas, this is Charles, are pressed every morning and his shoelaces are pressed flat with an iron. The water temperature is just tepid and only half full. His underwear must not have a crease out of place. He likes his underwear ironed. What's the matter with that? Tepid bath. Yeah, he doesn't like it. The bath towel is arranged to his taste and the bath plug must face a specific direction. I don't see anything the matter with this. It's called being pedantic and a pain in the arse. I mean, for goodness sake, they're the royal family. Paul Burrell's made a fortune out of exploiting the royal family. That's all he's done. Little Miss Tittle-tattle. And so he goes ironing. I know we think it's odd ironing shoelaces, but to be honest with you, why not? Why not? I mean, I've been ironing my pants for years. Nothing the matter with that. Yeah, before I throw them away. Nothing the matter with that. And socks. Socks are always very good. I mean, I tell you what. I wear plimsolls. Yes, nothing the matter with that. I don't know what people moan about things for. But if you work for the royal family, you have to accept the fact that they're not in the real world. They don't know. They think a teddy bear's funny. They don't realise you can go to the fun fair and win a teddy. Or something like that. And then you have all this shrimp talk, says Mark in Thailand. Led us to the local fish market in Hua Hin, where the shrimps are the size of lobsters, half a kilo barbecued in front of us with sides and drinks for 10 quid. Ooh, gonna be thick. See, these things look as though they could reach off the plate and grab you and drag you to a secret world. They're huge, aren't they? Huge. Not my sort of... Lots of meat. Yeah, it's not my sort of food, that. If you'd seen the shrimps from Morecambe Bay, they're the tiniest shrimps you've ever seen. I mean, they are miniature shrimps. They must make a fortune up in Morecambe Bay. Minty looking down her nose at them like, excuse me, and the shrimps are where? Believe it or not, inside that thing. There might be 100 or more. £1 per limb. They're so tiny. I think we've raided an orphanage to get them. That's where I think they've come from. They're from the shrimp orphanage. Prince Andrew apparently also kept Fergie's wedding dress in his wardrobe at Buckingham Palace after they divorced and laid her makeup out on a dressing table, Charlotte Briggs has claimed. Girl, you are a tittle-tattle, aren't you? Haven't you signed a clause saying you're not supposed to talk about these sort of things, love? I hope they take you to court. That'll be nice. I mean, if this had been Henry VIII's time and you'd left the employ of Henry VIII, you'd have been in the Tower with an execution planned for the following morning. No, I don't think so. You're not supposed to talk about the royal family. They all sign these disclaimers. You're not supposed to talk about them. That's why. It's, But she lives in Halifax, so she's well out of it in London. Well out of it. We don't want you back again, dear. So he's got loads of teddy bears. I've got loads of DVDs. She said I needed a day's training in how to arrange teddies. God, you're a bit slow, aren't you? A whole day's training. Oh, blimey. She said 72 in size order. It was no picnic. That must have been difficult working out. That's an 8-inch one. That's a 7-inch one. Where do you think that would go? On the right-hand side or the left? Oh, I don't know. It's so complicated. Good Lord above. But anyway, Buckingham Palace declined to comment, quite rightly too. They don't comment on these sort of things, but you're not supposed to be talking, love. You know, I don't think anybody's really that interested, no matter what you might think about Prince Andrew. You know, the fact that he called you up to do the curtains, I think, frankly, I'd be doing the same thing. Oi! And clean the shoes, all right? That's what they do. She said Prince Edward was quite nice. He held a door open for her. Once. You just have to accept the fact. Yes, it was a trapdoor. Yes. Oh, God, honestly. I can't cope with it. It's too much, really, honestly. It's only a Friday morning. Have you tried the green and black's various flavours of ice cream? The chocolate one's delicious, says Anne. No, you're the diabetic. What do you want about? You can't have this stuff. Not surprised you're having hypos. Good Lord above. But captain of the Groovy Gang, Steve, in the original Spikers group today, it's a year when I went into hospital with sepsis, COVID and kidney stones, which I'm hoping to get removed soon. You've helped keep my spirits up during the 3.5 weeks I was in hospital and still do. There you go. At least we've got some useful purpose, haven't we? Even though Prince Andrew's got 72 teddy bears. All right, you know, other people have different things, don't they? We discovered yesterday a lot of people have got the Charlie bears and things like that. Some people have got quite a few of them, and they're not cheap. Normal little teddy bears. I mean, Prince Andrew maybe has them from childhood. They might have been things given to him as he was growing up, and they go, there you go, have a teddy bear, you know. Yeah, and shut up. Yeah, I wanted sweet. Have a blooming teddy bear, all right? There's another teddy bear. Wait a minute, your granny will buy you a teddy bear for Christmas. Which one do you want? Wanted sweets. Not having them, pal. You're not having them.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Pete in Tewkesbury. We like Tewkesbury, actually. It sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Probably ghastly. One of our nearby pubs, he says, recently started producing alcoholic slush puppy cocktails. Lovely. Now, see, that sounds quite nice, but the trouble is there's a limit to how much ice you can drink, isn't there? And I do like ice in a drink. I'm a bit funny about that. If I'm having a drink in a bar or something, I like a lot of ice. Except if it's Prosecco, I just expect a chilled bucket of ice. But normally drinks, I love lots of ice. But the idea of having alcoholic slush puppies, that sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? No, not to... Well, you can't help it with slush puppies because, yeah, but with the actual slush puppy, each little grain is ice, isn't it? So there's not a lot you can do about that. Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, says, we were talking to some crew about LBC yesterday, and one lady said she couldn't get by without your show whenever she's in the world, wherever she is in the world, especially with jet lag. She lives in Twickenham and says if she sees you, she's going to give you a big hug. That'll be a police matter, I can tell instantly. Somebody comes up and starts giving you a big hug. Do you remember Jean, who celebrated her birthday the other day? 90. They sent me a picture of her. She's a very young 90. Very, very young 90. But anyway, she celebrated her 90th birthday the other day, and she's been a listener for a long time. Long time. But she woke up at 1:30 in the morning specifically to hear her birthday mention, which I think is great dedication. 2.5 hours early, just in anticipation. The best shrimps I've ever seen is on the Hairy Bikers Go North. They find all the best places on their travels. Good that we still have these small food companies, says Catherine. Yeah, but they're so tiny. They at Cy and Day serve up tasty Morecambe Bay potted shrimp risotto with a fennel and orange salad. So, I mean, how many tins went into this thing? Or not tins, about 100 tins. They're piddly. Yeah, that 3 small pots they used. Because they're 50-gram pots. They're tiny. And it looks lovely. Because I do like Cy and Dave. I could probably make that, but I can't really be bothered. What's the point? All I've got to do is put 2 slices of toast in the toaster. And then, and I rip the toast up. I rip the toast up after I've cooked it. No, not in anger. No, I just rip it up. And then I smear butter on. And then I put the potted shrimps on top of that. And then folded it over and shoved it in my mouth. In my mouth. It was lovely. I mean, it was lovely, but it didn't taste of anything. But then if you take away the sauce from shrimp cocktails or prawn cocktails, they don't taste of anything. And that's why they have to do them with sort of Mary Rose sauce. Yeah. You can make it yourself. Literally with, salad cream, some Tabasco, bit of tomato ketchup and a few things like that. You can make your own. So you could have Mary Rose. No, you can't do it because they put butter with it. I mean, that's why you can buy separate shrimps and prawns in the places, and they'll do them with garlic, or they'll do them with chili or stuff like that, and then you can add them. But I always add beetroot to a prawn cocktail, chopped beetroot, because I like beetroot, and it just seems to go quite well with it. I feel a bit guilty just eating the thing, but quite nice, quite nice. But all these little shrimps, as I say, they're so small. I mean, they could actually evaporate when you take the lid off if you're not careful. They could just sort of 1 minute they're there, the next minute you go, they've all gone. They've all sort of marched out of the little thing. Apparently, Richmond veggie sausages have been voted the best, says Jennifer. I don't know. I've never eaten veggie sausages. I kind of think it defeats the object. It's a sausage. Are they nice? You've had them, have you? Yeah, you would have done. Typical, honestly. You've probably been to Mars and Venus and other places too. Yeah, Ben, you and Ben on one of your nights out, you know, at a harvester. Dave in Plymouth says, Steve, tried Guinness-flavoured crisps last night. Very chummy. You mean yummy? I've never heard of chummy crisps. That means crisps that are going to embrace you and go, I really love you. I really love you. But Guinness crisps, they sound disgusting. Not my sort of thing at all. Who are they made by? Guinness. We've hand-cooked quality potatoes to crisp perfection before flavouring them with a unique blend of roasted barley and hops. The result is a mouth-watering crisp with the bittersweet flavour of the iconic Irish stout. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I'm sorry, a crisp is a potato. We don't need to flavour it with anything, thank you very much indeed. But as I say, you are in Plymouth, Dave. It is the home, I should imagine, of Guinness-flavoured crisps. Google... mechanically recovered meat, and you'll never buy a cheap sausage again, says Niall. No, I agree with you. The best ones are Sainsbury's. That's the Which survey. 97% meat. Richmond sausages, 42%, which is Sainsbury's are the taste the different sausages. The trouble is you've got to go to Sainsbury's, and I don't generally shop in Sainsbury's. I'm generally sort of a Waitrose or an M&S kind of boy. And they do the 97% meat ones in M&S as well. So I do get the meatier the better. The meatier the better. You don't want anything. I mean, anything like 42%. What the hell's the rest of it? That's what you have to ask. Oh dear. Are scientists about to crack the secret of living to 130? No, they're not. Anyway, other stories which were in the papers today. When I was young, says Gordon, it was a tin bath. We had a tin bath as well when we lived in Yorkshire. We didn't have a bathroom. You had the kitchen sink, and we had a tin bath, we only had a bath once a week. Once a week you had a bath, and you couldn't throw the bath water away because somebody else had to get into it. And there was we just didn't have money for things like that. You know, we had a little bit of central heating in the house, but there was certainly no bathroom. So the tin bath, and my mother had there was a name for it. I can't remember what it was. It was like a big sort of thing that heated up hot water. And then we poured that into the bath, and then it took two of us to lift the bath out and empty it into the back garden. So we had the cleanest plants you've ever seen. They all had bits of soap suds all over them and everything else. But bloody cold up there in Yorkshire, I tell you. But no, tin baths, quite normal for a lot of people. Dave in Plymouth said, Steve, I met Charles once. He was very nice, but he looked like he'd just had a fight. Prince Charles. I love it. What did I see the other day? It was a picture of Charles and the two boys when they were talking, turning up at some event. And you can imagine, actually, you can understand why you've got, people who say, this is how I like my bath. See, I like a hot bath. I do like a hot bath. I'd fill it as hot as possible. Cheaper sausages are usually made of trimmings, which is the offcuts of premium cuts. Cheaper sausages contain filler, known as sausage meal, usually made of wheat or rice flour. Water is then added to the sausage and absorbed by the meal, which contributes to the weight of the sausage. You're basically buying water. So, you buy something and it's sold by advertising. You see, I bought some McCain triple cooked chips the other day. I have to be honest, they weren't very good. The Marks and Spencer's triple cooked chips were much, much better, 10 times better, because when you bit into it, these just tasted like chips that had flour, and they were all sort of odd shapes. I didn't like them. I shan't buy them again. Definitely not for me. Listening to you from Australia, Steve, with the grandchildren, Kobe and Ruby. Very nice indeed. How is Australia this morning? Weather suiting you? Over here, it's freezing cold and miserable, and there's puddles everywhere, but at least it's Friday. And we like Friday. Friday is just great. And also, Kim says, just had a slush puppy in a swim in an outdoor pool. You all right? Don't rub it in and make us feel even worse. Yeah, I get no end of listeners from Australia. I think they actually think I'm one of their own. Mate, have a little tinny. I was watching have you seen this shrimp on the Barbie? Well, in this case, the shrimps wouldn't survive on the Barbie. They'd fall through it. They're not even the size of shrimps, are they? Look at the size of them. You wait till you put them on toast. They're not even baby shrimps. I told you, we've raided the embryonic shrimp orphanage to get these little... They're so tiny, you couldn't cook them anywhere. Did you know Iceland, says Lisa in Surrey, sell Mr. Kipling French fancy flavours ice cream? They do all sorts of different flavours of ice cream now. They do crunchy ice cream, Twix ice cream, and all the different lollies, Black Jacks, fruit salads, all different things. Ever had a McFlurry? No, I haven't. No, I've never had a... I know what they are. It's an ice cream with bits in it, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, they do make them, do they? Because you didn't know about the watermelon drink. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw it in. I don't want to mention it again. I'm not that sort of person. How much are they? Of course, you would remember. £1. Whatever happened to the diet that you were so proudly telling me a short while ago that you would... It must have been Corey. Were you never doing a diet? Oh, right. OK. Well, think about it. No, I'm just sort of saying. I'm sure it was you. I'm very rarely wrong on these things. You can tell the sun. Ibrahim says, Steve, the biggest shrimp I've ever had were a restaurant in Malaysia, and they warned us they were unique to the area in the size of lobsters. And my dad, being a seafood fanatic, didn't believe them and ordered 8. When they came, they were enormous. I've just seen a picture of some of the other ones, which are huge. These little shrimps from Morecambe Bay, they are so tiny. I mean, they can't be more than 1/8 of an inch. Oh, you haven't seen it? Well, you have them, and then next week you actually tell me. Take a picture. Kiri in London says, I had a rum punch slush puppy. Oh, that sounds nice. Rum punch slush puppy. Oh. We used to have at school, when we were little, obviously, we used to buy a block of ice cream and a bottle of, like Tizer, Corona, but it was cream soda. And we put it into a glass. It tasted creamy. And then we put a scoop of ice cream into it as well. It was delicious. Oh, this looks nice. Tropical boozy slush puppy will have you feeling like a kid again. Well, I'm sorry. When we were a kid, we didn't drink booze. That's what it says. This boozy slush puppy machine will have you feeling like a kid again. I don't want to encourage things like that. But, yeah, I've seen this slush puppy machine. I don't think it's particularly good. You need the proper big one. You're going to get me one, yeah. That's the second item you've tried. This is obviously a new one. I've not seen this one before. Because presumably you've got to buy the stuff to put it in there. But I like the idea of all these different things. Alcoholic slush recipes. Now, if you're going to buy one of these slush puppy machines, you need a professional one, don't you? It's like I've seen the little ones that do candy floss. And they're but they're like piddly little things. It's going to take you forever to get something the size of a spoonful out. But a rum punch slush puppy sounds delicious. Steve, have you tried a chip sandwich? Says Shane. We call them crisps chips down here. Yes, I've had a chip sandwich and a chip roll as well. Delicious, with butter. Very nice. And a little bit of mayonnaise. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I'm still worrying about Ibrahim's father and ordering 8 of these. He thought they were shrimps, but they were huge. Come out about the size of lobsters. Interesting.
This is LBC.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Jennifer says, I hope you've left Nick some nibbles for tonight, otherwise he'll have a rant. No, they'll have gone by the time it gets round to poor old Nick Abbott. They're not. Even my boss mentioned it yesterday. I had a meeting with my boss the other day. Well, I say a meeting. I mean, I always go in there and say, listen, how do I stand for a loan? He said, well, you kneel to begin with. And so we were talking about, because he's just bought a dog. He's bought a dog and it's a puppy. It's a lab puppy. When I say a lab puppy, it's not been smoking cigarettes in a laboratory. It's a Labrador puppy, and they bought all the things. And I said, because I was sort of being all clever, and I said, have you bought the insurance? Because you need insurance on puppies because they need their parvovirus inoculations, and you'll spend a fortune on dogs in the vet. Every time I go there, there'll be another bill for them. I said, have you got a little coat? for it as well. And he went, oh no, we haven't got a coat. I said, you need to get a little coat, actually. But they've got the toys, they've got the bowls and everything else. And I said, and the one thing you'll discover, because we had it as well when we had a dog years ago, is that when it's raining, nobody wants to take the dog out for a walk. Nobody wants to go out. Which is quite funny, actually, because it was one of those sort of things you sort of think, oh, you know, who's going to take the dog out? You look out the window, if it's raining, you go, I don't think so. Steve, did your mum, her hot water supply, was it a geyser? No, we had a Rayburn in the sitting room. We only had a very small sitting room. We had a bigger dining room for some reason. So that was sort of which went through the cold room from the kitchen in to get into. This is in Yorkshire. It was a rambling old house built in the 1600s. This is the one with the secret tunnel under the stairs, so that the smugglers could come in from the coast and bring their contraband. And it was cold, so what we did, we just put blankets on the beds because the central heating didn't reach upstairs. And the geyser was something you'd have over the bath, but we didn't have a bathroom. My grandmother had a bathroom in Gants Hill, and it was a geyser, and it's a small thing, probably about a quarter of the size of a normal combi boiler that you'd have in your kitchen. And you turned it on, and you'd see the light in front of you go, and it would ignite, and it would give you hot water, but it would dribble out. It was never sort of gushing out. It was only a little tiny pipe, and so we had that. We had a copper for heating the water. That was it. It was a copper. Was your mum's water heater a Burco? No, we weren't that posh. I wish we were, actually. Steve says, Tony, it sounds like you like your meat. It sounds like you like your meat. I do, actually. I'm not a huge meat eater. I mean, I'll have burgers. I bought them from Sandy's before. They do really, really good burgers. They're not cheap, but they're really, really good burgers. They're sort of... I just have them on their own. What I generally do with them is I cook them, and then I'll throw in some rice on top. So I have sort of burgers with sort of rice. I'll generally get 2 into the saucepan. But if you fancy a short trip out from Twickenham, try the Windsor Farm Shop. Oh, I've been there many times, Tony. I know it very well. Very well. Owned by the royal family, because when they did a programme on the telly about Windsor Castle, they had the Duke of Edinburgh. Yeah, the little shop here, Your Majesty, the joy's going down. And he was wandering around there, and all the people who were buying things, he was going, is this good value? Is it very good? And the people... It sounds like Charles, but a bit older. And they were surprised to see him. They were going, yes, very good value. Very good. Good. He didn't buy anything. He was just showing them around with the cameras. And yes, they don't spend money, by the way. So I know all about the farm shop. I remember when it first opened. Amazing. Barry says, I was shocked when I went into Tesco's in Isleworth. Virtually nothing on the shelf. No deals. Worse, no variety. Oh, I tell you, we have no trouble. You need to come round Twickenham. It's far more exclusive than Isleworth, as you can imagine. So 2 Tesco's. 2 Tesco's. Yes, we have a big Tesco round by the rugby ground. And then there's a little one on the High Street, which is mini one. And then we've got a Waitrose, a Marks and Spencer's, and a Sainsbury's. Just overloaded with supermarkets. Overloaded. I'm listening, says Brett, from the snoring ward at Whipps Cross Hospital. No point trying to sleep. The walls are vibrating with the noise of a dozen ill people. Breakfast isn't till 8 and I'm gasping for a cup of tea. Can you all... See, when I went to hospital, I had no trouble pushing the little thing saying, is it possible I can get a cup of tea, please? And the nurses will happily get you a cup of tea, as long as it's not shift change. No, the NHS, I got a cup of tea. You know, they would happily bring one over. Of course, they do it fairly quietly, because otherwise people went, no. And the other people want a cup of... There's so many ill people in hospitals. I couldn't believe it. I thought, I'll be very lucky if I emerge from this thing without some serious illness like diphtheria or something like that. Steve, I think that staff of the royal family are allowed to discuss information after 20 years from the creation of a non-disclosure agreement of 5 years, says Sarah, from the death of a member of the royal family to whom the information relates, whichever is longer. Yeah, Paul Burrell sang like a canary, but I mean, 5 years after she died. But there again, we were never too sure, because I've always argued the toss when he said, you know, she called me her rock. When, dear? When did she say this? When did she... What are you doing? What are you doing? Tea. Yes, I'll have a tea. So I thought you were doing an impression of the royal family or something, and I was sort of trying to work out why Minty was sitting there holding a little pinky up, and I'm thinking, perhaps that's how the Queen drinks her cup of tea or something. I couldn't work out how I was going to weave it into the conversation. Yeah, Paul Burrell, you know, Diana called me her rock. When, dear? Where is the evidence of this? There is no evidence. I think he just makes it up, honestly. Typical florists. Steve, butchers are the best for sausages. Old English sausage. Defo in the top 10. Cumberland, Supermarket sausage is definitely a no-no. Actually, I do like a Cumberland sausage. I do like a Cumberland, but I tend to sort of, I mean, I'm not very good at actually cooking. I can't cook. No point lying about it. That's my God-made restaurants and ready meals and stuff like that. Janet again says, you're right, Steve. M&S triple cooked chips are the best, and I really like their Aberdeen Angus beef sausages as well. 97% meat. Joanna says, dogs don't want to go for a walk when it's raining. Oh, our ones always did. And I treated myself, says Kim the other day, to 2 memory foam pillows the other day. Bit disappointed. Oh, really? Oh, I've got memory foam. They're really hard, but you do sink into them. I do like them. Well, I use 1 pillow for sleeping, but I do have 3 pillows on the bed. I know, because I'm rich. 3 pillows. It's only because sometimes I'll go around Costco and there'll be somebody demonstrating a new pillow. I think, I better get that. So I take it home. So I better get it. I don't want to run out of things like that. I've got a Rayburn, says David, in my kitchen. I had it shipped from Oxford to Japan, where we live. One of the best purchases of my life. We're all toasty, although it's only 5 degrees outside. Toasty is the best thing, David. Seriously, I would not disagree with you. No matter where we were we were talking the other day about there being snow in the Sahara Desert, in the eastern Algeria side of it, and people go, no. I'm going, yeah, absolutely, snow. And in the desert, the temperature at night falls dramatically. Not unusual to wake up to a frost in the desert. But I always, in all the countries we lived at, in Egypt, I just remember it being hot. That's all. I don't remember anything else about Egypt. I was too young to remember. Hong Kong, I remember little bits of. And that was hot, but because we were younger and we were used to it, we didn't really think anything about it. Yorkshire, of course, was just freezing cold as far as I was concerned. Very, very cold, but I did like it, actually. I did like it a lot. Halinka says, speaking of old houses, we found 3 Victorian ice houses in our grounds. The first we knew of their existence is when the gardener almost fell in. Ice houses were very popular, and they were there. They used to have ice. Because during the winter, ice and snow, as you know, they used to cut it from lakes and rivers. They take it into the ice house, which was just like a domed building, or it could be slightly underground, and they would wrap it with straw, or sometimes they used sawdust, and it would remain frozen for months. And it was for the storage of food, but you could use it for cooling off drinks or the preparation of ice cream or sorbet desserts. I mean, a typical ice house, a commercial one, would hold, I don't know, 3,000 short tons of ice in a 30 by 100 foot and 14 metre high building. But ice house, yeah, the ice trade, yes. I mean, we used to have, if you go to the fish markets, you'll see people dragging ice around. I think you'll probably find Sandy's have got a machine that produces ice because they're constantly using ice on their displays to keep the fish on, or the crabs, or the lobsters and things like that. And you get a lot of that. And also pubs. You couldn't survive without the ice machine. When the ice machine went down, you'd have to send a minion out, somebody maybe who'd work for Buckingham Palace, to go and get some ice from Iceland. You could buy a bag of ice for £1 or £1.50 and then drag it back there because people wanted ice in drinks. And if your ice machine failed, hopeless. But to find 3 Victorian ice houses, that's amazing. Thank you. They're quite a rare thing to find. What? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, very nice indeed. Ice houses. I should imagine you'd probably find Buckingham Palace has got one. I know they've got their own railway. Did you know they've got their own railway? Oh, you see how little you know about life. You know, that's how they get post. They've got a little railway, and it delivers post. Because you've heard of the Mount Pleasant little railway. You can go and visit it. You can go and visit it. It's open as a tourist attraction. It's the postal railway, and they're little trains and little engines. They don't have people sitting in them manning them. They're automatic, and they whiz about all underneath bits of London delivering the post. It's not confirmed. What, Buckingham Palace? Of course it wouldn't be, because that would be, then you could get into Buckingham Palace by nipping in on the railway. It'd be like Mission Impossible, wouldn't it? All getting in there, just go and sit on the Queen's bed. But yeah, I've been there. Rumours of tunnels linking Buckingham Palace are prevalent. But they've said here, there are all sorts of tunnels underneath London. Secret. They also say there's a tunnel between the Palace and Clarence House. And, I would believe these things. Put it this way, it's not a tunnel you can go down because they're very small. They just take the railway. But the railway you can go and see at Mount Pleasant. It's a museum. It's the Postal Museum, and it's got the railway, and you can book rides. When we went, unfortunately, the day we went to go and do it, the blooming thing was broken. But they're little tiny trains. Have you never seen it? Yeah, you've seen it. Do the post office still use it? I don't know if they still use it. I really don't know. I couldn't tell you that. I just know it's up there and we went there. Yeah, back to you on that one. But to find 3 Victorian ice houses, that's amazing. That really is something special. The AA has been accused of putting women at risk after telling a customer gender equality rules prevent it from prioritising help for lone females. This is a doctor. She hit out after being stranded when her car broke down on Wednesday as it was going dark. She called the breakdown service, only to be told it couldn't help women faster because that's equality. I always thought that's what they did. Post Office Railway closed in 2003. Yeah, it's still up there, though, offering you can do a ride on it. Yeah, it's great. But anyway, Dr. Mott of Bristol says the operator gave me an estimated time, which was knocking on for a couple of hours. But that's it. An AA spokeswoman said, we accept that the wording of our initial response wasn't great and have apologised. In fact, we prioritise anyone at risk, but more often than not, it will be lone women. Failing that, love, buy a better car. You're a doctor, you must be able to afford something decent. Good Lord above. Oh, I'm so mean on a Friday. I don't care, though, because it's Friday. And I'm so looking forward to not having any more shrimps. You wait till you open the lid of that thing and you'll phone me. Well, please don't. And, I'll FaceTime you, Steve. Oh, not FaceTime you. No, because the trouble is, whenever he phones me, he reverses the charge. I always know it's him. He comes up as a withheld number, but, yeah, will you be accepting a charge? No, I won't. No, I won't. Yeah, you're stranded. Well, stay stranded. It's not happening, is it?
This is LBC.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It certainly is, and it's Friday, which means you can go whoopee and punch the air and go, thank goodness it's going to be another freezing cold weekend. But the good news is, as Darren told us earlier, that there's dryness. There's no rain forecast, so I can afford to go and get the car washed. I can afford to get the car washed because I've got no mortgage payment this month. Been saving up to get the car washed. It's not cheap to get the car washed now, but I like getting it. I like getting the car. It makes you feel a bit better about life, doesn't it, really, when you get the car washed? That's quite good. Very good. No, you haven't got a car, have you? Neither of them have got cars. Big up me. Big up me. I've got a car. 19 minutes past 5. I don't know why I'm telling you the time, because we're not really bothered about things like that. Spills and thrills and belly aching, but Bez is the star of Dancing on Ice. And I haven't seen any of it because I think they speed it up. I don't think that when you see these people skating on the ice, they're actually going these speeds, because Bez can't. I mean, he's got to wear a crash helmet. Seriously, when he's dancing on ice. Well, yes, this is a picture before he had the COVID, obviously. But very interesting. Also, great sporting insights. Where was the one that they had? They had all these different... Oh, The Weakest Link. I don't know where they get some of the people from, but they're generally quite irritating. The 1974 novel by John Le Carrier, featuring the intelligence agent George Smiley, is entitled Tinker Tailor Soldier What? Bianca Walkden. Baby? No, dear. No. Romesh, in maths, what is 48 plus 11? Lucy Beaumont. 48? Well, it's 59. Mastermind, Clive Myrie. What's the usual word for a female sibling? Tom. Pass? I mean, seriously. And then The Chase's Bradley Walsh. Oscar Wilde lived his whole life during the reign of what British monarch? Sharma. Churchill? Where do they get them from? Is there an agency for terminally stupid people? There can't be. They must go to school, mustn't they? But at least we got rid of the dreary one out of The Apprentice, the one who sort of thought he had a girlfriend for 4 years and it turns out she wasn't remotely interested. And then it turns out that not only has he never had a girlfriend, or anybody, actually, because he proudly told us on the television yesterday that he was still a virgin, which I thought was rivetingly exciting, but still, no more programmes, thank you. Thank you, no more. No more. He's already been on about 3, we don't want any more. Sel says, do you think Her Royal Majesty listens to your wonderful show? Philip used to listen all the time. Huge fan of the programme. Diana used to listen, and Andrew's terrified. He can't listen. He's worried I'm going to be talking about the blasted teddy bears. Have you used a Ninja cooker? Says Peter in Lancashire. No, I've seen them advertised on the television because I'm addicted to telly shopping, as you know. I bought some stuff from TJC the other day. It's a charger for your telephone. So it's a separate standalone unit. So if you start running out, you plug it in. But the difference is you get 3, and they worked out at a £5 each. So I bought 3, because it was £15, and then you pay the postage and packing with you between 3 to 5 days. I've never bought from TJC before, but I thought they seemed so cheap. And when I first saw them being demonstrated, they've got all different attachments to it as well, but they're magnetic. And the Ninja Foodie Health Grill is it basically is 178 quid and replaces your oven, because it will do anything. So you can cook your favourite fresh and frozen foods. It'll do air frying. It'll do all sorts of things. And it includes a cooking pot, a crisper basket, a grill plate, so you can grill, air fry, roast, bake, dehydrate, and it's most of it's dishwasher safe as well. There's all sorts of things like that, and they show you how much stuff you can get in it. You can cram everything in these things. So it sits on the sideboard, presumably for people who don't have an oven. But who doesn't have an oven? Everybody has ovens now. But you see, I liked and I'm not allowed to use it anymore, basically on instructions from the doctor, that thing that I used. What was that thing I fell on? That I can't remember what they call the blooming things now. It's the glass cooker, and you turn it on and it's instant heat and instant lights. Oh, somebody will know the name of it. It's just I can't remember. I fell on it. I got myself burnt to pieces because it's glass. The lid of it is glass, and so that's why that's why you don't see my shirt off in the building. My body is a temple to cosmetic surgery. Yeah, I wish I told you before. Yeah, I'm absolutely covered in scars. Yeah, I'll not tell you that. Oh, right, yeah, there's a video, I think. And, no, there's not. But yeah, I'm covered. I've got stitches and everything. They had to stitch me up and everything else. Yeah, I was in a terrible state. I just fell on this, what do they call it? Somebody will know the name of this cooker thing. No, it's not a slow cooker, no, because they don't get very hot. That's why they're slow. But this is, a toast. No, it's a glass-topped cooker. What do they call the blasted things? Somebody will know. Somebody will send in a thing. You watch, people are very good at things like this. They help us out in the morning, when you've got a presenter who's sort of getting on a bit and can't remember the name of these blooming things. Ever since I sort of fell on it, I've erased it from my mind. Has nobody come up with it yet? Oh, come on, pull yourselves together out there, for goodness sake. I'm not sitting here for my health. What did I fall on? Steve, where'd you store your DVDs? At home. Halogen oven, thank you. Thank you, halogen oven. And so what it is, you lift the lid off, it's glass, and it's got 2 lights in it. So whatever you put in the actual cooker, it starts cooking straight away. You don't need to, but of course the top of it is boiling hot because it's cooking meat or chicken or whatever. And I tripped onto it. And I got stuck on it. So I couldn't get off. I told you the story that my next door, because I'm going, my next door neighbour. Yeah, my next door neighbour, wait, come closer, don't want to shout this. My next door neighbour thought I was having sex. I mean, I ask you, not since yes, ow, no more, but not since 1964. But, didn't want to make a big deal about it. I download and stream my film, says Rob. Well, you're obviously cleverer than I am, because I can't do things like that. My friend got the general manager's job at the Queen's Farm Shop. He got a company car and a house in the grounds. He was from Yorkshire. And Ian says an American magazine did a spread on him, all very nice, until he got sacked. Yes. How did I detach myself? I kind of rolled off it. It was awful. That's why I came in here the next morning to work, and I was still basically, scarred and everything else. Because I went to the hospital. No, I didn't. I came in here first, and one of my producers was the first aider, and he said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, I fell on the cooker." He said, "Show me." And he looked at it, and of course he went, "Go to hospital." So I went to hospital that day, and no, I did the show. Oh, I'm not stupid. I'm not sure. I had to do the show, and I went to Teddington Memorial Hospital, and I walked in. This was on a Sunday morning, and I thought, and there was loads of people there. And so I walked up to the counter, and so I said, I need to see a doctor. Oh, can you tell me what it's about? And I went, so I opened my shirt. She went, "I'll get you a doctor." Because they realised it was really serious. And so the doctor took one look at it. They took photographs. They sent them over to the Westminster and Chelsea burns unit, because they deal with burns. They sent me down there straight away. And next thing, I'm in a hospital bed. Seriously, I mean, it happened that fast, in a space of hours, getting down there. And then they all coming in and having a look. Then they were putting bandages over. And, I had the whole lot. How much area did it cover? It covered my legs and it covered half my stomach. Half my stomach. So I was scarred on half my stomach. And then I had to have stitches and a skin graft. I've shown you my skin graft. Yeah, my arm. Well, that's all over my stomach as well. Small wonder I'm single. Who wants to go out with a road map of the Sahara Desert attached to an oven? Steve Allen comes with a spare bit as we're walking down the aisle. What is that with him? It's a halogen oven. He's brought it with him. But the funny thing is, well, it's not funny actually, because they have to question you. So I got put in a lovely room. It was very nice. I got television and everything. And they sort of come in and say, do you want a cup of tea? And so, yes, thank you. And they put cream on. And you know what most of the cream is? It's that Manuka honey cream and the bandages and everything else. And that was sort of put round me. And then somebody comes in, a psychiatrist, to find out whether or not you self-harmed. They're very keen to find out, why you would do. I said, no, I fell on it. Or was I domestically abused or anything like that? So who do you live with? A little bit personal, isn't it? Me and 72 teddy bears, Let's not make a big deal about it. And so we went through all of this. And then I was going backwards and forwards after I was discharged for about 2 or 3 months just to get it checked. And they had to put a bandage on my arm so that I could actually have a shower. So I didn't need any time off. No, I was here, and then I would go from here to the hospital. And there was a lady who made bandages for your arm. It was like a compression bandage, and you slipped it onto your arm to keep it all firm in. Because sometimes the actual skin graft doesn't take. And they've got a machine like one of those. Have you been in the kebab shop where they're scraping it down the meat? It's like that. And it takes off my leg a thin layer of skin, which you can see through. And then it's like local. And then they place it over here, then put the bandages round there and hope that it takes. And it did. It grew by itself. I grew an extra arm. No, they just, well, if it doesn't take, you have to have it done again. The worst thing was the injection to numb me up. It was bloody hurt. That was the worst bit. The rest of it, I couldn't care less. But the actual injection, one in my stomach, because they were taking skin grafts there and sewing it up, one on my leg where they took the skin from, and then one on my arm when they were putting the skin onto. I'm just like the walking wounded, ladies and gentlemen, but very exciting, and also fills 20 minutes on a radio programme. What was I cooking? Sausages, I ask you. I didn't even get round to eating them. Steve, the Ninja Grill is great while it works, but don't expect any help, says Dexter, if it breaks down. The trouble is with all these things, but I think they're cheap enough, aren't they? You can get halogen ovens for about 28 quid. Very cheap, but they do the best roast potatoes. 0 degrees in West Yorkshire, Steve. And, Steve, I remember when you had the accident and sounded awful stuck on the halogen plate, but all better now, says Adrian. Yes, all better now, yes. Yes. And, Steve, I also watch TJC and particularly like the presenter Lindsay. She's a fan of your show and often mentions you. Well, I bought my first items the other day. They go through a thing with you to go, have you ever ordered from TJC before? And I said no. And I don't normally hand over credit card details and things like that. I try and limit what I use on the credit card. But I saw these things and I thought, because they sell a lot of jewellery, but not really for men. It's really for girlies. But these charge. I'm going to bring one in and give one to the producer. That's where I got my earrings from. I've never had earrings in my life. If I'd gone home when I was younger with pierced ears, my mother would have gone up the wall. It's like, I haven't got any tattoos either. Well, not that I'm prepared to share with anybody. Maybe one day we shall share people with my tattoos and my piercings. I've got friends who've got things pierced. Things we can't even talk about on the programme. Yes. No, we're not finding out after the news.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. So 3 Banksy artworks owned by Robbie Williams are to go on auction, each worth about $3 million. The pieces, Girl with Balloon, Kissing Coppers and Vandalised Oils, choppers, are versions of the graffiti artist's original street works. So Robbie's Girl with Balloon is a version on metal of an image that first appeared in 2009. They're going to be shown at Sotheby's in New York, and then they're going to go to Hong Kong and then back to London for sale. They reckon they could fetch $9 million for all three. I think they'll probably go higher. Not that Robbie Williams needs money. He's supposed to be worth about £200 million, I think. Although he's also selling the house, isn't he? Which I think they finally agreed a price on. This was the one he had out in the country, which they hadn't had for sale for ages, and he didn't want to lower the price. I think it was about £7 million. And then finally it did go, so that he could sort of use the money for whatever. Perhaps he's sort of stockpiling money at the moment. Pupils are pedalling themselves around after school in an eco-friendly bike bus. It's a 10-seater. It's steered by an adult, but the pedal power comes from the youngsters. There's a place in London, isn't there, where they've got I think there are two. One is you pedal around and you're eating your dinner off a table that's in the middle of this bicycle. There's about 10 people pedalling. Yeah, it's sort of like a bike restaurant kind of thing. And then there's another one where you sit at a table and the table rises off the ground and you're eating up in the air. I've seen that one, I think, and I don't know. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, the Pedibus. There you go, and you can have. There's somebody steering it at the front, and people are pedalling, and you have your drinks and everything. Seems a bit of a cheeky way, doesn't it? Really. Show out. Oh, I don't know actually, but they all do them. And then there's another one that goes up in the air, Joe, where it's attached to a crane, and you're sitting at a table, and the table lifts off the ground, and you have your food up in the air. Looks blooming frightening to me, but that's another one I think which is fairly popular. I mean, it's obviously a student thing. Wouldn't go for me. Dinner in the Sky. There you go. Dinner in the Sky, and you go up there, and the experience is when you arrive, they check you in for the flight, show you to the bar. Perfect place to relax and enjoy a drink until your table's ready. A crane will raise you to a height of 100 feet. Well, there's no chance I'll be going anywhere near that thing. 100 feet up in the air. Look at it. It's huge. And then people sit there and go, yeah, it looks like it's above the O2, but it doesn't matter where it is. It's the fact you're held up there by some cables, and they do it around the world, actually. They say it's the most exciting event in your calendar and the best selfie you'll ever take. Yeah, as you're being sick over the sides, I should imagine. This thing takes off very slowly. And there's about, how many people are there up there? 3, 6... There must be at least 12 or 13 people up there in the sky. No, there wouldn't be 13. It'd have to be 14, wouldn't it? It was 22. 22 people. 100 feet in the air, you'll enjoy fantastic food and drink, accompanied by a unique view of the capital skyline. Also have everybody else being sick all over you. So they do 8 flights a day, 2 breakfast flights. 40. Yeah, can we look at the menu? 45 minutes. Oh, there it tells you. Show me. Breakfast. Here we go. Let's have a quick look. What do you get for breakfast? This is 80 quid. A person. It's a very expensive breakfast, and a delicious. You serve with pastries, healthy smoothie, a hot dish from a selection of classic breakfast dishes, and that's 80 quid though. It's not cheap, is it? 80 quid. The alfresco lunch is an hour, starting from £129 per person. Once you've booked, they'll be in touch to take the menu choices and confirm any dietary requirements. Yes. What have you got to somebody who's going to throw up all over everybody else's lunch? How much is dinner? Well, if lunch is 129 and breakfast is 79, £250? 149. But it's only an hour. And it's served to you by talented chefs. Yeah, you're going to eat quicker. I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick again. I don't know. I didn't want to go up on it. Diana said she wanted to go. I said, I don't want to go on it. What was the other one? They also do afternoon tea, don't they? How much is that? That can't be too expensive, can it? £89 per person. Well, I don't know. You can pay 70. Light bites and toasted with 2 glasses of bubbly. Well, you see, if I'm going up there, I want to get completely blotto. I want 2 bottles. 2 bottles. And so they do quite a bit. They do also do gluten-free and vegan menus available, and they can cater for most other dietary requirements. So that's quite a nice idea. But, I mean, nothing would get me up there. That's like, did you ever remember seeing that kid? Didn't they do it on some television? It might have been Jimmy Savile's programme. It was a kid who wanted to eat on a roller coaster. And he's got an ice cream or something, and it goes all over his face as the water. And he's covered in ice cream or cakes or whatever it was. No, it wasn't me. But I'm sure they did it on a television programme. He wanted to eat an ice cream going on a roller coaster. I'm pretty certain. Not an ice cream. It's got to be something that gets you very messy. Or perhaps it's just having a drink on a roller coaster. Kid gets... No, it's a little kid. It's a little kid, but they've got other ones. But this is a fairly ancient one, but the camera's mounted on the front of the car, so you can picture this kid, and he's bouncing around all over the place. No? This is proving more difficult to find than we thought, actually. Did the contents of the oven spill on you? No. No, it didn't. No, the bowl stayed there. It was Savile. I thought it was. I had a horrible feeling. This kid wrote in and said he wanted to go on a roller coaster and he wanted to eat something or have something like that. Whatever it was funny because the kid is on there and he's sort of trying to hold this, whatever it was, an ice cream or something, and he's got it all over the place. You can imagine. Why he wanted to do that, I can't imagine. Really, I've got no idea. Steve, you've got to mention the Ninja cooker uses thermometer probe, which stops the cooking once the desired temperature is reached. An amazing thing. Yeah, I mean, but you get people who use all sorts of things, don't you, in the kitchen? I mean, I used to use halogen ovens, but I don't use them anymore. Apparently, you can float down the Thames in a barbecue hot tub, getting stared at by everybody, says Lewis. Really? A barbecue hot tub? No. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, you can. The Schooner hot tub boat. Oh, my goodness me. Are they cooking on it? And so you're sitting... Oh, dear me. So is the water warm? Oh, there's steam coming off it. It's got soap bubbles. Embrace the Nordic tradition, it says, with your own outdoor heated hot tub whilst you cruise the waterways. It's a toasty 38 degrees centigrade. Water ensures a perfect experience in all weather from just £33 per person. Brilliant idea. So people think of these things, don't they? I wouldn't. I've never seen it, no. Have you seen it? No, I've never seen it either. Is it in London? Is it actually in London, or is it... Oh, it's the Thames. The hot tub boat. I've seen the people that go down the Thames on this very fast boat, which almost takes off. No, it's not a ferry. It's a very, very fast boat. You sit there, and I think they're strapped in, and this thing almost takes off. It's very fun. And no, it's not the... Could be the police. No, it's definitely not the police. But it's very big. I'm not sure, though, Lewis, if I want to sit in a hot tub with my shirt off, not with my scars, getting stared at by everybody. It's bad enough working on the radio. Oh, I forgot to tell you my other story, didn't I? Which I'll come round to. A lost dog. I'll tell you in a minute. Don't worry about it now. A lost dog has been reunited with an owner after rescuers tried to lure her during a 4-day search using sausages dangling from a drone. So, I mean, I can imagine, can't you? The Jack Russell, Millie's favourite snacks, were tied with bootlaces to the aircraft, which were then flown over the marshes where she'd disappeared. And they found her. They got her back again. She was obviously tempted by a sausage on a string. I wonder if one day... Don't you say that? Sorry. Just like a sausage on a string. And a mechanic totaled a Ferrari when he smashed into a tree stump on a test drive. It's an Enzo sports car, one of only 400 made, had 2 wheels ripped off, may be irreparable. The driver was unhurt. A witness to Tuesday's smash in the Netherlands said, I think he wanted to turn back to the dealership. Yeah, obviously not very well, actually. And 2 men used petrol bombs and gas to blow open cash machines and steal nearly £50,000. Oh, dear. Anthony Crowley, 37, and James Whitlock, 36, raided 8 ATMs in Essex and London, causing £15,000 worth of damage. They both admitted conspiracy to burgle and handling stolen goods. Crowley, of no fixed address, was jailed for 14.5 years. That'll teach you. And the other one got 15 years at Basildon Crown Court. Honestly, not the most intelligent, are they? Lindsay from TJC's been in touch. Oh, Lord. She said, it's Lindsay, heard you mention, which was lovely, as I listen every day. Your show keeps me sane and laughing on my early commute to work. Woo! Look at that. I've got loads of people who work for these shopping channels. Loads of... You know I'm addicted to them, Lindsay. You know, it's one of those things that you sort of watch. Got any freebies, the producer says. He's so tight, honestly. He's already been given shrimps this morning. I don't know what more you want. I'm going to give you this thing that I bought, because I bought 3 of them. It was a special offer on this phone charger thing. So, nice to know you're listening, though, Lindsay. Keep up the good work. Actually, sometimes the sound quality is not very good on TJC. There appeared to be a couple of them. And there was one of them, the sound quality was very low, and I didn't know whether or not it was my television. I assumed it wasn't, because you've got to turn the volume up. Yeah, can't hear anything.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Oh, Oh dear. Steve, keeping me company as I head to the gym, says Stephen from Airdrie. Oh, Lord. You need somebody keeping you company. We've got somebody, Ollie, who works in our office. He's part of our management team. And he listens in the gym. He listens in the gym, but we don't know where he is at the moment. We're sort of... I think he's probably sort of overworked himself in the gym. Steve says, Jilly, we saw a jacuzzi boat thing floating about on Canary Wharf. 6 women in swimming costumes swigging Prosecco. What happens if you need the loo? You need to ask. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, in this weather, you wouldn't be floating around on a boat in a swimming costume, would you? In a hot... Oh, no. Yeah, but you've got your shoulders outside of the water. It's not you going under the water or anything like that. Oh, I don't like the idea. Jan Moyer in her column today says David Beckham designed suites for hotels. Who's he kidding? I mean, seriously, David Beckham. I mean, could you honestly see it? Of course not. The e-scooters turning the pavements into a jungle. I wish we'd see more police taking these people off the roads. It's really getting dangerous out there. Happy birthday to Billy Ocean. Red light spells danger. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Elton's back, and yes, he's still standing. He's able to. Tommy Robinson, not his real name, being pursued for £2 million because he owes it, court fees, and he owes £100,000 to a young man who he libelled, and he lost the court case. The abuse not dealt with by the ex-pope. This is the one who... Was it Ratzinger? He stepped down, but when he was, I think, a cardinal in Munich or something like that, he did not do anything about 4 abuse stories. We get the story. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was Ratzinger who stepped down, you remember. And this was when he was in Munich, Archbishop of Munich. There's a German probe into the Catholic Church. He held the position from 77 to 82. He's denied the accusations. But a new report into historical abuse allegations carried out by a German law firm incriminated the former pontiff. He says accused priests remained active in church roles. Now, this is nothing new, because it was only recently that the Pope started clamping down, because what used to happen before is if somebody, and the BBC did a huge programme on it, which was people who'd been abused by their local priests, and as opposed to the Catholic Church doing anything about it, they just moved them to somewhere else where they could carry on. It was only, recently, within about the past few years, that the Vatican decided they would have to get rid of these members of their clergy. The former Pope, now 94, became the first church leader to resign in more than 600 years, although we never knew why. It was just a case of he resigned, because normally you're in the church, citing exhaustion. But he lives in the Vatican City, and he's known as Pope Emeritus. But this report from the German firm was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church. But we couldn't work out why, because normally popes, and I think he was the first one to do it, actually stay there until you die. You're not allowed to step down at all. And I think he was the first church leader to resign in more than 600 years. But they were very keen in the beginning when they had stories of abuse. They were very keen to brush it under the carpet, and that was why. So there's now another thing out. But he's 93. What are they going to do? Would have been caught? I shouldn't think so. George Best has come back. Oh Lord, I do hope not. He's come back and he's now visiting his ex-wife Alex Best, and so they're doing a programme on the television about him coming back. She said he's just as mischievous as he ever was. The trouble is he wasn't mischievous. He was drunk. That was the problem. And the problem was people kept buying him drinks. I don't think Yvette Fielding's got anything to do with that one. They had a thing on the television the other day. You always have to laugh. Any time it's to do with anybody who claims to speak to the dead or things like that, you have to take it with a giant pinch of salt, I promise you. And if you want to be serenaded by a soap icon, I've got just the one for you. Barry from EastEnders is going out there. Sean Williamson. For £3,000, he'll come and serenade you. He's very good at singing. He used to be on a Channel 5 programme, which I think was Celebrity Karaoke or something like that. When I used to be getting ready to work years and years ago on a Saturday night in a discotheque, I would watch them on the television, and they used to get all the pop stars in at the time, and they would have to sing songs. And there was an audience. It was really good, actually. I thought it was really good. Well, I was easily pleased. Steve, we have a special on sheep shearing this morning, says Paul in Radio Shropshire. Yes, I know, actually. I'm led to believe, Paul, that the sheep have got their own programme. Congratulations. But the sooner they close that place down, the sooner it'll be. Everybody's a lot happier about it. I think because we did discover, and I can't remember how we discovered, I think it was my producers at the time, they found out that my audience on this programme was bigger than the entire audience for Radio Shropshire. And I felt, it is true of a lot of stations, I felt so sorry for them that they weren't as lucky as I was. So, he says, we do our best to provide your audience with some entertaining alternatives. Yeah, but the trouble is, Paul, it's not entertaining. That's why, we need to save money. And as I own part of the BBC, because I'm a licence payer, I'm nominating your station to be the first one. It's quite a bit bigger. I know. It was embarrassing, really, because we didn't know. But I think it was Thomas who said, wait a minute, we've just checked on their audience figures. He said, you've got a bigger audience than their entire station. Think how much better we could enjoy it. 6 times bigger than your audience. It'd be so much easier because we could do so much more with that money, Paul. We could actually sort of pull the building down and put up affordable housing, which would be quite nice. He'd give it to me. Jack Whitehall is in the papers. Poor old Jack Whitehall. He's had a couple of days of it. He's laid into his father for ridiculing his extremely small Willie on television. Now, this was Jack Whitehall, who the other day was telling us that when he looked at old cine films of their family on holiday, he was still running around naked at the villas when he was 15 or 16. And now we know why, because nobody thought he was an adult at all, because he wasn't. He was only 15 or 16. But he said it's a bit much when your father says it was your brother who inherited the crown jewels. They obviously talk about these things in that family. I mean, I'd have been so embarrassed if my parents had said anything. Imagine talking to your parents about... We don't talk to your parents about anything. I can remember my father coming home one day and he brought me a book. And it was a book on sex education, because there was always the argument about, who tells you about sex education. The answer is all your friends. You don't... We used to have a program at school, which was sex education, about the birds and the bees and stamens and flowers and all the rest of it, and all sorts of peculiar stuff. I mean, for ages, I couldn't walk past a florist shop without feeling slightly queasy. I used to sort of think to myself, oh dear. I mean, the birds and the bees sounded revolting, and everybody, of course, laughed every time they put up a picture of sort of birds and the bees, and that was how it was explained away. Why was it the birds and the bees? I got no idea. No idea at all. But obviously, in the case of poor old Jack Whitehall, he just liked taking his clothes off. I mean, a metaphor, I think really a metaphor, for explaining the mechanics of reproduction to younger children relies on imagery of bees pollinating and eggs hatching to substitute for the more technical explanation of sex. Charlie Girling says, you starting beef with a random BBC station? No, we were having a laugh with them, actually, Charlie. It's always a good laugh with local BBC at them, because then it turns out they're listening to me, presumably picking up ideas of how to get a programme that gets an audience. But kind of everything. Hundreds of troops, UK troops, getting ready to go to the Ukraine. Hope this one's over quickly as well. And Wallace and Gromit set for a new adventure in 2024. What? You're in one of your moods today, aren't you? Honestly. That's my Ukraine coverage, yes. It's very snowy and cold over there, and all the troops wear these white outfits, so you blend in with the snow. The fact you're riding a tank, yes, looking at fashion. Because I remember Margaret Thatcher, when she was sitting in a tank, she's wearing one of these white outfits. So presumably if it was in the middle of the snow, you'd never see her. And that was in the Falklands, wasn't it? I think. No, I can't know. She was doing the tank driving over here, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, well, I'm pretty certain. And do you know 1.2 billion pounds worth of food is thrown away every year because we don't know what to cook? I can't cook. I've freely admitted I can't cook. What's the point of learning? They make food for you now. You just go out and you empty into a saucepan and reheat it. Somebody's already cooked the blooming thing. You don't need to do anything at all to sort of worry about that. Oh, the top pie in the UK is steak and kidney. So there's an idea for your lunch today. Steak and kidney pie. Frey Bentos do one. The top 5, I don't know. I don't have the top 5. But I think one of them would be apple pie or apple crumble or something. But, to be honest with you, I don't think that's particularly surprising. Steak and kidney pie, that's quite nice with a knife. It's got to be flaky pastry, though, hasn't it? I think. Flaky pastry. And here we go. The top one is steak and kidney. Second one is chicken and mushroom. I had a pasty the other day, chicken and mushroom for the Waterloo station. £6. Shan't be going there again, thank you. It wasn't very interesting. And I thought to myself, £6. That's too much money. Steak pie. I don't have steak pie. That's only 9% voted for that. Beef and onion pie, 8.5%. Meat and potato, 2.8%. That's way down the list. But steak and kidney, 11.3%. Only 1% above chicken and mushroom. Funny, isn't it? I don't know why. I told you the best ones I ever had were this butcher's shop, Laverstocks, and they did chicken curry pie. Oh, God, it was delicious. It was absolutely delicious. I could eat a whole one. My sister Sophia and I are listening. Billy Ocean works, Steve, says Fozia, at Ford Motor Company in Dagenham, Essex. Same time as our dad who worked there. Oh, that's good. He's lovely. I like him, actually. There's something nice and warming about Billy Ocean. Love really hurts without you. Red light. He's got one of those great voices, hasn't he? It's like I like Levi Roots as well. Levi Roots appeals to me. Get out of my dreams and into my car. That was a very popular one. Producer knows all the hits. He's better with steps because they come with a dance routine. He can't do anything, unless he does the dancing. I can imagine him at home. He's probably got one of those big mirrors on the wall. He probably stands there with a hairbrush. Yeah. Should we go to the news a little bit early? No, we shan't. We'll wait till I've finished having a bit of a go today. Daily Star. Dad spied on Britney. This is Britney Spears. And Alex, I'm haunted by Bestie. We're all haunted by Bestie, I'm afraid. We're all haunted by... So those people who kept giving him blooming drinks. I remember the documentary on the television with George Best. And Callum was on there, and George had gone this peculiar colour because he'd got all sorts of illnesses going on. Pamela Anderson has filed for divorce. She doesn't last long. This is her 5th marriage. It lasted a year. She said we drifted apart. Like a Baywatch joke, isn't it? What happened to the programme? We drifted apart. It was just so dull and so boring. But she said this, the 1 year has left like 7, like dog years. I mean, some of them have literally only lasted months, her relationships. I mean, it's a bit odd, actually. She said, I feel I've come full circle. Yeah, we thought that as well. Also, what else have we got? Rupert Grint says he would reprise his role in the Harry Potter franchise if his co-stars rejoined with him. So he was Ron Weasley. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we want it back again. You have to leave them where they are. And they all went on to be great friends, which is good. He said, I can't think of a reason not to have a reunion. Well, I can't either, except you're all too old.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. 4 minutes past 6. It's Friday morning, which means it's the start of another fantastic weekend. It's not really, is it? Because it's freezing blooming cold. It's not very nice at all. But it doesn't matter. At least there's no snow. There's nothing forecast for 10 days. No rain, which is good news. But there seems to be, it still seems a bit damp in places, mainly because when I walk out the front door here, they've been round washing the square down. And it's always wet. So I always come out and I always say to Courtney, has it been raining? And he goes, no. Today it's sunny with light winds at 6 degrees, so it's a bit nippy. 7 degrees tomorrow, 8 degrees on Sunday, 7, 8, 9, 10 degrees Thursday next week, and Friday as well. So it's wrap up warm. Let's go and there's lots of deals, isn't there, at the moment? You get jumpers and bits and pieces. Steve says, Jay in Cambridge, it's a shame home economics isn't taught in schools anymore. That's why the nation doesn't know how to cook. Well, we did it, but when we were little. We didn't do it when we were bigger. But also we didn't learn how to do meals. We just did cakes. It was cakes. We never did anything else apart from cakes. Or I think we might have done biscuits at some point in home economics, or bread or something like that. But we certainly didn't do meals. I could have done with that. I mean, the funny thing is, students, bless their heart, when they go away to uni and places like that, they can't cook either. They all survive on pot noodle. They're basically so tanked up with alcohol. There's no point. They just they drink and eat pot noodles, and that's, beans on toast. Something simple. And if you go to Iceland, as indeed a lot of students do, you can get loads of discounted items like pot noodle, sort of 3. I wish I was on a commission. I wish. What was the other one? Oh, yes. For students everywhere. Hello. I have to do it slowly for them this morning because they'll be coming to, I should imagine. Or just going to bed. There's a late harvest of cauliflowers out at the moment. They're apparently really good value, cauliflowers. So you could do cauliflowers just sort of cutting out the florets, popping them into a sauce or something like that. Or you could just sort of get a cheese sauce and pour it over the top of them. Cauliflower's delicious. I love cauliflower. Very, very nice. Not the most exciting thing, but if it's done with cheese and then popped under the grill, that's very nice indeed. You can have that with sort of something else, sausages or something. Other things, OAPs can get juice out of a pomegranate. Apparently it's very good for you. I don't know whether that's sitting on it or squeezing it with your hands, but you can buy the pomegranate little pellets, as I call them, the seeds, and that's quite nice. They're supposed to be quite good for you. I think so. What was the other one? Oh, the tyre worker who won £2 million on a scratch card, which is good. And what was the other one? Oh, Wallace and Gromit, as I say, but it's going to take them forever to get this ready, but it'll be ready in 2 years' time. The police boss who wants to reopen police stations, yeah, they can do with that. It gives the public a little bit of an insight into it. And the soldier who started a fire by sniffing shoe polish. I don't know why you'd ever want to sniff shoe polish. My father used to, when he did his boots for the RAF, his sort of shoes and his boots, yeah, they were boots, he would melt the polish. You'd melt it with a lighter underneath, and you'd put it on, and then you would buff it so it became mirror-like, and you could see your face in his shoes. You had to have them. I mean, sometimes they do programmes on the television looking at the forces, and they go, shoes filthy. You're supposed to melt it. I believe you could melt it and then pour it over the shoes, and then you would buff it up to a mirror shine. Am I the only one who's heard of this, setting fire to shoe polish? So I'm not at all surprised that he did it. Didn't come as any surprise to me. Steve, I always thought Billy Ocean was American. You learn something every day, said Reggie. You thought, why did you think he was American? Because he looked American. No. And says, going back to your horrendous burns, where were you able to inject your insulin, says Helinka. Turns out, it doesn't sound like there was much skin available. Well, I did have a little bit of skin available to inject. You can imagine, though. You can imagine. Amazing. So, the benefits of pomegranates. There we go. And the pomegranate juice looks very nice. First of all, you need to get the pomegranate seeds. It's got vitamin C in it, which is very good for cancer prevention. Researchers found it may stop the growth of prostate cancer cells. Alzheimer's as well. It'll protect your memory. Digestion, very good, can reduce inflammation in the gut and improve digestion. It's anti-inflammatory because of the high concentration of antioxidants. And also for arthritis, it could block the inflammation that contributes to osteoarthritis and cartilage damage, and for heart disease as well, and blood pressure, and antiviral, and it's vitamin rich, and it's good for memory. And apparently, just when you've considered yourself for all those things there, and at the end of the day you're going, oh, goodness me, what can we do now? It's very good for your sexual performance and fertility. So just when you're sort of thinking, oh, I think I'll go to bed now. I don't think so. I've just had some pomegranate juice. Oh, God, take away the pomegranates. And it's also very good for endurance and sports performances. You can combine that with your sexual performance and fertility. Could be going all night, couldn't you? It's also very good for diabetes, apparently. Originally used as a remedy for diabetes in the Middle East and India. Whilst much is still unknown about the effects of pomegranate, it may help decrease insulin resistance and lower blood sugar. I mean, there's an awful lot in... If only I'd known before. But I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, how many things it actually seems to be very good for. I think I might start eating more pomegranates, because you can go in the supermarket. In fact, Waitrose, they do a whole pot of pomegranate seeds, because you could buy the pomegranates and cut them, but to be honest with you, I'm rich, and I can afford to go and buy pomegranate seeds. And they're quite nice. You can have them. You could probably have them on cereal, couldn't you, I suppose? Could you have them? Yeah. Oh, do they? Oh, right. Oh, well, lucky old people. Big deal for them. There's Dawn Neeson. She's only got blueberries and things like that, which I do like. I like blueberries. They're actually one of the easiest things to eat. Very nice. But I'm going to go more, I think definitely more on the pomegranate seeds. The ex-maid in the papers today, in fact, she sort of made a few of the other papers. She says that Andrew is a spoilt brat. He's a member of the royal family, dear. As I say, I don't really care whether you like him, whether you don't like him. It's a case of, she was sort of saying, oh, he made me walk up 4 flights of stairs. Well, he didn't probably know how many flights of stairs you were. He probably thought you might be at the end of the corridor or something like that. But anyway, his dog bit her, and he made me basically do my job. Yes, I'm a maid. I'm about as low as it goes. There's nobody else who wants that job, barring laying fires or something like that, or running the bath. No, all you had to do, and I think she got paid £600 a month, and there was accommodation put in on it. So when you have to pay for it, it's taken out of your money. But at the end of the day, all she had to do was sort of something that was fairly straightforward. Count teddy bears, but apparently that was beyond the poor girl. But I just sort of think it's a bit shallow, isn't it? It's a bit nothing, really. All right, so, he's a bit spoilt. I think we all worked that out for ourselves long before we knew about the teddy bears and anything else and not being able to close the curtains. And he was sitting beside them. Well, that's like, I've sat near the kitchens in restaurants. Doesn't mean to say I can nip in there and say, have you got table 13 ready? Doesn't work. Oh, this phone. I wish I'd stopped doing that. I don't know why. I've turned off the sound and everything else. Oh, Dawn Neeson had a Satsuma too. We like Satsumas, don't we? Do you like Satsumas? I'll only buy them, though, Dawn, if they've got easy peeler. I will not buy it because I cannot peel an orange for love nor money. But I can do easy. Do you want some easy? I've got some easy peelers. Oh, I'll tell you what I've got. Do you like peanuts? Okay. Do you like chocolate? I've got chocolate-covered peanuts. I've just remembered, actually. I've got and they look quite nice, actually. Chocolate-covered peanuts and Satsumas. What a day! It's like a banquet, isn't it? That's very good, very healthy. I mean, chocolate not particularly healthy. Peanuts, I think, are okay for you. And are they not? I thought peanuts were okay. Oh. Well, I thought they were okay anyway, trying to kill them off, actually. Paul Oakenfold didn't want his latest album to be a dance record. The DJ is 58. He's 58 now. And he returns with Shine On Today. And said, I spoke to the record company and they were like, look, this is what you're known for. And then suddenly I found my rhythm. I just literally rewrote a lot of the songs. I'm aware of who he is, actually. It's unusual in my department, especially if you work on a speech radio station, when you're sort of talking about somebody who's into the music side of the business. Unfortunately, it never seen it cross over into my world, which is a shame. Millions of gamblers would turn to black market betting sites if the government forced affordability checks on punters. They do the same on the National Lottery. They sort of say, listen, you've spent a lot of money so far, we're going to cut you back. So I deliberately don't use very much money out of my account, which is linked into the National Lottery, so they don't sort of block it. I've had enough of blocking, thank you very much indeed. Also, Cillian Murphy says Tommy Shelby's home is such a popular wedding destination. It's hard to film Peaky Blinders there. The actor who plays the Brummie gangster claims they struggled shooting the final series of the BBC show, which is out soon, as Cheshire's Arley Hall stately home is always filled with people tying the knot. I haven't seen Peaky Blinders. I did interview Cillian Murphy, but I never saw it. And Tom Kerridge, remember the poor chef who got told off last time for doing these packages of your... Will you shut up? I don't know how to turn it off. I keep doing it. I sort of keep... Oh, no, it wasn't. It was up. The volume was up. Yeah, I know how to do it. What a complete idiot. Dawn says, Steve... it had 3 pips in it. Every bloomin' segment. Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst. I find seedless and easy peel. And some of them are really... What? Really are in a very funny mood this morning, honestly. Shame we never went on holiday. Anyway, I've now forgotten the story. Tom Kerridge. You know the chef who did that thing for Christmas? And people were saying, oh, it's too expensive. He's done one for Valentine's Day. It's a Valentine's box. £185. £185. I'll tell you what's in it. Just up. Oh, it's got. Can't believe it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Talking about pies, says Joanne, I made a cottage pie and used Iceland's frozen mash for the topping. It was delicious. I think their frozen mash is delightful. For £2. Very good value. And Steve, Billy Ocean, top of my favourites. He does have that ring of warmth and genuineness about him. Caribbean Queen and Red Spells Danger. Red light spells danger. Very good. My favourite pie, Steve, beef and Stilton with minted garden and something and mustard mash, says Chris. I don't know what that is, actually. But it sounds quite... Beef and Stilton sounds quite nice. But here is the Valentine's dinner. And I don't know how many of you are romantic and you think that you'll stay at home. But this is Tom Kerridge's box. He's been blasted, mainly by probably the journalist who wrote the article in the first place, because he does very, very well. He did a DIY meal for 2 last year, and they say there was a similar backlash. Well, there wasn't. That was the stupid thing. The backlash is made up by the journalists who write for the newspapers, because loads of people love Tom Kerridge's food. And this is a Valentine's box for £185. And they said, of course, what they've done is they've pegged this amid a cost of living crisis. Yes, but not everybody is going to be suffering with this. And there'll be enough people who go out to these restaurants. I mean, if you go out And you feel like sending the reporter out there, because he obviously hasn't been out very often, unless it's maybe for a kebab on a Friday night. Because if you go to Claridge's and you go to the Savoy, you'll find these places are packed solid with people. Critics say it's a cheek that critics, who are they? Name the critics. Tell us who the critics are. He's asking people to pay £92.50 per diner to cook their own meal. Well, it's par cooked. It's par cooked. So what you get, it's called With Love from Tom Kerridge, okay? 185 quid for the box. This is for 2 people. Firstly, your canapes. You get cheese choux bun filled with whipped soft cheese mousse, a Cornish lobster tartlet with rapeseed mayonnaise and caper dressing. It's in a cocktail sauce. English mustard and cider glazed pork belly with black pudding and crackling. Very nice indeed. That's your starters. Okay. And then when you go on to the mains, we've got a very nice choice here. We've got, wait a minute, beef Wellington, caramelised Hispy Caesar celeriac and truffle puree with a Hermitage sauce. Of course, if you have never eaten in one of his places, this is beef fillet wrapped in chicken and mushroom mousse, a herb pancake. It's beginning to sound quite nice, actually. A herb pancake and puff pastry, Hispy with Caesar dressing, fried anchovy, panko and crispy onion crumb with parmesan, onion puree finished with black truffle and red wine sauce. Whoopee! Sounds very nice. Or for dessert, you get traditional sticky toffee pudding, toffee sauce, Cornish clotted cream, and passion fruit fudge. I mean, if you were eating this in a restaurant, you'd be paying 200 quid for that. Easy peasy. Easy. Yeah, but it's par cooked. It's par cooked. You know, which I think that's very good value. I mean, I wouldn't personally buy it myself because I don't like onion puree or truffle or anything like that. But I mean, I can see how that would work. But I love the idea. Just go down a bit the other way. Oh, they've got a starter. Sourdough tortano loaf and cultured Jersey butter. Treacle cured salmon gravlax, celeriac and apple remoulade. Aruga caviar, cultured butter. You know, when you open the top, it goes, hello. And a Hermitage sauce. I don't know what Hermitage sauce is, but it sounds vaguely Russian to me. But they sort of try and make out. I mean, one of them, a mental health nurse, where they found her from, God alone knows. Perhaps she lives next door to the author of this piece, and says, nurses' wages will have to stick with an M&S dine-in. Oh, darling, on nurses' wages you can find cheaper. You don't need to spend £10. You could do it much cheaper. And I should imagine 20 quid Marks and Spencer's would be charging. But then he's not in the same market as Marks and Spencer's. He's, you know, if you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. Don't moan about it. She said, any food budget for the month, there's a single mum with 3 kids. This is single mother Jo Bainton. But it's not for you, love. It's not for you. You know, you haven't got a partner. There's no point. You'll be sitting there by yourself. The kids will be fighting over the choux bun, you know, and going, what's this beef Wellington, mum? What's that? What's that all about? You know, it's, you know, get a meal deal. 20 quid, you can get cheaper meal deals. Tesco's do them from about probably 15 quid, and you can get a bottle of wine shoved in. In fact, and some of them, I think last year, they were offering either a bottle of wine or a rose. You can have a rose and chocolates, or you can get 3 quid for a sandwich, crisps, and a drink. Cut the sandwich in half. The kids can have half of it each, so you can get 4 out of that. You know, she says Top Chef Kerridge boasted. He's not boasting, he's just telling you what it is. Our box includes everything you need to make your Valentine's Day super special, except for single mother Jo Bainton, who's going to be cutting a sandwich into 4. Yes, she boasted, I managed to get 6 portions out of that cheese and onion sandwich. Everything has been prepared and par cooked. To create this incredible meal, just follow the simple step-by-step heating and plating instructions. I mean, lobster tartlets. I shouldn't imagine single mother Jo Bainton's ever had lobster. Why would she want to buy it? It's £185. You know, and pork belly with black pudding. I mean, I wouldn't be buying it either. Mainly because, you know, most of it doesn't interest me. But also, you'd have to explain what plating means to these people who'd be buying this for the... It's a romantic meal for 2. If you're a single mother with 3 children, you're not going to be buying this. This is really not for you. I don't want to be rude about it. But, you know, you can do better. I mean, I bet you anything, your local kebab shop does a special on a Saturday. Chuck in the salad... Get the salad for free, and you can have a free polystyrene box. And if you ask them nicely, they'll probably give you a fork as well. So in fact, you can save on plates. which could be fantastic. I love it. They make such a big deal about this story, saying, of course, it's very expensive to eat out in supermarkets, and he's not helping. I bet you anything, he'll shift hundreds of these things, hundreds of them. He's a very successful chef. It'd be like if Jamie Oliver was doing it. It'd be exactly the same. Exactly the same. I do love it, honestly. Do you know, a factory worker is celebrating today, thank God. Sandra and Ian won £2 million. He got his dog an operation. That's what they've done. They haven't done anything else. It's right at the top of the list. He's got a Labrastaff. I've never even heard. I mean, I know what it is. Obviously, it's a Labrador and a Staffy. And it's a crucial op for her to stay mobile, as it's clinging onto your ankle, I should imagine. Just make sure the thing's mobile. And so they're thrilled we can get it done. They haven't told you how much the operation is. So it's a mixed breed dog, isn't it? They just look a bit scary, I'm afraid. You only got to look at their eyes to realise they've got, I'm going to get you later. They've got evil eyes, haven't they? But listen, I mean, they've always said, and I have to stand by it, there's no such thing as a bad dog, bad owners. Bad owners. You see people going down the street with their dog and the dog is straining on the leash and you think you should have gone to puppy training, to teach the dog to walk to heel. I do that with a producer. I do that. If you can get him to walk to heel, you're halfway there. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. Steve, very cold out here today. Have a good weekend, says Anne the road sweeper. I've been doing my job 25 years. Yes, the producer said to me, we found a lady road sweeper. I said, well, I don't think you see very many. But the trouble is everybody's done up with so much fluorescent clothing, you can't really tell what the person's, what sex they are. I've never thought about it. But I should imagine if anybody could know how to use a dustpan and brush, it would be a woman road sweeper. Some of the blokes look as though they've never seen things like that. Blokes don't do sweeping, do they? Can you sweep that? No. I've got tongs. I pick things up with tongs. What, joking about women cleaning? Well, I do mean it. I do mean it. I mean, I think she's absolutely ideal for the job. But she's the first one we've ever heard of in 43 years. I've never heard of anybody else. Even you said you hadn't heard of one before. I mean, it's unusual. It's very, very unusual. We don't know where she is, a road sweeper, though. I bet you anything it's not London. I'll bet you anything she's outside of London. I've just got a thing. I bet you anything she's outside. She'll be in somewhere like Brighton. Don't know. I just think I don't think. Listen, I work in London every day for 50 years. I've never seen any female road sweepers. Not one's called Anne. Anyway, unless she's got a badge. I'm Anne. Borrow my brush. Things like, because they seem to have a selection on their little truck things now, don't they? I'm slightly jealous they do it. No, we have a lot of brushes at home. For our cleaners as well. We have a lot of them. I'm off to Brighton today, says Britt in Nottingham, for a long weekend with the hubby. Right. I've never been before. Can you recommend anywhere for dinner? What, in Brighton? Oh, there's loads of places. There's a very good one, actually, you might like, called the Chili Pickle. The Chili Pickle in Brighton. A friend of mine goes there all the time. It's lovely. We're staying at Malmaison. Oh, what? You don't need to ask me. You're staying at Malmaison, for goodness sake. So we'll have a meal there, but still need recommendations for other nights. Plus, I don't know where to visit whilst there. Well, you've got to go to the Lanes. You've got to do the pier. The Chili Pickle is a restaurant. It's sort of fusion restaurant. It's very, very popular. Very popular. But in fact, if you wander around the Lanes, which you can't miss, you'll find... they do the usual fish and chips, but you've not come all the way down from Nottingham to go for fish and chips. You can probably get better fish and chips in Nottingham. But no, the Chili Pickle's very popular. There's loads of really good restaurants in Brighton. Just go on to Google, type in best restaurant Brighton. There you go. Like to be helpful, And if you could clear your own plates afterwards, that'd be quite useful. I know. I think it's a friend of mine eats there all the time. She knows the owner. That's why she eats there all the time, and she loves it. I'm taking a break. I'm just explaining about the Chili Pickle so people know where to go in Brighton. And also wrap up, because the wind coming in off the sea is freezing, I promise you. And the temperature's not going to be great either.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Will you be saving some of your goodies for Nick Abbott, says Angela. No. Absolutely not. No. Have you seen the size of him? I'm not going to encourage this. That's feeding. Definitely not. Peloton are going to stop making bikes. Now, I've heard of Peloton bikes. The other ones I've heard of, what are the other ones that the Brompton bikes? The Brompton bikes I've heard of. But Peloton are going to pause manufacturing of their treadmill for 6 weeks, according to a report, because their shares have dived by more than 20%. They have stationary bikes at £1,350. It's quite a big business, isn't it? Cycles. I'm not not at all surprised that people get their bikes nicked in London. There's a huge market in them, huge market. But in fact, I tell you what, that's the thing I should have remembered the other day. Do you remember I told you I was getting off the train in Richmond and there'd be a bike outside the station with a price on it and a phone number to call? It would say this bike's 60 quid and then a phone number. And I remember thinking, this is a bit odd. And for quite a number of weeks, these bikes appeared all over the place. No, they weren't chopper bikes. They were just normal bicycles. I mean, whether they were pinched, I've got no idea. But they were propped up against a wall and they had a lock on them and there was a phone number and the price of the bike. And presumably you could phone up and somebody would nip round, unlock the bike and you could ride off for 60 quid or whatever it happened to be. But these bikes, these Peloton bikes, are very expensive. Exactly the same way as the Brompton bikes are about £2,500, aren't they? So people get them pinched. These are the ones that fold up. Very interesting. In all the papers today, Mr. Whitehouse and Mr. Mantell asked about their circumstances. God forbid, I should tell you, they're a gay couple. And the reason they're in all the papers today is because they wanted to buy a house. Well, they didn't want to buy it. They wanted to go and have a look at it. Can't just buy a house just like that. But unfortunately, a devoutly Christian husband and wife refused to sell them the house because they're gay. It's as simple as that. They're gay. They asked some questions. Would you mind telling us a bit about your position and circumstances? Which apparently you're entitled to do now. You can decide if you want to sell to somebody. I see it as blatant discrimination. But, you know, whether or not this stands up, I don't know. One of them is a 37-year-old TV producer and the other one is a business owner in education who's 33. And one is English, the other originally from the Midlands, and one is from Australia. And the other couple didn't want to sell them the house. This is Luke Main and his wife, Dr. Joanna Brunker, who obviously don't like gay people because it's against their biblical teachings. In fact, it's contrary to the gracious teaching in God's word. The wording is very important. In God's word, the Holy Bible, e.g. Romans, 1 24-28 and Jude 7, King James Version, with regard. So they didn't want them to go round and look at the house. In fact, they basically didn't want them anywhere near them. They were obviously frightened it's infectious or something. I can't imagine why. They say it's against God's word, but I don't remember God ever teaching that. I thought God only ever taught compassion. We used to have somebody saying, it says in the Bible that man shall... Oh, goodness me, honestly. This is just basic prejudice. But as I say, it's going to backfire very badly on builder Luke. Imagine a gay couple going, should we book Luke and then not tell him we're gay until he arrives and just see what happens? And she's a physicist, apparently. But anyway, they don't want gay people buying their houses. It's ridiculous. But anyway... Mr. Main and Dr. Brunker have written to the House of Lords Committee on how gay relationships should be addressed in sex education classes. Mr. Main wrote, I'm saddened the state should want to indoctrinate children with ideas of relationships which should never be mentioned or countenanced, let alone taught. So they're obviously very anti-gay. But the response from Mr. Whitehouse and Mr. Mantell was we were shocked. It was the first time we'd approached to arrange a viewing. I've never heard of people asking your sexuality when you want to go round and look at a house. You know, you see a house, you go to an estate agent and you go, I like the look of this one. Can we go there? You've got to fill in a form. They're going to ask you questions. So is it the owner's discretion? And it was through Purple Bricks, through an online estate agent. And Mr. Whitehouse says he thought the message was a joke. He said, then I had to cry on the phone. He said, homophobia still exists. It's still out there. I didn't see it coming. So they've been together 8 years and they wanted to go. The house, I think, was up for about 680,000, which is, you know, no small amount of money. It's not like you're at the lower end of the scales, but they wanted to be sharing with their position and circumstances. But rude, isn't it? I'd have said, money, mind your own business. It's got to do with you. We're buying the house, dear. We're not moving in with you. Goodness sake, honestly. Jams and crams as commuters. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh, that's a Peloton bike. Oh, it's a stationary. It's got a touch screen. Wow. £2,295. So it complements your cycling class. Is this what they do with spinning? Is this spinning? Like, yeah, I thought so, yeah. So Chris Lowry will know all about that. They were advertising, well, they weren't advertising, they did a test drive the other day in Country Life, the new Rolls-Royce. It looks like a 4x4, but it's got widescreen TVs in the back and everything else. Starting price is about £250,000, I think. And the one that they road tested was, Yeah, I put 2 on order immediately, hoping that I might win the lottery by the time it gets round to it, but unlikely. Steve, I was at school in the 70s, says Debs in Ely. I studied domestic science. We did meal plans and learnt how to cook proper meals. Stood me in good stead. Of course, that's all gone now. See, we didn't have that at school, and it was only the girls who did it anyway. I don't remember the boys going home with a Tupperware box with some, cakes that you'd made at school, but we didn't do meals. Yeah, we did. We had woodwork at school and metalwork. I made a theatre light, and what did I make in woodwork? I made something in woodwork. Oh, it was a rack to hold your tools, which you screwed up against the wall. No, I don't still have it. And in metalwork, I made a lamp, like a theatre light, and a poker, which was very nice, which was stamped with my name. You had to stamp your name, so when you went back to it, they go, OK, you had to keep putting it into the fire and making it hot and then banging the end of it and all the rest of it. Bit pointless, seeing as we had gas. Wasn't much point of doing anything like that. Asda's chicken and asparagus pie is my favourite. Yeah, I was just telling the producer, I like that, actually. I haven't had one from Asda, I used to get the other one. The cultured butter joke, says Nicola had me in stitches. It wasn't a joke, it was quite serious. Cultured butter. Oh, hello. Are you wearing a satin DJ jacket? Now it's Friday. Best place for tea, Steve, is the terrace on the pavilion at Brighton. Yes, that's very good. Very good. A very good Greek restaurant called Adelphia. Been there many times and love it. Greek restaurant in Brighton. That sounds quite nice. Thank you, Josh. Every Valentine's Day, says Tony in Balham, as part of our meal, me and the boyfriend have a large New Zealand green mussels as a starter with garlic, splashed with Prosecco. Where in God's name do you get large New Zealand green mussels? Wouldn't even know. Yeah, but they're not in New Zealand. They're here. I don't know anywhere that sells things like that. Chris Lowry knows exactly what we were talking about when we were talking about the spinning. And he said it's a group exercise class on stationary bikes. So that's what it is. But these Peloton ones are ever so expensive. Excellent. English is in Brighton, says David in Guildford, is excellent. And Terre, best veg restaurant. Oh, I mean, we're all well up on our restaurants, aren't we? And Dan says, I've just got back from a dirty weekend in Brighton. Oh, lovely. He says, I found a fabulous Italian restaurant in the lanes called La Capanina, which sounds very... Oh, looking at people doing spinning classes. That looks good, doesn't it? It's basically cycling, but going nowhere. I could probably do that, but I don't think my legs would hold up very well. Look at the people. Look at their muscles. There's a bloke there with muscles. I mean, seriously, I've seen legs on a table thinner than that. I mean, unbelievable. These people, and then they do it, they go... And nobody sweats. Have you noticed? But they've got the instructor at the front. She's got one of those microphones. They were asking me yesterday which microphone I wanted for my show at the Leicester Square Theatre. They said, would you want a handheld? I said, certainly not. I really don't. Steve, says Alex in Newham, I hope for the podcast we'll be getting the full version of Red Light Spells Danger. Consider it a special birthday treat to me. It's my favourite song. Well, how lovely. Steve, says Julie, I told you, I'm in Brighton. There's a lady road sweeper outside now. There you go. I told you Brighton would be the place you would find. Brighton is so eclectic a mix. But tell the couple to go to the Ginger Pig in Hove. Hove's very nice. Hove's very nice. So you get the front of Brighton and naff. Then you get Hove and it's nice. The other end you've got the marina, which is very lovely. Albert in Croydon says, I've seen e-scooters riding on the pavements in Croydon. The police look on and say nothing. So what chance do the public have? Yeah, I agree. Because the amount of paperwork they're filling in, I should imagine, will probably take up the best part of a shift. But they're not supposed to be on the roads or on the pavements. I always boo them. Boo! Boo! I do that. and then when they look, because if you've got your mask on, it's great. They can't tell who it is. You go, boo! And then I look round as if to say, who did that? It's always me. Always me.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time. Sue did domestic science at school. She said, we made things like baked apples stuffed with raisins. Oh, they were delicious. That was a really cheap pudding. You'd bake the apple in the oven, you'd take the core out, and you'd fill it with raisins, and then you'd have it with custard or condensed milk or something. It was really delicious, and it was nice, actually. Steak cobbler. I think I know what that is. I'm not too sure, actually. Victoria sponge cakes, fruit flan and bread. Steak cobbler. Oh, that's it. Yes, it's like a beef cobbler, only with steak. And we've had mainly they're beef cobblers. cheddar and rosemary scones and things. It's basically they're round scone type things on the top of, like dumplings, like dumplings actually. Steve, would you update me on the experience of the brown shrimps? Nope. You have to download. 21.5 million people cannot be wrong, as they've downloaded the programme, which is very nice. Sarah says, doing my first spin class for 2 years tomorrow. Wish me luck. Yeah, we were just checking. Minty's deciding whether or not it's going to be hot yoga or normal yoga. Well, I didn't even know that there were two sorts of yoga. A lot of people in our office are fairly fit and they go and do workouts in the gymnasium. I mean, I shouldn't imagine most of them would have the faintest idea what hot yoga is. It's basically where they turn the temperature up and you're doing it so you sweat. But then there's a picture of a lady standing on one leg, and the producer says to me, he said, "Can you do that?" I said, "I can't stand on two legs, let alone on one." You do it in a very warm and humid studio. The room is heated to approximately 105 degrees Fahrenheit and has a humidity of 40%. It sounds for what reason? What is the purpose of that? So you sweat out well, you might as well go and sit in a sauna, mightn't you, and just sort of sweat out the bad stuff. Goodness sake. Bad news, the Steph McGovern show is returning to Channel 4. I know, their budget must have been blown through the roof. It's the only programme that's got about 12 presenters, really. Which is good. Trust you'll be sitting down to watch. I have caught it a few times, Warren. I have seen it. I'm well aware of what I'm watching. I just think there's too many presenters. It's too much of a mishmash. You know, you need to sort of bring it down a bit. But obviously, that's the sort of presentation she does. Although I wasn't aware that she'd ever done any of that sort of presentation before. Boris rips up the diary to woo the wavering MPs. There's a lot of wavering, isn't there, at the moment? And near the Ukraine, a huge train of military hardware has arrived at Klimovo rail yard. And so the US GAF gives Putin the green light to invade. I think he might. It wasn't looking very promising. We seem to be supplying the Ukraine with all sorts of bits and pieces at the moment, including troops. There's the other story in the paper today. These are the serious sides. The police boss reopening stations to repair public faith. So they've all of a sudden found money because they closed them because they didn't have money. There's all sorts around our way. I think the one in Teddington was closed. The one in Brentford has closed. A friend of mine lives down there, and it's a big. It's sat there empty for God knows how long now. I'm assuming it's probably going to be turned into flats or something like that because it's one of those sort of tower block buildings. I mean, I think it's since 2010, I'm right in saying that half of the country's police stations have closed. You know, gone are the days where you had a police station there and one of them, there was the police station there, but there was nobody manning it. It was a telephone. You went there and you picked up the telephone and went, help, help, help. You know, and that was about as far as you get. Well done to Aled Jones's teenage daughter. Amelia Jones has been named as 2022's breakout star to watch by Vogue magazine. Wow. It follows the acclaim she's received for her appearance in the film Coda. So, mind you, every time I see Aled Jones, he never looks old enough to have family. He really doesn't at all. But it's amazing, actually. But she plays an aspiring singer who's the child of deaf adults, or CODA. So she has to run their fishing business in Massachusetts. So if you remember, I mean, Aled found his fame as a teenager in 1984. And she, I think, made her stage debut in the musical Shrek. So obviously showbiz runneth in the family, which is lovely. The mumbling, stumbling president, yes, that's Joe Biden. He is sounding ancient, though, at the moment. I was listening to him the other day, and even without seeing him, I didn't need to see him to realise that he didn't sound good at all. It was a case of he was clinging on for as much as he can, actually. Thank you. Richard Littlejohn made a mistake. He's nearly 80 now, is he? Sounded much older. Richard Littlejohn says, thank you to all who wrote, pointing out the lead singer of Mud was Les Gray, not Les Reed. Les Reed had an orchestra, and Les Gray was the lead singer of Mud, died of cancer years and years ago. And, of course, Les Reed also wrote songs like Delilah, The Last Waltz with Barry Mason. Les Gray was the singer with Mud and died years ago, and they had a big hit with It'll Be Lonely This Christmas and Tiger Feet. They were very good, actually. All those All those marvellous groups from years gone by. Still doing the rounds. If anybody knows about them, it'll be Noreen. She knows about all these groups that are doing the rounds because she goes to see them in these revival shows. The e-scooters turning pavements into a jungle, and urgent action is needed before more lives are lost, which is quite right. And a brisk walk can cut a woman's heart risk. I would have thought exactly the same for men. I was always told if you're going for a walk, do what they call sort of, a power walk. Just wandering along, a bit sort of dilly-dally, totally useless. Might as well. I do power walks. I try. I'm getting a bit better. I'm getting a bit better at doing power walks, but I still don't run. I'm so worried I'm going to trip over. I'm totally convinced I'm going to trip over. It's not good. Gina Davis's birthday today. The American actress played Thelma Dickinson in Thelma and Louise and got an Oscar for The Accidental Tourist. Is 66 today. And 2017, what do you think on this day? In 2017, I'll tell you now, ha ha ha, Donald Trump was sworn in as the 45th US president. He was 70. He fired both barrels at the political establishment, even as they shifted uneasily in their chairs around him in Washington. Also, Jimmy Carter pardoned hundreds of thousands of men who evaded the draft in the Vietnam War in 1977. Paul Allen died on this day. 2018. He's a US businessman, one of the richest men in the world, thanks to Microsoft, which he co-founded. He left a $20 billion fortune. He became a leading philanthropist, funding an elephant census in Africa and a pop museum in his home city of Seattle. And Billy Ocean, as I say, the man who started his career in the 1970s. He bought a mini upright piano for 23 quid, despite living in a third-floor council flat. He said, imagine trying to take a piano up 3 floors. No matter how small the piano, it's still a big, heavy thing. Always smiling, always looks very happy, and we're happy to wish him a very happy 72nd birthday. 72nd birthday. If you're celebrating your birthday, as we did with Jean the other day, I wish you the happiest of day. Farm Foods do apple strudel too. I love apple strudel. Apple strudel, that's sort of apple in between pastry, and it's got sultanas and all. That's really nice, actually. You can have that with either custard or just about anything you like, or failing that, just eat the whole thing. Sausages, everything. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to another freezing cold Monday. Actually, not as cold as it has been. I think normally it's colder if you get the wind chill factor, but there's no wind chill factor, so it's well, not now in my neck of the woods. It's not. It's perfectly nice. Lovely weekend, very nice weekend. And picked up my Christmas presents because I went to my godchildren. I hadn't had Christmas presents, so I took them down. Fireworks, the helicopter, one of the big helicopters, and some money for Christmas. Yeah, the toy helicopter. I'm a real one. What's the difference? Makes no difference. David Walliams wrapped by bosses for another Willy gag. Something the matter with him. It's not quite normal. Metal Mickey's been saved from the scrap heap, and Katie Price could face 5 years in prison. I think unlikely, but I mean, that's the way it's going at the moment. She seems not to have learnt anything at all. And the Lib Dem councillor being investigated over claims he says he was a war hero and dressed up as such. Not true. Kirsty Young's bought a deserted island for $1.6 million. The only thing, it's off the coast of Scotland, and they're going to build a house on the island, and they've got a troop, I don't know what you call them actually, of wallabies on this side. Obviously, somebody put 2 of them on there some years ago. You should have to have 2 to start a troop. And now they've got quite a few over there. Rob Beckett finally admits he wasn't the traffic cone on The Masked Singer, and mainly because the traffic cone wrote to him and said, listen, I'm the traffic cone, and so now he knows who the traffic cone is. So he's sort of semi-apologised. I don't know what's the matter with these people. Why do you have to apologise to them? I've got no idea. Oh, that's it. This is the island, Inchconachan. Inchconachan. It's on Loch Lomond. It's in the Trossachs, and as you know, so many things are nowadays. And it's very nice, and they're going to build a nice house, but they've got a troop of wallabies. But which presumably just eat grass or something like that. I don't know how it works. Yeah, but they're going to put in landing stages and everything else. It was quite nice. It was quite nice, but they paid $1.6 million for it, which when you consider in London, you'd be barely buying a flat for $1.6 million. This one, it's got a couple of sort of derelict houses, which they'll pull down, and they can use it as a holiday island. Although you're going to have some sort of security, because once people know you can float out to it on a boat, I would have thought that was highly dangerous. It's a pretty island if you like that kind of thing. Troop of wallabies all over the blooming place. But no, I mean, I think that's very nice. I mean, it could be a place to retire to, although your nearest Tesco must be miles away. Miles away. No, you have to stock up and go over on the boat with sort of cases of soup and everything else. Mind you, perhaps you can eat wallabies. I don't know. I've never thought about eating wallabies and what wallaby meat is like. I'm assuming over in, well, Shane will probably tell us, eating probably kangaroo. You can probably eat kangaroo. There you go. You can eat wallaby meat. Who actually does it? Let's have a look. Wallaby meat has a rich burgundy colour, very tender with a mild, delicate flavour, and can be used as an alternative to veal or chicken. It's all blooming chicken, isn't it? Have you noticed nowadays? All chicken. There's no farming of kangaroos or wallabies in Australia. Kangaroos and wallabies are harvested in the wild by licensed hunters. Wow. Well, there you learn something. Because actually, kangaroos are blooming enormous. Absolutely enormous. They really are. They're much bigger. Yeah. Joni in Potter's Bar said, I've never paid over £5 to have a new battery put in my watch. I usually go to Borehamwood Market. Well, to be honest with you, mine's a very expensive watch, and they normally have to send it away. They have to check whether or not I've got it wet. And I didn't understand why. And she said, because it's waterproof. Your watch is waterproof. And I said, is it? I said, well, I'd take it off for showers and everything. I wouldn't even think about it. And she said, yeah, it says waterproof on it, which is very lovely. I should take it away and get it cleaned, actually. I've had it for ages. It's a Raymond Weil watch. Yeah, Weil. It's Swiss. And, or Austrian, I don't know, something like that. But anyway, so when I last got it done, it was about 3-4 weeks ago, and already the battery's run out, which is slightly odd. But anyway, so I go yesterday on the bus to Kingston, and it was done by, I think, a jeweller's called Courlanders in Richmond High Street. Very old-fashioned kind of place, and they do watch batteries. Anyway, the last time I went there, 20 quid. Because the batteries you buy for them are cheaper, and they last forever and a day. 20 quid, and it takes them about 5-10 minutes to do. So I thought, I was in Kingston, I wanted the battery done. I'd been to Richmond and discovered that Courlanders wasn't open on Sunday, so that was a bit of a pain. And I then go back, actually. And I go to this shop, and it's like a booth in the middle of the Benthall shopping centre as you come in. Do you know where it is? It used to be, they used to do hair extensions or something like that there. And so I waited. It's supposed to be opening at 20 past 11, so it didn't bode well as far as I was concerned, but I was prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt. And then they opened up, and I sort of rushed over, and I had 2 people in front of me in the queue, so I rushed over as fast as my little legs would carry me. And so, fairly nice person serving. And so I said, oh, could you pop a watch battery in for me? So she said, have a look. So, of course, I took the watch off and showed her. She went, we'd have to send it away. I said, oh, OK. She said, oh, no, she didn't say we'd have to send it away. She said, she didn't say sending it away. She said, it comes with a 2-year guarantee. And I said, OK, how much will that be? Thinking she was going to say £30, thinking it'd be £80, she said. So I said, are you joking? I said, £80 for a battery? She said, yes, but it does come with a 2-year guarantee. I thought, it's a battery. What do you mean it comes with a 2-year guarantee? It uses hardly any. And I thought, 80 quid? I thought you were having some sort of laugh. And so I said, no, thank you. So anyway, so I then go back to Richmond. I'm backwards and forwards on the buses yesterday. That was no tomorrow. And going to another little jeweller's, which is in the Triangle, as I call it, which is I've always looked in the window but never bought anything. And there's 2 young girls in there. I said, oh, hi. I said, could you fit a watch battery? So that's when she said to me, she said, have you got it wet? So I said, no. I said, I'd take it off for everything. I don't go swimming anywhere. I said, take it off for the shower. Simple as that. And so she said, we need to send it away, to have it done, because they obviously don't put the batteries in the shop. I said, how much would it cost? And she said, it'd be £15. So I thought, well, that's a bargain, but I don't want to send my watch away. I wanted somebody to do it there and then. So what I'm going to have to do today is go back to the place that put the battery in to start with for 20 quid. But 80 quid, I'll get a refund at the very least. But I mean, 80 quid for a battery. I thought, you're taking the mickey, aren't you? 80 quid. God, I know the watch cost a small fortune, but, ridiculous. Steve, I've had kangaroo, but I wasn't real keen on it. I'd rather have beef. It has a different flavour, says Shane. Yes, it's a chicken versus something else, I think. Matt in Indiana says, glad to catch the show today, listening in the good old US of A. Our goddaughter's getting married in February. What would you bring as a gift? I tell you what I'd get as a gift, and it's very acceptable. Get it on Amazon, and it's like a Swarovski picture frame. And it's very nice. I bought a couple before for people. They're really nice. And it's a Swarovski It might either be Swarovski or it's something that looks like Swarovski, but it's a picture frame, and then they can put a picture, their favourite one from the sort of wedding or something like that. Here you go, 110 quid it is, and it's very nice. It's very nice. I mean, they do different sizes of them. They've got 3 in stock. But this is in the British one. Is that the British one? Yeah, you'll find them as well. And it's nice because people like a nice picture frame, and it's got the jewel encrusted around the outside. More than acceptable. More than acceptable. That's what I bring as a gift. That's what I mean, there are all sorts. But a picture frame is very nice anyway, because then you put in your favourite wedding picture and somebody goes, oh, that looks nice, and it draws attention to it. So there you go. Sorted out. Another one says, is it bad, Steve? I've just got home from being out at 7:30 last night. Being out, really? Dirty little stop out. What's the matter with you? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Yeah, what were you doing until early hours of the morning? I don't know. Katie Price, having sort of lied on television and told us, oh, this is going to be my year, I'm going to be good, I'm going to be marvellous. And I'm thinking, OK, great, we gave her the benefit of the doubt. And lo and behold, she's back again. Yes. Allegations of breaking a court law about contacting her ex-husband's fiancé, I think it is. But as I say, only allegations at the moment, but they're saying she could face 5 years in prison. She can't drive, and also she's managed to start walking again. Such a gift, isn't it, from God? But her boyfriend, or whatever he is, goes out to pick her up after she's been at the police station for 12 hours. And what do the press do? I mean, very sneaky. He turned up in an £80,000 car to pick her up. It's a 4x4 thing. So once they'd loaded her in there, the press took a number of the car number. Turns out it wasn't taxed. Shouldn't have been on the road. In fact, the tax ran out on the 12th of December, so he's way out of line with that one. She's back in court again today, because she owes money to the courts, about £7,000, which she didn't pay last time. So not looking promising for her, is it? Even though she said we've got a great announcement at the end of this week or something. I can only assume it's going to be we're going to get married and we're all supposed to be excited by it. But then all her close friends, whoever they are, have said, no, she needs to go back into rehab. Listen, she's been done for drink driving 6 times. She's been into rehab God knows how many times, and it hasn't made any difference. She obviously thinks you go into rehab, you go through the charade, and then you come out again. And then within a short space of time, she's broken the law again. I mean, well, she has broken the law. 6 times she's been done for drink driving. 6 times she's been convicted of drink driving, and so far she hasn't even paid all the fines. I mean, it's obviously she has a different life to the rest of us. But I'd love to find out how many times you can be done for drink driving before somebody goes, you're going to prison. Doesn't matter whether it's for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever it is, because she's obviously not learning the lesson. And, if these allegations turn out to be true, and I'm hoping to God they're not, I mean, I don't know how she's going to avoid prison. Really? I suppose the answer is going to be her mother's terminal. But then her mother's been terminal for 5 years, something like that. She needs to get married because she wants her mother to be at the wedding, but she doesn't seem to be helping herself. Charlotte says, I'm an ex-Londoner, Pinner, and I live in the Loch Lomond and Trossachs National Park. The nearest Tesco is about 10 miles or so in a town called Helensburgh. It's very scenic here, but the Faslane base, where the nuclear submarines are based, and Coolport, where the nuclear weapons are stored, aren't too far away. Wow! You're in a cool part of the country. The Trossachs National Park. Very impressed. That's very impressed. But I'm assuming that they can send boats over to the island with all the wood on and start building something. And otherwise, how else do they build these things? It is a bit of a pain, but I'm sure somebody will do it for her. What a lovely place you're in. So the nearest Tesco, 10 miles or so. So presumably you've got a car, which you then park on the mainland, and then you have to get your boat. I mean, it strikes me as being a little bit, not the safest place ever, is it really? I mean, I'm looking at pictures. It looks beautiful. Loch Lomond and the Trossachs National Park. Always, you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland for ye. Me and my true love will never be the same on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Nice. I like singing Scottish songs. I'm a bit taken actually by, and I've watched loads of them on the internet, on YouTube, of the pipes and drums and stuff like that. I love that sort of thing. I really do. So there is a Tesco. If they were desperate to get out there and get some food, they must have to get loads of soup in, mustn't they? What else is going to last? You can't get Deliveroo. I tell you what, I've noticed all the Deliveroo bikes. I've seen them, and I saw 2 this morning. No lights on their bicycles. Don't they have lights at Deliveroo, or are they determined that they can drive around at night? Seriously, because as the bike went past me, I remember thinking, he's wearing dark clothing. You can see the Deliveroo thing at the back, but no reflective bit, no nothing at all. Not the first time I've noticed it, but, that's what I'm in the business of doing, noticing things.
This is LBC.
Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 24th of January. Welcome to 3 hours of... by the time we finish, you won't need to buy a newspaper today. We'll have told you all the main stories in them. Arnold Schwarzenegger hits the road on his bicycle after a pile-up. He had a pile-up multi-car pile-up the other day, which wasn't very good. At least he emerged fine. And Meatloaf's family flew to his bedside once they heard he was going downhill quite rapidly. We think COVID. They haven't ruled out COVID, and they haven't said no. They've just said we don't want to make any comments, so I'm assuming COVID. I liked Meatloaf, yeah. I saw him on a Royal Variety performance some years ago. He was a bit tiddled, to say the least. And... but he sang... I mean, I liked all of his hits. Bat Out of Hell was a great album. And he sang with Cher. Cher featured in one of his songs. He was 74, but, 74 was okay. And I think, actually, Jim Steinman, who wrote most of the stuff with him, I think they actually fell out. But he had all these different... I would do anything for love, but I can't have you. And he died with his wife beside him. Actually, one of my neighbours died the other day as well. So we only heard about that. She wasn't in this country. She'd been ill for a little while. And we got a message from her partner to say that she just slipped away. She just stopped breathing. She had the... No, she was... I don't know how old she was, actually. But she'd been ill. She had carers. But luckily, her partner was with her when she died. He said she just slipped away. He said she just stopped breathing. And she'd been ill for a little while, actually. Not so good. So it's... but mind you, when you get somebody 74, she might have been in her 70s. I don't know. I never think about things like that, except for when it's somebody who looks very young. We had Jean the other day, who celebrated her birthday, her 90th birthday. One of my neighbours is 92. It seems to be the new trend. People living forever, being 90. It's amazing. Steve, if Ocado delivered to LA, I'd definitely be placing my order, but I think the transatlantic delivery fee would be extortionate. Says Archie. Oh, right. Is that... so you're looking about... yeah. I've never had any of these deliveries. Never had any of them at all. No, it doesn't bother me. Arthur says I usually give a pair of champagne flutes, which I get engraved with their names, and the date of the wedding ceremony. About 25 for the glasses, another 50 for the engraving. A personalised Prezi, which has always been well received, says Arthur in Harlow. Oh, right. Reggie says, morning, Steve. I was looking at this when you mentioned Loch Lomond. Apparently it's genuine. No, it was a fake first time round. There is no... There is nothing. And it's Loch Ness, by the way. Not Loch Lomond. Loch Lomond is you take the high road and that one. Yeah, the Loch Lomond monster. No, this was the fake from years ago. You can tell it's a fake just by looking at how bad the quality is. So Robin, I mean, it's more fake than you could ever imagine. There's never been any genuine pictures because it doesn't exist, love. There is no Loch Ness monster. There is no sort of underwater caves and sea creatures and all the rest of it. It's a load of old baloney, I'm afraid. But I mean, very sweet. I was reading somebody the other day. Somebody was tweeting, and they were having trouble with the vaccinators again. Why are you giving people false information? They wrote to this particular presenter on another radio station, and he was getting riled up by it, saying, well, we can only tell the truth. You stand a better chance of surviving COVID if you've been vaccinated. If you don't want to be vaccinated, well, that's your problem. There was a woman the other day who deliberately, I don't think she was in this country either, I think she was American, but she deliberately got herself infected with COVID. She was trying to make a point, and her husband and daughter had COVID. They were fully vaccinated with the booster as well. And so she thought she'd make a point. And so she got herself infected. 2 days, she was dead. It's as simple as that. If she'd been vaccinated, she might have stood a much better chance of surviving with the booster. Ridiculous, isn't it? Czech, she was Czech. She was quite well known, I believe. I believe she was quite well known, yeah. A singer. But to be that naive and then to sort of go, I'm going to deliberately get myself infected, and then thinking, I mean, obviously because of all the garbage she'd read on the internet, she probably thought she could survive it. Well, she didn't. 2 days, she was dead. Visitors now have to book a parking space on Britain's busiest mountain, because loads of people want to go climbing mountains. I'm not one of them. I can't think of anything worse. Why would you want to do that? Get the bus or a train or something like that. Little railways that go up these peaks. But now it's so busy, you have to pre-book your parking space. If you don't have a pre-booked parking space, they're not going to let you park there. It's as simple as that, because there's too many people, wanting to go up there. I mean, at least you can guarantee there won't be. You see, I'd open a tea shop, at the bottom. Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be at the bloody top. And then just sort of do pots of tea and things like that. That'd be quite a nice thing to do, because when you've climbed up a mountain, you come down again, you want a cup of tea, don't you? Maybe halfway down, maybe somewhere nice, and then sort of do, I baked some lovely cakes today, some scones. and people will be very interested. Colleen Nolan's still parading her Tinder date. Apparently she met him about 5 seconds ago, and it's all looking very promising. As I say, they've dressed him up in what can only be described as a suit for a much younger person. Don't want to be rude about it. The dozing wireless operator not to blame for the Titanic deaths. God, they're not still going on about that one, are they? Breaking news on the Titanic. What do you mean you didn't know? Dear. And Simon Cowell says his son has got him plunged into eco-issues. So he's thinking about buying an electric car, which is good. Corrie's Amanda Barry claims she'd have been sacked if she came out as gay. Because I knew she was gay for donkey's years. Hilary Bonner, I think, is her partner's name. She was a TV critic, wrote a lovely book, Is There, I think, Life After Soap, ? She was married to Mike Baldwin, but only pretend, because he's been dead for years now. He died a long, long time ago, yeah. He was good-looking boy, Mike Baldwin. Johnny Briggs, yes. He was in loads of British films about the army and wars and stuff like that. Good-looking boy. But yeah, he died some years ago now. I think he was 70s. Was it last year? Oh, right. Seems ages ago. Happy Monday star Bears is charging fans £85 to hear him talking about beekeeping. Must be really desperate for the money, mustn't he? And poor old Anton Decker been toppled by Michael McIntyre in the ratings. Michael McIntyre is knocking spots off them. I think, because they say failure is not in Anton Deck's vocabulary. Really? We all saw the, was it Red and Black game show, which died on its proverbial, and this latest one appears to be... I don't know which Michael McIntyre thing it is. It could be The Wheel, I don't know. I have seen it, yes. I couldn't believe how much it cost to make. It's absolutely phenomenally expensive. And couples therapy. Are you hooked on it yet? I'm not big into therapy. I don't mind talking to somebody about things, because I think that's quite a good idea. That can be very good for you, provided they understand. There you go. Anton Deck toppled by McIntyre. The news would be a huge blow. They usually have the golden touch. A source said, very bad news. This is Limitless Win. The first episode pulled an average of 4.4 million. That's not, I would have expected 6 million at the very outside. Michael McIntyre beat it by 1 million. However, last week, the Telly's duo game show dropped to 3.7 million, and on Saturday, further to 3.5. You know why? And I could have summed it up in one thing. It's too complicated for people to understand. And also, when they sort of go for it, I mean, one of them broke down. Oh, that was during the British Got Talent thing. But they were sort of doing it. They didn't come over as very genuine on it. Oh, good, great. Oh, it was a bit too like watching somebody really ancient trying to pretend to be all young and vibrant. That's what was wrong with it. I'm afraid. I mean, the best game shows are simple. Don't want anything complicated. I'm trying to think, actually. Higher or low is a good one for me. I quite understood that. Come on, dollies, do your dealing. Da, 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 da. Or failing that, we liked Millionaire. Although they had The Chase on the other day, a celebrity version. And Joe Pasquale was the one. I knew every single answer that he had because all the questions were easy peasy. They give simple questions and it was for 140,000 quid. I'm not particularly bright. I just remember stupid things. You're very kind to say so, and that's why you're keeping your job. But no, it was interesting because I was going for them all, and I thought I know every single one of these. And Joe Pasquale's not stupid. He's really bright. Yeah, but it was a celebrity version. I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a radio presenter, humbly putting himself through the RADA at the age of 67. I could be a chaser. Couldn't I? That'd be quite good. I don't know. Steve 67 makes it sound like an email address, doesn't it? Really? I don't know. So the Brits are braced for a freezing February. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. They keep saying that. It gives them something to talk about. And Alex in Falkirk, my God, we've got people all over the country at the moment, said, I was reading yesterday, Steve, about the fact that within 10 years we'll have half robot, half manufactured skin hearts. So it'll hopefully stop heart failure. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? If you could actually sort of say that you could give somebody, a new heart, but it would go forever and a day. It's not going to run out, because that's generally the thing that you worry about, isn't it? The heart stopping. Well, I certainly do. Steve, the closest I want to get to a mountain is a bar of Toblerone. Yeah, I don't like Toblerone. I've had it before, but I'm not big into it. I bought some Satsumas today, but they were some of the other ones I brought in have been really tiddly things, sort of things that would just about fit in Nick Abbott's mouth. But the bigger ones today are quite nice, and they were really quite tasty. Zora had a couple. I had one, which is very rare, actually. Juicy. I should cocoa. Juicy is not the word for it. Birthday wishes, says Alicia, and kisses to my daughter Saskia, 27 today, and will finally fly out tonight to her in Dubai, where she is on secondment. It's been delayed due to COVID. We'll get there in the end. Oh, you'll get there in the end, definitely. Definitely. I was watching a firework display in Dubai the other day. It was only on the television. And, aren't baby rhinos cute? Aren't they cute? Mind you, if it sat on you, it could kill you. But they're so tiny. Apparently, rhinos run at you, and you're supposed to stand your ground. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Run like mad. So that's what they say. And if lions come at you, because they won't... No, I'm running. I'm not wasting any time with these things.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC.
Somebody sent me in a thing, actually, which is Toblerone. It's the label, Toblerone. And they said, what's the hidden thing in the picture? And the answer is, it's a bear. And so then this prompted the producer to find other things. On Amazon, the arrow that goes underneath on Amazon goes from A to Z. Okay. And on FedEx, you'll like this one, FedEx, E to X, there's an arrow on it. There's probably loads of these things out there. It's just that I'd never even thought about it. I would have no idea at all. But very clever, actually. So once you notice it, you can see... I mean, I've looked at the bear on the Toblerone thing. It doesn't look like a very good bear, does it, really? I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it could be a mouse. It's certainly not Paddington. That's a fact. So now you can see him on the other ones. John in Colchester said, if you were a chaser, what would your chaser name be? I don't know, actually. John said, you don't have to be fast to outrun a bear, just faster than the person with you. Yeah, of course, the problem is bears climb trees. And they climb them from a very, very early age. From when they're little tiny cubs, they can climb a tree. And so no point in climbing a tree. And they can outrun you. Not so good. So the Katie Price story rumbles on and on and on and on and on. So boring, actually. But the police have seized her telephone and they've trawled through to see whether or not there are any messages on there. So she left the police station the other day. Her family want her back in rehab, but I think most people would have to agree it's not working. There needs to be something else. But I don't know how often she's allowed to as I say, 6 times drink driving. I don't know anybody that I've ever heard of who's ever been done for drink driving who hasn't gone to prison. Because obviously, clearly, it doesn't seem to mean anything to her that she's been done. The last time she turned the car over. I mean, if she'd had the kids in there, that could have been an absolute disaster. Luckily, she didn't. But it was her fiancé, little Carl Woods, who drove the former glamour model from the car park of Worthing Police Station in a black Mercedes. But the annual vehicle excise duty didn't appear to have been paid. It ran out in December. So he's obviously just picked up something from stock, because that's what they're in the business of, second-hand cars. But she's no stranger. In 2010, held for driving offences, banned for 6 months. 8 years later, disqualified again, October 2019, and so it goes on. And so she's due back in court this week over an unpaid bill of almost £7,500 in legal costs. She hasn't bothered to pay it, and yet she seems to be living the life of Riley. She goes on holidays. She's been for cosmetic surgery. She's been for everything. So she obviously thinks she's different from everybody else. I don't know why she thinks she's different, but I don't think putting her in rehab is going to make any difference at all. She comes out and she uses it for making her programmes. all of a sudden it becomes sort of part of her life. They go, oh, she's filming. So she was filmed coming out of rehab. And you think, I think you've got the wrong end of the stick, love. I think it's about time that somebody kicked you into touch and went, listen, you're not learning. You're not learning at all. But and then Kieran's got to go in and talk to the... it just gets so bizarre, doesn't it? And as I say, a little Carl Woods thinks that... Because she's going to make an announcement at the end of this week. And I can't imagine what announcement she's going to make unless she's given up drinking. That would be a good announcement to make. But I suspect it's going to be something about we're going to get married and I'm going to be doing this and doing that. Because she doesn't know any other way of making money. She can't make money any other way. She can't write. Oh, she's got another autobiography out in which she'll explain why she went out drunk and coked out of her mind and turned a vehicle over. But of course it didn't have any insurance, so they've lost that money. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just a total disaster of a life. She's also scheduled to attend on February the 14th a bankruptcy hearing. So she's got debts of nearly £500,000. Doesn't look very promising, does it, for somebody who allegedly was worth £45 million? Never. Never in a million years. I quite like the idea the Grenadier Guards want the Duchess of Cambridge to replace Prince Andrew as their colonel. I think that's taken it a bit too far, but he's also in the papers over the weekend. You know why? He's been off trawling red light districts and stuff like that in the past. This is 20 years ago. But as I say, he was always known as Randy Andy. He's pictured on a yacht. There's topless girls on the yacht and all the rest of it. I mean, nothing the matter with that, but I mean, you know, have a little bit of decorum, dear. A little bit of decorum, which would be better. What's the difference between Satsumas and easy peelers? I shop in Sainsbury's. You never seem to get any Satsumas. Well, Satsumas are very seasonal. They're very seasonal. So I think, my one aren't Satsumas. They're easy peelers. And they're sort of like little tangerines. But, well, I think that's what they are anyway. I don't think they're Satsumas. But I'll only go for easy peelers. Otherwise, what's the point? You break your fingernails trying to open the blooming things. Easy peelers are great. You just got to, I mean, and also you don't want pips in them. Dawn Neeson had pips the other week. She said clementines usually. Yeah, I don't think mine are clementines, but they're nice. They're very nice, but they don't have pips. I don't want pips. Dawn said she had, I think, 3 or 2 or whatever it was. And I went, oh, that sounds lovely. She went, no, not, because they had pips in them. And you don't want... Because if you swallow the pips, you get a plant growing in your stomach and it comes up and then the leaves come outside your mouth and all the rest of it. It's like earwigs. They're called earwigs for a reason. But, no, John, you should better get Satsumas. I didn't find the little ones this year. Normally we get the little tiny baby ones. Have you seen those? They only come from an area of China and they're about the size of a marble. Little tiny things. Never seen those. I didn't see any of them this year. I was in a coffee shop the other day, says Stella, and a man came in with a Pomeranian. It was the cutest dog I'd seen and wanted to pick it up, but apparently they really bite. Yeah, I mean, some dogs do bite. They're not cheap. Who was I speaking to the other day? Oh, a friend of mine who's bought a dog, and it's a Labrador puppy. 1,500 quid. 15? Oh, seriously, I can't believe the price of these things. Ridiculous. Steve, a watch battery goes dead is either a dud battery or moisture has hit in because the seal would have been broken when they opened the back and it hasn't been replaced, rendering the waterproofness of the watch compromised. Even a splash of water, say when washing hands, can get inside. Therefore, you need to take it to a jeweller that sells that watch, or at least Swiss watches, and have the battery and the seal replaced. This will pressure test the watch to ensure the seal is working. I know you don't swim or shower with it, but it needs to be sealed, says Mark. For comparison, I have an Omega, which is $200 or £100 for a battery change. Good God. Mark's in Western Australia. £100. Well, I paid 30. I might go back to these to the 2 girls and say for 15 quid you can send it away and get it sealed as well. I didn't. That's twice they've asked me about the water thing, which is odd, isn't it? Like my tea. But I mean, I'm not paying 80 quid, not for a battery. So perhaps the people who did it last time didn't do a very good job. Yeah, it was less than a month ago. Less than a month ago, which is not very good, is it? What else we got? Film director Guy Ritchie's pub has gone up in flames for the second time in 7 months. That's unlucky, isn't it? I mean, once, unlucky. Twice, really bad. So luckily for him, they managed to contain it. It's in Fitzrovia. Did you used to walk past it? Yeah, a friend of mine knows where it is, actually. In fact, actually, he told me a story about that pub and Prince Andrew. That's all I can tell you. I don't know anymore. I believe that the pub is very, very near. They have bouncers. Do they? What, on the door of a pub? Oh dear, how pretentious. But somebody told me that Prince Andrew used to go and visit Ghislaine Maxwell, and her house apparently used to be very near that one, very near the pub, so people could see him going in and out, because she used to go and visit him. It's in Fitzrovia, isn't it? Fitzroy Square. That's right. A friend of mine said we used to see him going into the house. But then she used to go into Buckingham Palace. At one time, 4 times in the day, Ghislaine Maxwell went into Buckingham Palace. In fact, so much so that the security thought they were an item, because Andrew did have a bit of a reputation. So visitors booking this space. This is on Snowdon. So if you want to get, pass, so you've got to book the thing. Fitted with barriers and number plate recognition cameras. A friend of mine's got a camera. He fitted at home. He showed me the other day. And it's battery operated. Outside, lasts for a few months, 6 months, I think, the battery. And it's motion activated. And it delivers live pictures to his telephone. And he paid, I think it was less than 80 quid, and I think you pay 4 quid a month or something for them to store the images for you. It was brilliant. We were out having lunch in a pub a few miles away from home, and you could see me on his camera going back to my car to pick up the fireworks and bits and pieces. Really good. If you're out, it texts your phone and says there's activity at your front door. They've actually got it. Hello, Popsy. They've actually got it, and it's brilliant. At night time, it records as well. And the picture quality is stunning. Really good. I don't know what it's called, but it's the fact that you don't need to wire the camera up. It's the fact it's just battery operated. It must be little tiny batteries. Oh, no, it's not that. No, I'm going to find out what it is. But they also, because they had their chimneys swept the other day. What? I think that's quite normal to have your chimneys swept. Very Dickensian. But the bloke who's called Al, operating around the Stansted area, he was brilliant. How much did he charge them for doing 3 chimneys? He said, I'll only charge you for 2. That's putting his brushes up, sucking all the bits of... it's not been used, the fireplace, for years and years. So there were no birds' nests up there or anything like that. How much for 2? Well, you know how much it is anyway. How much do you think, Kieran? How much, for 2 chimneys? 50 quid. Well, it was £95, which I thought it would have been 400 quid. Yeah, Zora said 1,000, but she's got no idea. Yeah, really cheap. Anyway, they've never lit a fire there before, and they've got because they've got 6 acres. They've got lots of wood, which they've chopped down with their saws and everything else, and they've got an electric saw thing, and they sent me a picture of their fireplace ablaze with the first time they've ever had a fire lit there. So that, I should imagine, heated up, because you know what happens if you sit in front of a warm fire, your cheeks go all bright red, So they sent me a picture of their dog sitting there staring at it, because the dogs have never seen a real fire working. They sent me a little video, which I thought was really great, actually. I was very, very impressed. And he went, yay, it's working. So they've got their sort of... It's cool, isn't it? Very nice. And that will heat up, because it's an old house, about 1500 and something. And now it's going to be all warm and cosy. Sit there in your pants. It's all right, isn't it? I like that idea, so I'll be doing that next time I'm round there.
This is LBC.
I think I might have to send the watch away, actually, because you're right, the seal would need replacing. That's why they ask about the water thing, isn't it, really? It's my birthday today, says Waj. I'm 38. 38? Many happy returns of the day. How nice to be 38. Mind you, between now and 40, it'll whiz through, I promise you, really, really quickly. And then between 40 and 50, no time at all. And then how old do you feel? How old do I feel? Oh, God, I don't know, probably about 35, 80 some days. You get out of bed and you go, oh, my God, I'm absolutely knackered today. No, I don't really sort of get tired. When I want to go to bed, I go to bed, though. I'm very good about, not one of these people who sort of stays up. In fact, we were laughing about it the other day, because when we were all younger, the parents of my godchildren, we'd be out 5 nights a week. We'd rather go into the Chinese restaurant, or we go out, for drinks or things like that, go out to a club. And then you get to a certain age and you think, I'd rather stay in. I'd rather stay in, and sort of just put my feet up, have a glass of Prosecco, and then just go to bed. And that's the nice thing, climbing into bed, and then you sleep, and then the alarm goes off, and you go, here we go again. That's what I like. So you're 38 now. The funny thing is, when you're 38, I don't really know what you're supposed to feel like at certain ages. Sometimes I'll look at my age and I'll go, 67, and you go, 60, what are you supposed to feel like at 67? Because I see some people on the television, and they look older than I do, and they turn out to be much younger than me. So, no names, no pack drill, Lorraine Kelly. But it's truly, it's a state of mind, isn't it? If you like doing your job, you have a bit of fun with it. Why not, for goodness sake? That's what the whole thing's about. If you don't like the job, you're going to really hate it, and you're going to age rapidly. I think it should be Steve the Oracle Allen on the chase, says John. Steve the Oracle. The funny thing is, I do remember odd things. I remember the oddest thing. Somebody would say to me, you know, like the producer tries to prove it on a daily basis, whereas in fact I'm always right, never wrong. And Steve Know-All Allen could be another popular one. But no, you just remember certain things. Other things I can't remember for love nor money. Seriously, I'm hopeless. Steve, in my vast experience of small oranges, satsumas, clementines, etc., the only ones that are truly delicious are the ones from Israel. They're available now and are sweet, juicy, and a real treat. See, I never know where these things come from. I never know. I'm assuming Spain for a lot of the time, but I didn't. I'll have to go and check, actually, when we have another ad break. I'll nip outside and have a check on what my other ones are. Shane says, I wanted a new battery for my watch last year. He quoted $60. I said, are you kidding? Forget it. Walked out, got it replaced for $20. Yeah, I mean, I thought £90 was just taking the Michael. Definitely. The camera system is called Blink, and is made by Amazon themselves. If you search Blink on Amazon, it'll come up. We have multiple at home, and you're right, it's blooming brilliant, says John. Yeah, that's Blink, is it? Yeah, the outdoor. No, this is it's a round one. It's definitely round. It doesn't look like that. No, it doesn't look like that. No, it's sort of round. It looks like sort of a small, like sort of half the size of a toilet roll tube kind of thing. But I mean, these sound they're amazingly good value, but not the one that I've seen. I'll ask him. I'll have an answer by tomorrow. Yeah, there's loads of different ones, but this one's particularly good, and it's only £4 a month actually. Connie in Stockwell says the news of the death of Meatloaf made me sad. It was wonderful meeting with him when he signed my CD. Had a few words with him, but I called him by his real name. May he rest in peace. His music will live on and he will be missed. Oh, yes, I mean, that. I never interviewed him. Never interviewed him. He didn't come into my spectrum. I just thought the only time I ever saw him was at the Royal Variety performance. And he was a bit all over the place then. I think he enjoyed a bit of a... His real name was Michael Adé. Michael Adé. Either way, he was known as Meatloaf. And somebody said the other day when they were reviewing Bat Out of Hell, they said... you'll hear somebody who's literally pushing themselves as much. He was a proper rock singer, a proper singer. He threw everything into that album, absolutely everything in. And if you look at all the DVDs and the videos that went along with it, it was great. He was just, long hair and all the rest of it. I always wanted long hair like that. I wanted to be able to sing like that, but it was never likely to happen. But no, much missed. But 74, but COVID, we think, 99%. Certain that it was COVID, which is, still dangerous, still killing people. Got to be very careful, very, very careful. Warren, good morning, Warren. He says, I've got Blink cameras all around the house, at the front, at the side, at the back. They're fantastic. They go on and make alerts when anybody's moving around. They send you videos of people in HD quality. See, we have CCTV at home, and it records, and we've got between 16 and 20 cameras covering, I know, just round my front door. No, I mean loads of them, literally on corridors, doors. So you can't walk into the property or anywhere near the property without being caught by cameras, which is great. And in the car park, we have cameras. Can't see them live on my phone. No, I mean if we changed them, I probably could. But I mean, to be honest with you, I can't really be bothered. So who wants to know what's going on? Imagine me sitting here and going, "Oh look, there's somebody breaking into my flat. Fantastic." Wouldn't get anywhere near the property because you'd be, every door you go through, there's cameras front and back. Yeah, the electric fence, barbed wire, and the dogs are doing a brilliant job, I have to tell you. Not many people moving out of there, I think. Steve, I hope you had a lovely weekend. I know you like your banana lolly, so I do recommend these. Real banana, not flavoured, and Belgian chocolate. Oh, they look quite nice. 3 banana and milk chocolate. There's something about banana lollies that I quite like, actually. Half a banana per lolly. Oh, they look quite nice. Are they frozen? Banana and milk chocolate ice lollies. in Ice Kitchen. Quality Belgian. See, the trouble, you're right, it's got to be quality chocolate. There's no point in cheap, chronically bad chocolate. It's got to be good quality chocolate. And banana as well. Banana, just fab. There's a place we have an ice cream van in Twickenham who's there for the summer, parked down by the river at the end of Water Lane, and he does banana lollies. And they're really nice. I could eat two. No, but I mustn't eat two. But I like that. 3 banana and milk chocolate lollies. I'm still trying to get the what are we getting? Angel Delight butterscotch flavour ice cream. I can't find it. I might have a go today. I've got to go and get what have I got to get today? Oh, I've got to take all my Dosset boxes back into the chemist so they can fill them up next time around. So I've got about 7 of the blooming things. And cotton buds. Got to get cotton buds and a saucepan. Apart from that, nothing. A saucepan, I know. I might cook something today. I don't know. I might not. I'll see how I feel. No good pushing me. If I want to cook it, I'll cook it. So John in Nantwich has got this. He's got Blink. These ones aren't Blink. I'll tell you what they are tomorrow. We shall find out. Do you remember Metal Mickey? You might not remember actually, but this was owned by a guy. His creator, Johnny Edward, who died last year, and a pal he left the machine to also passed away. So they were going to throw it away. Thank goodness. It was on in 1980. And guess who was the star of it? Mickey Dolenz. So it's quite nice. Ex-Monkey singer Mickey, who produced and directed the show, said, "So great to hear you saved Metal Mickey from the scrap heap. Ironic, since in the plot the younger brother, Ken, builds Metal Mickey out of old bean tins." Wow. It's nice, isn't it? So they've got him. He should go in a museum. They should put him into the Museum of London or something like that, because they've got loads of puppets in there from my early days. I think they've got Bill and Ben. What? From my early days? Well, we had different puppets in my day. Most of mine were black and white puppets. We didn't do colour. Skier Dave Riding has won Britain's first gold medal in the 55 years of the Alpine World Cup. Wouldn't get me skiing. Can't think of anything worse. Looks highly dangerous. Very, very dangerous. I like the story, though, of a hotel. It was a travel lodge. And they have an automated RoboVac. You know, one of these things, you put it down and it just... This one wandered off. This one left the hotel. He'd obviously had enough of being pushed around. Failed to stop at the door and veered down the path. Panicked staff pleaded for its return, with the assistant manager posting on social media, "Today we had our new robot vacuum run for his life. They normally sense the lip at the entrance and turn round, but this one made a run for it." The cleaner was eventually spotted under a hedge and returned a day after going missing from the hotel. He was hiding, wasn't he? Didn't want to go back there. Didn't want to be a vacuum cleaner or anything like that. I love it. I always wanted one of those. In fact, somebody asked me the other day, they said, have you got one of these I said, no. No, I never wanted one. I didn't think it would suck up enough dirt. It's like you get the automatic ones in the garden for mowing the lawn, and then it goes back into its little charging station and charges itself up and then pops out again. I haven't got a lawn, so that would be a bit pointless unless it's going to drag up concrete or something, which I think is highly unlikely. A Liberal Democrat councillor and former mayor is being investigated over claims he posed as a decorated war hero. This is Pete Jackson, who wore the Queen's Gallantry Medal and bragged of Falklands and Northern Ireland service. Well, they've checked. He was never in Northern Ireland. He was never in the Falklands. He claimed he graduated from Sandhurst. No recollection of that one at all, I'm afraid. And the Royal Military Police Association said it was unable to substantiate his claims. He said online he took the Honorary Lieutenant Colonel post in 2019 when he became Mayor of Otley in West Yorkshire. He chose a unit and medals easily checked via the London Gazette. He's on holiday in Jamaica. He's now quit as a Lib Dem and councillor. He's listed as a bailiff boss. They get these in America, where people want to dress up and they turn up on parades and somebody goes... He's not wearing the right medals. So the American press, and you'll find them all over YouTube, will go to him and say, "Why are you wearing this? You're not in the forces. You were never in the forces." "Oh, well, I just respect the uniform, sir." And now we get them over here. People who are so peculiar that they dress up and put on fake medals. Bit of an insult, actually, but I'm sure he'll have his day somewhere where somebody will say, "Give it back."
This is LBC.
Welcome to Monday, welcome to... Oh, my goodness, it's not Monday already, is it? Where did the weekend go? Where did the weekend go? Is it freezing cold in the entire country? Probably. And Steve, I wonder why I usually get more of the chasers' questions right in the final chase than the contestants, says Mike. I don't know. I'm getting quite good at answering some of these questions, but provided they give you the three options. Once they give you the three options, I know it immediately because it just registers with me. But sometimes you have to think about it when they go so-and-so. I think they do it on Eggheads, where they'll give you the choices, and then when it comes down to sort of final or sudden death, they don't. So you spend, half an hour talking through the answer. What do you think of this one here? But of course, you're dealing with the Eggheads. They've already told you that they are the most significant bunch of people in the entire country because they know about everything, because they're boring. Because they're dull, uninteresting people. They only do quizzes. Students are the best one. Students are the best one. When they go into the pubs, they used to play the quiz machines. You don't really see quiz machines in pubs now because the students would all go out, and a group of them, and they would take as much money out of the machine as they could. Because I'd start doing it, and then they'd throw in a football question. Because I had no idea, not a clue. There's a shop in Piccadilly Station that do watch batteries. People queue as they pressure test watches, says Steve. Thank you. It's Ring security. No, it's not. No. You think it's Ring. The security camera is not the one, Richard, that they've got. I'll find once I've found out what it is. I'll let you know. But it definitely isn't Ring. But Steve, just peel your banana and chop it into bite size, pop them in a tray in the freezer compartment for an hour. It's better than banana ice cream. Have you seen the thing that they brought out? It was a little machine, and they put a banana in, and when they squeeze the handle down, out comes ice cream, because what you've done is you've frozen the bananas, and it mashes them up inside the machine, and so you get banana ice cream. Yeah, have you never seen it? Banana ice cream maker. Don't ever test me, because I'm never wrong, because I nearly bought one, and so I know they exist. It's a banana ice cream maker. Is it Ninja? Oh no, definitely not as expensive as... Oh God, no, it's nowhere near like that. It's a very simple plastic thing, cheap and cheerful. It couldn't be cheaper, because they used to advertise it on one of the shopping channels for, there you go, 34 quid. And what you do is you put your frozen lolly in there or whatever else, and you push the button, and out comes that gunk. I haven't got any, because it does vegan ice cream. Well, in fact, it'll do any ice cream that you want it to do, and it's a one-push operation. I've seen them cheaper than that as well, so they obviously do it. They've only got 5 left in stock on Amazon, but they were... And you can also buy smooth banana fruit ice lollies. They do all sorts of things now. In Marks and Spencer's, they do drinks, smoothies, but in the packet with all the things. You just pour the packet into your machine, and it makes a smoothie of banana and strawberry or whatever it is. You just go... But it's frozen, and then you just pop it in there. Have you never done that before? No. This is real fruit. It's real fruit. It's just frozen, but it's all put in the packages. And so you just go and buy the packet. If you want a banana and strawberry smoothie, you buy the banana and strawberry mix, and then you put it in. And you use to make with real fruit and ice cubes. Oh, how pretentious. Nothing worse, is there, really? Oh, we used to make it with real fruit, Steve, as opposed to the reconstituted garbage that you were using. Clive Bull apparently had a birthday yesterday. He's now 63. The heck he is. The heck he is. He's never 63. He's always looked the same. He doesn't look any different. Mind you, loads of people like that. I saw a friend of mine the other day. Hasn't aged at all. People just don't age anymore. I'm one of them. You know why? Because I'm on metformin, and apparently metformin is very good. Steve, says Ian, I deliver these banana and chocolate lollies made in West London. Really? Now you tell me. Banana and chocolate. Where'd you buy them from? Where'd you buy chocolate and banana lollies? Come on, spill the beans. Don't upset me. Not on a Monday. You think M&S? Well, I've never seen banana and chocolate ice lollies in there. And I go to M&S all the time. All the time. Don't start sending me around all over the place. Francois says, if you want, you can dip these into melted chocolate and put them back in the freezer for another half an hour. I do like the idea. Bananas, I love banana ice cream. I really do like banana and ice cream. Well, just banana ice cream, full stop. But you can do it with this machine. The Shameless Users are pretty privileged who say critics are jealous, and it's a bunch of peculiars. We're so beautiful we get freebies. And there's one here. One's a builder who's single, comes from Brentwood in Essex. Only started getting special treatment after he began bodybuilding and got tattoos. He says, I'll get a free cup of coffee or tea and drinks, mainly when there's a woman serving me. We have a bit of banter. I'm 6'4", so I think the height, muscles and tattoos. Yeah, well, there you go, love. You believe that. The other one, though, is Lauren Race. She comes from Brentwood in Essex. She's 26, and she suffers from strangers, presuming she's stuck up. She said, "I've always been petite and pretty, and so people buy her drinks." Yeah. And then there's another couple, actually. Eleanor says people just want to help her. And Lily says she gets VIP treatment. They're just basically people who say, yeah, of course you can buy me a drink. Kind of like cheap pickup line, isn't it? Hello, love, do you want a drink? Yeah, I'll have a drink. But a builder who goes into a coffee bar, how pretentious. I mean, really ridiculous. He says, I didn't get special attention before I started getting tattoos and bodybuilding. I'm not saying that people should get tattoos and start bodybuilding. He says, I'm not saying I'm James Bond and every woman drops at my feet, but I definitely benefit from my looks. I think you need to go to Specsavers, love. Everybody seems to have tattoos now, don't they? Except on this programme. We won't have anybody working on the programme who's got tattoos. It's written into the contracts. I won't. Yeah, that's why Corey left. He was covered in them. Seriously, he looked like a Japanese ninja warrior when he took his shirt off. Yeah, he had some sleeves on, with my name up his arm and all the rest of it, and Steve for hero and all this. Oh, it was just getting embarrassing. I said to him, cut that out straight away. Yeah, on his knuckles, STEVE on one hand, ALLEN on the other hand. I mean, it's just ridiculous. People go to me, you Steve Allen? He goes, no, but I'm his biggest fan. And he just went like that. I said, no, you've got to stop it. Absolutely stop it. So Clive Bull had a birthday yesterday. It's lovely, isn't it? Went with the boyfriend, Steve, to a Waitrose yesterday. He was a partner for 12 years, so every little helps. Oops, wrong supermarket. Get a Sunday paper free as I have a loyalty card and spent more than £10, which is never an issue in Waitrose. Got the Observer, as it was the Food Monthly magazine, which lists 20 easy dinner recipes. The boyfriend asked what the problem was, as started shouting at the magazine. Really? I don't get that one at all. I can't read on. I can't see the rest of it. That's the problem on these things. It doesn't show me the rest of the thing. He was shouting at this. He was shouting at a recipe. How peculiar is that? And this is spaghetti with Marmite. Oh, spaghetti. So it looks quite nice, doesn't it? I could cope with spaghetti with Marmite. I suspect it's probably American. You sort of. Is it Nigella? Good Lord, it's got nice cutlery. And she used a crumbled stock cube. And she makes a flavoursome sauce for spaghetti. If you think about it, Marmite offers saltiness and savouriness the way a stock cube might. I'm glad the recipe's here, and I thank Anna for it. Wow. I do like spaghetti, but it's just so messy to eat. It really is. It looks nice when you look at spaghetti, doesn't it? When I was very poor, last Tuesday, I used to buy stock cubes, like OXO cubes. I'd open up the cupboard to see what I was going to have to eat, and there was nothing in it. Don't know why I bothered opening it. The only thing in the fridge was milk. So which had gone off, and so the thing started pushing the top out of it. But having a stock cube, you could make a nice warming drink in the winter. You just literally melt, an OXO cube and then sip it. Not surprised I was thin. Didn't have any food. Nothing at all. Bovril. The camera's called Nest. Can we have a look at Nest now? We keep looking at all these different cameras, and Nest. Where is Nest? Nest. Meet the Nest Cam. Show me the Nest Cam. No, it's not that. No, it looks like a toilet roll tube. I'll find out what it is tomorrow, and you'll go, oh, honestly, Steve. But it's definitely not any of the ones that we've been having a look at. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look at these things. Doesn't look like it. No. It looks a bit like that one there. Oh, it does look like Nest Cam Outdoor Skin Colourful. Is that battery operated, though? Because they definitely don't have wires coming up. That's the whole advantage of these things. Oh, there we go. There we are. Google Nest Cam with battery review. They have it in the black. So find out here on the second row down, third one in. What does it say about... No, next one to it. That's it. What does it say about the battery thing? Because definitely there are batteries in it, but what sort of batteries, I've got no idea. But they last for quite a while. And it moves. The camera moves as well at the same... I'm not sure if you can control... It motion activated. Motion activated, which I've always been in favour of. But I like the idea, actually. So I'm going to check on this, but it's going to drive me mad now. Somebody else says the camera's called Nest. I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow. Can you bear to wait till tomorrow for the programme? Why not, for goodness sake? Daily Star... at 14 minutes past 5. UFOs are most likely to be spotted flying above a boozer. Of course, because the people in there who've seen them are drunk. What do you mean? I love the way they sound surprised by something like that. Bella Hadid used to cancel nights out because she didn't think she could control her drinking. She's 22. She doesn't drink alcohol at all now, which is probably the best thing, actually. It's the cause of much trouble. Happy Mondays, Bears charging fans £85 to hear him talk about his love of beekeeping. That must be rivetingly exciting, mustn't it? And trainee nurse Chloe Slevin shows off her Corona Lisa painting, showing Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa in full PPE. She creates historic and artistic masterpieces tell the story of the pandemic. That's quite a good idea, isn't it? It's quite interesting. But researchers found a quarter of UFO sightings in the UK made by people at the Boozer. Of course. They're 3 sheets to the wind. That's exactly what they're there for. Absolutely ridiculous. And poor old Ant and Dec. We'll come round to Ant and Dec in a moment. Toppled by Michael McIntyre. Unheard of. Really. Unheard of. And Ben Foden, first one to leave Dancing on Ice following a skate-off. Ben didn't seem surprised to go. I think they're just doing it for the money, aren't they? That's all they do it for. Ben Foden, I don't know. Is he a rugby player or something like that?
This is LBC.
Simon Cowell finally met his match in the form of an 8-year-old girl. The youngster called Anna and her dad Pedro were ready to audition for the talent show where wannabes are buzzed off with an original song called Shine. But Cowell told them he didn't want to hear it. Instead, he asked them to sing Shallow, the duet by Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. Anna bluntly refused, and the source said Simon's used to getting what he wants. So they're trying to drum up some interest in this programme, but it's not working, is it really? And so Ben Foden, did we discover who Ben Foden is? Who's the first contestant to leave Dancing on Ice? He's a rugby player. I don't know why these people think they've got personalities or can dance on ice. I mean, ex-rugby, well, they'd have to be ex-rugby player. They wouldn't be allowed to do it, would they? Because if they got damaged, if they fell over on the ice, because it's very slippery, and then I should imagine the manager would be going, what are you doing going on this programme? So they could only be ex-rugby players. Ashley Banjo says, the couple I picked to save because their routine had more elements is Ria and Lucas. But Ben said, I thought there'd be someone who couldn't skate, but it turned out it was me. Yeah, because you're a rugby player, dear. That's how it works out. You know, rugby player, why would we expect you to dance on ice? You know. And Bez beat him. I know it gives you a rough idea how bad things are. Bez beat him. Comedian Rob Beckett has claimed his tweet revealing his The Masked Singer's traffic cone was a wind-up. Yes. It's not going as well for poor old Rob Beckett as we thought it was going to. He sort of turned up on a load of programmes, and then they tried to make him a quiz show presenter, but he looked bored out of his mind doing it. He looked as though he really couldn't care less. His arms were folded, very bad body language. You know, so do you want to read this? Because I'm getting paid a fortune for doing this, and all the rest of it. He said, it got so out of hand, the actual traffic cone has angrily messaged me, telling me to stop. He said, for the record, I'm not traffic cone, but now I know who he is. Does anybody really care, actually? Does anybody really care? He's 36. He said, thanks for all the support being the traffic cone. I loved it. So obviously the person who is the traffic cone is going, you shut up. I'm the traffic cone. You're not the traffic cone. Of course, they could be lying. You never know, do you? Here's denim lovers, Yi and Julia Fox, trying their best to prove they aren't merely an extravagant publicity stunt. Never seen 2 desperate show-offs in my entire life. Oh, it's Ye, is it? Oh, I do beg his pardon. The actress who's been dating the rapper, formerly known as Kanye West, has been accused of only seeing dollar signs and exposure. Well, I'd never heard of her before, so I'm assuming that is correct. Wait until tomorrow's show. If you must be joking, Steve, you can't keep the nation waiting like that. Get them on the blower immediately. I can't do it. I can't wake people up. Then just got the fire going. I'm very good at it. The dog's sitting in front of the fire, looking at it, thinking, "What the heck is this?" But it does look very good, actually. It does look very good. Sheila and Mike, I got a very nice Christmas present from, because I didn't go down for Christmas because of COVID and all the rest of it. And so I got a nice scarf, which, of course, I'm always useful. Scarves are very nice. And, in fact, then I get a card as well from Mike's hairdresser. His hairdresser, he said, because they actually think that I need to go in and see them one day. You know, hardly worth it with the amount of hair I've got. But anyway, so best wishes and good health from my number one fans. This is Andy, Dolores, Chrissy and Helen. I think it's Chrissy, is it? I think it's Chrissy. I don't know. The writing's tailed off a little bit at the bottom of this one, so it might not be. And Helen. But anyway, you know who you are. I like the card, actually. I like cards which have got glitter on, but they're superimposed into the paper, so they don't rub off. You know, and it's sort of got people going into church. Well, I drove past a little church the other day. I didn't. The bus driver did. We had to. It was the way to Kingston. And as I looked in the door of the church, all the pews were all filled up, which I thought was quite pleasing. I didn't think you get many people going to church nowadays. They all think it's a bit naff, don't they? They go, oh, go to church. It's only elderly people that go to church, so I should be due to go any day now. I've been called. I quite liked going to church, actually. As long as they sing the hymns that I like. You know, it's got to be something traditional. I can't go to any of these modern churches. Did I used to go to church? Yes. Yes, as a kid, yes. At school I was in the choir because I was very good. Oh, for the wings of a dove. I was sort of high because I was very young. I was 9 when I sang in the choir, and I liked it, actually. I wasn't really soprano. Could be my chase name, couldn't it? Steve the Soprano Allen. I don't think that works. But no, I liked going to church. I thought it was quite nice, actually. It was an opportunity to sit down and reflect on things. And the funny thing is, you'd think we'd sit there as choristers, staring out into the congregation, just looking at people, but we didn't. We were flicking through the prayer book, you know, finding out which prayer we had coming up next and which hymn was coming up, you know, getting a bit excited by it. And yet when I went past the church years and years and years and years ago, it's so tiny, I couldn't believe it was so small. To me, when I was little, it looked big. Everything does, though, doesn't it, when you're little? You know, you look at things, you think, good Lord, that looked enormous in my day, but now, not so much. George Orwell's Big Brother novel, 1984, has been slapped with a warning by woke university bosses. They reckon it contains explicit material that some students may find offensive and upsetting. What drips have we got in colleges and universities now? What's the matter, Poppets? You finding it upsetting? Apparently, they say, I don't think anyone of the undergraduate age is really shocked by a book anymore. Absolutely. I mean, I can't think of anybody who would get upset by a book. But people seem to be so woke nowadays, don't they? They go, oh, I don't know, I can cope with things like that. Poor little souls. Poor little souls. Just 4% of people choose their style based on social media influencers. Why don't you take any notice of them? Social media influences or celebrity endorsements. Researchers said while mega influence may have huge fan followings on platforms, they have less actual influence. Well, of course they do. You're seriously not going to take any blind notice what any of these people say. They're just doing it. You know, June last year, the ASA, Advertising Standards Authority, named and shamed 4 influencers for failing to disclose when their Instagram posts were really money-making adverts. Exactly. Have I ever tried to copy a celebrity star? No, they try and copy me. And the 4, Lucy Mecklenburgh, another one. Why would you take any notice of what she gets paid to advertise? That's all it is. Chloe Khan, whoever that is, no idea. Jodie Marsh, good God, she's not still around, is she? She must be about 90 by now. And Chloe Ferry were warned they were breaking advertising rules. Get them in court, that's what I say. That's what I say. Put them on the troop ship. Send them out to Australia. Let them go and sit out there. I mean, really, why would you take any notice of what any of those people say about something? They're being paid. They're being paid to sort of, oh, you must use this makeup here and you must use this and these hair extensions are my favourite and all this kind of garbage. I mean, they have to declare when they're posting an ad, but of course these 4 people did not. Carried on breaking the rules. Naughty, naughty, naughty. But lovely. Steve, we put a wood-burning fire in our house. It heats the whole of the house, says Kevin, the restaurateur. Yeah, you're supposed to have a little thing, aren't you? If you've got a wood burner, you can get a thing that you stick on there to see the temperature it's coming out at. I'm pretty certain you can. No, it's like a thermometer, but it sticks onto it, so you can see what the temperature is because of regulations and rules and things. I think people think you just buy a wood burner, you know, or a fire pit are quite nice outside, but that's just a big bowl and you put logs in there. Yeah, you have to put something out there. What is it for? Might be for gases or something escaping from a wood burner. They always look lovely to me. I quite fancy the idea, but I don't have a ready source of tree material. I mean, I could go to Hugh Broom, who's got a farm, and he actually sells logs. He'll come round and deliver you a ton of logs. You know, Hugh Broom used to do it. Again, sitting on the bus with it. I tell you, I went to buy some things the other day. I went to, where did I go to? Oh, that shop where you buy all interest, Robert Dias. Because I'm obsessed with Robert Dias. I'm going to sneeze again. I'm so sorry. And I was buying... Bless me, thank you. I was buying... Holy Ghost. I was buying some metal tins, and I wanted 15 boxes of them. Well, honestly, this obviously really annoyed the bloke who was serving me. You know, metal tins. You know, you make cakes in them and things like that. 15 packs. You get sort of 4 in a pack or something like that. Anyway, I wanted 15 separate boxes of them because I use them a lot for things, for keeping stuff in. They come with lids. It's like ordering the Chinese takeaway. It comes in these sort of like foil type things, yeah. And obviously it was just proving complicated for this poor lad who was serving me, who obviously was thinking he couldn't wait to get rid of me. And so I'd given him one. I said, I want 15. He said, 15 and this one. I said, no, 15 in total. Well, if he asked me once, he asked me 3 times. So anyway, we eventually bought these 15. They go in 2 carrier bags. They couldn't have, I mean, they always ask you, don't they, would you like any bags? And you think, what do you think I'm going to do? Balance them on my head on the way out or something? I'm not in a circus. Anyway, he put them in the bags. I get on the bus. And I put them on the seat next to me. The next thing, the bus lurches, because they seem to spend a lot of time lurching, and they fell on the floor. So I'm scrabbling around on the floor, on the bus, trying to pack these blasted foil tins back in the carrier bags again. I mean, seriously, educational and hilarious for everybody else on the bus, but for me, not so good. It was someone, I know, really. Somebody says you're sounding very chirpy this morning. It says in the contract, be chirpy. I can't help it. Brilliant way to wake up after a sleepless night. Got a 12-hour shift soon, so your energy will help, says Shell. You're called Shell because when we hold you up to our ears, we can hear the sea. I love stuff like that. I'm the only one who's amused by it. Paul McCartney used to apparently slip secret racy messages into Beatles songs. Oh. He said one cheeky lyric in the song Lovely Rita about a traffic warden was the line, give us a wink. I don't kind of get that at all. He said to write a song about being in love with a meter maid, somebody nobody else liked, was amusing in itself. Oh, right. Lovely Rita, meter maid. Da, da, da. Actually, when you think about it, every single Beatles song is an absolute classic. Oh, blimey. Tied up with my shirt now. I've got Beatles songs, everything. I love everything. I think most of them are absolutely, in fact, all of them I thought were absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I couldn't fault anything. And they sound as good today as they ever did. Hadrian's Wall is 1,900 years old today. Happy birthday. And you can follow it. You can follow it all the way through. It looks lovely, actually. I'd love to do it. I'd like to do the Great Wall of China. That would suit me down. Beatles twist and shout. Oh, shake it a baby now. Shake it a baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, baby now. Gonna work it all out, whatever that was. And then, doom, 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 doom. And they go, ah, ah. And they scream and shout their way through it. 60 years old this year. 60 years old. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Makes you feel old. Mike in Kings Langley says, as a younger man, every time I attended a family wedding, my great-aunt Elsie used to say to me, you'll be next. I finally shut her up by saying the same to her at the next family funeral. So cruel. So cruel. But funny at the same time. What else we got here? The Masked Singer. Keen frontman Tom Chaplin, whoever they are. I've got no idea. Keen frontman. Are they popular little beat combo or something? All right. He said he would only do the Masked Singer on condition he could be the Poodle. Dear, making demands, dear, when you're in a group nobody's heard of must be a bit difficult. Goodness sake. He said, my wife had a poodle who lived to 17 and was an integral part of our life, so it seemed the perfect choice. I didn't know they had a poodle in the programme. We don't know who he is either. No, it doesn't help, does it? Well, he's the Keen front man. Keen is obviously the beat combo. You know, well, shake it a baby now. A bit like Coldplay or something like that. Too Hot to Handle, another programme on the television. This is another career might await the Canadian... Oh, talking of Netflix, actually. Did you read the other day that apparently Harry and Meghan have asked for more money? Not from Netflix, but from the royal family. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you've just got $100 million. What are you pleading poverty for? Not going to be enough, is it, really? They suddenly realise they haven't actually managed to achieve anything at the moment. I'm sure they will.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC.
So, Prince Charles has said to Harry and Meghan, you can come back here for your grandfather's memorial, and you could stay with me. Because I don't know what's happened to Frogmore Cottage. God knows what's happened to that one. It's in a bid, I think, to stop Harry having this memoir printed, where he's going to talk about, the effects of his childhood, mainly because he's been prompted by Meghan into talking about. He's already, I think the book's coming out. I think they've got a date for it as well. Yes. Oh, yes. I mean, he's not above or below sticking the knife into the royal family. He might as well go all the way. That's what they seem to be intent on doing. I don't know why Charles even bothered inviting him back here. Listen, if they want to go and toddle around America doing all their, stuff, let them go and do it. Couldn't care less. So this is Harry book, as yet untitled. It'll probably be about me, I think, sums it up well, doesn't it, really? It'll about his experiences growing up as a childhood royal, the loss of his mother, and the impact it had on him, and the reasons for stepping away from royal duties. Yeah, because you're bone idle. What's the point? I mean, listen, we don't need a book. We don't care. I love the way they seem to think. I'd love to know how many copies the other book sold. Salim says, wish me happy birthday today. I'm 61 and getting old. You're absolutely getting old. You're absolutely getting old. It whizzes through between now and 70. Oh, blimey. Does that go through fast? The autograph book of W.G. Grace has just sold for £12,000, which is phenomenal. I thought it would have got. W.G. Grace was a very famous cricketer. If you see a picture of him, he's got a big bushy beard. And yes, he had an autograph book. Like, did you have an autograph book? I had an autograph book, and every time people used to come into the programme, we'd get them to sign it. And then when they died, we used to write deceased next to it. People of the time, I suppose. I don't know who's in it. Goodness sake, I wasn't around at the time of W.G. Grace. Well, actually, I might have been, but I didn't sort of take any notice of it. He died in 1915. I definitely wasn't around. Steve, have you noticed the annoying habit in a lot of supermarkets and other various shops when they ask you, do you want the receipt? Says Johnny. Yeah, I got asked the other day. Iceland asks you every day, do you need a receipt? And some days I'll go, yes, I'll have a receipt. Other days I go, no, thank you. Can't be bothered. So it's just the way it goes. There you go. The autograph book contains the names of cricketers from around the time of the 1900s, including touring sides from Australia and the West Indies. See, for a cricket fan, I would have thought, actually, that the Oval would have bought that. Lord's Cricket Ground would have bought that and put it in their museum. Because he can't have had many of these things, but it would be something that would be quite unique. But it only cost £12,000. But cricket's so pretentious. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. Oh, I've seen cricket a couple of times when they started putting war paint on, coloured things over their nose and bits. I was thinking, oh, for goodness sake, honestly, grow up. And then they stopped wearing white and started going for other colours and all the rest. I couldn't really be honest. I can think, it's like sort of watching synchronised swimming, equally as dull and boring. Who's the best autograph that you've got? Oh, I don't know. I haven't been through the books for ages. But we had everybody in at the time, and unfortunately people started signing. It was a lined book. They started signing on all the different lines, which was a bit of a pain. We had to give them a page and go, no, can you take the whole page up? Because it was sort of better like that. I can't remember. We had everybody at the time, all sorts of people. Some of them you can't identify. You look at the autograph afterwards and you go, I need to write down what that is. Otherwise, we'll never know. We'll never know. Katie Price due in court today, as I mentioned earlier. This is for failing to pay court costs. It's funny, actually. She seems to have a fantastic life, whizzing around all over the place and shopping and buying things, and yet can't be bothered to pay her bills. So I think that'll be the thing on the card. What are they going to do if you don't pay a court bill? Do they add more money to it so that you will pay the court costs? It's over £7,500, which she's due to pay back. Perhaps she could sell the house. Although, to be honest with you, it's a bit of a dump, isn't it? A rare Harry Potter book is set to fetch £30,000, so that's even more expensive than W.G. Grace. And the look back of love for ABC singer's lost gold suit. This is Martin Fry, who was the lead singer of ABC. The look of love. But he used to wear this gold suit. They can't find it at the moment. I mean, where these things vanish to, God alone knows. Colleen Nolan still parading her Tinder date, obviously feeling very smug with herself, which is great, but I mean, nobody really cares, love. They really don't care. You had a relationship, you were with Shane Ritchie, then there was Ray, and you've got a son called Shane Jr., and then she's been waiting for ages and ages to find somebody, and so she's found somebody on Tinder. But she nearly missed out on him, so she swiped right or whatever. I don't know what you do. And found him, and now she's doing interviews in these sort of celebrity magazines with him. I don't know what he does for a living. Swipe left if you don't like, right if you do. Oh right. Well, she obviously swiped right. I mean, as if anybody's interested. Nobody cares. If both swipe right, you match. Oh, you've obviously done this before. I don't want to go. I know. Thank you, no. Thank you, no way. There's a stowaway who survived a 7-hour plane ride. Where was he? He was in the front wheels housing on the plane. So in other words, you're clinging onto it, then the wheel folds up inside, and you're trapped in there. Most people die because of the serious coldness of the when you're flying that high. And but when the plane landed 7 hours later, 7 hours he spent up in there, he survived. I mean, it is almost unheard of. And then there's a bloke who climbs a cathedral spire, and it goes to almost to a point, and he's filling in the cement, and I looked at it, and I thought, there ain't nothing. He's 247 feet up in the air, and I remember thinking to myself, there is no way I would ever climb a church spire. I mean, I can't even go near the edge of sort of balcony. A friend of mine used to have a flat in Victoria, and he had a glass balcony. Floor, glass. Wall around it, glass. I wouldn't even step on it because you're looking straight down. It was a straightforward drop. Like really, the Empire State Building. Or, failing that, Blackpool Tower. Blackpool Tower, you go up it, there's a big piece of glass in the floor, and you can stand on it. There was one poor girl, her boyfriend, when we went up there, and she was going, I want to go on it. You go, look, it's quite safe. You can jump up and down. He jumps up and down on it. She goes, I don't want to go on it. And you think to yourself, I wouldn't want to do it either. And it looks terrifying to me. Just supposing it fell out. Well, it might be double glazed, but I'm still thinking it might fall out. It's like when you see these big blocks of flats in London, and they have sort of windows. Are they glued in? How do these windows stay in there? I mean, if you ran across the room and threw yourself at the window, presumably the whole thing would just fall out, and you'd fall with it. Well, I don't live anywhere like that, but I don't fancy the idea. That sounds horrible. But people like doing these things. It's like people who climb trees and then cut the branches off while they're suspended on a piece of string. And you think to yourself, why would you ever want to do that? Perhaps some people don't have any fear. Whereas me, I've got a terrible fear of stuff like that. Absolutely. Yes, always. Yes, I was never very good at things like that. I did climb to the top of St Paul's Cathedral and go the one up. So I was at the top of the wedding cake, which is very nice. But you do think, just supposing all of a sudden you heard a crack, you'd be going, oh! I mean, you can go all the way up there, and I realise it's so many people do it. And there's that bridge in China, of course, the very famous one that pretends it's cracking, but it's not really. It's just a special effect. But it puts the fear of God into people. Puts the fear of God into people, which I quite like, actually. I don't mind watching other people having the fear of God put into them, but not me, thank you. Tony, happy 74th birthday today, says, is everybody celebrating a birthday today? I've never known a programme with so many birthdays on. I should imagine, actually, Mike's hairdresser, Andy, Dolores, Chrissy and Helen, one of those has got to be celebrating a birthday very, very shortly. Do you remember we found a gold coin the other day? I didn't find it. Somebody else found it with a metal detector on land. Anyway, it was one of the first gold coins that they'd found from this particular reign. It's just sold for £540,000. Can you imagine? Find it. Oh, didn't you wish you'd found it? My parents always promised me a metal detector. I never got one. I always felt I was a very deprived child. I wanted a metal. I didn't ask for much in my childhood. A metal detector or a pogo stick. You can get either of the blooming things. But, a metal detector, a super duper one, maybe when I retire I can get a metal detector. I felt quite cheated, actually. Yeah, go around Twickenham Green. But actually, every time you hear a little beep, 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 then you would know where it was. And they do that for finding gold, don't they, in the outback? I saw them the other day finding jade and stuff like that. They were looking for jade. I'm not sure you get the beep, 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 like that. Or the beep, 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 beep. Jade detector. But they had this big boulder and they smashed it down the middle. They sort of split it apart and it was solid jade. Solid jade. I mean, I thought, wow, that is something. It's just beautiful. Absolutely stunning. There for millions of years. But apparently, if you don't find stuff in the first year, you might as well give up because you're never going to find anything because you're useless. And a lot of their equipment breaks down most of the time, mainly because the weather is so dreadful. It's so hot. I mean, lots of people do it on the banks of the Thames. Yeah, I've seen people there. Tide comes in fairly quickly on the Thames. I wonder how deep it is at the very middle of the Thames. Do you think it's more than 100 feet deep? Johnny Vaughan used to. Johnny Vaughan... Really? Johnny Vaughan, did he really? Good Lord above. Well, you live and learn. Does that mean Moyles does it too? I bet he doesn't. I bet Pippa does. All these different people doing it. The Queen reflecting. She arrives in Sandringham. She's gone up there for a few weeks. I think she's gone to the farmhouse where Prince Philip used to stay. So he didn't want to stay in the house. So he would have his own life. I know it was a different arrangement for anybody else. I mean, she's the Queen. They don't want to sleep together, not at their ages. I mean, and so he went to his farmhouse, and his friends would go round there, and he would, have food cooked for them and everything. What? It was lads' night in. It's a case of, should we stay in and watch Blind Date, or something? It was a very good programme on about the Queen. Shall we watch that one? Yes, we can get Steve Allen on the radio, on the television as well. That'd be quite a nice idea. But yeah, they used to do all of these. That's what he used to do. He would stay there. It was a bit like where Sarah Ferguson was banished to. When they all spent Christmas up at Sandringham. They didn't want Sarah Ferguson anywhere near them. And even more so at the moment, I should imagine. I'm sure they don't want anybody there. Eugenie lives in Frogmore Cottage with her husband and baby. Don't think she'd fancy a house guest. Yeah, I think because... didn't Harry say, you can use it while we're not there forever? And so Frogmore Cottage was sort of done up and saying, Eugenie. They don't have any protection now. It's been taken away from them. Any police protection. Charles took that away from them because they're not working royals. In fact, they're not working anywhere, I don't think, at the moment, but I'm sure they will do.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have you company. I'm just looking at a picture, actually. The Fab Four, the Beatles, for those uninitiated, have their own vaccination centre. It's quite nice, isn't it? COVID-19 vaccination hub, and it's for the Beatles. Oh, interesting. In Liverpool. Well, where else? Can't buy me love. When you think all their records were so short, there was nothing very long at all, except for the woke up, got out of bed, da-da-da-da-da-da. That went on for a few minutes, which was quite nice. I like all of that stuff. All of that stuff. We love it. The Mirror this morning, still Mirror agony aunt. Good old Colleen with her new fella, Michael Jones. Wonder if somebody... We don't know what he does, though, do we? Has he got a job? Has he do something? He goes on to the producer knows all about Tinder. I don't know anything about it at all. Seriously, life is a little bit odd. Exclusive to the Mirror. Police seize Katie phone because they were checking back to make sure that they've sort of got the things right. I mean, I'm hoping to God they haven't, for her sake. And Colleen, I nearly lost my Mr. Right. She's only known him for a few months. He's 57 years old and works in logistics for a supermarket chain. What does that mean? Oh, the till. He's a till worker. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Oh, what's a logistics worker in a supermarket? What does that mean? Explain it to me. I want to know. Type in logistics worker in supermarket. I don't know what he does. He's 57, though, and works in logistics for a supermarket chain. Which one? Wait a minute. Ensures the proper functioning of supply chain, including procurement, planning, purchasing of goods and services, their transport and storage. That's what logistics is. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. It doesn't mean anything, does it? So it includes procurement, so in other words, obtaining, planning to obtain a thing. So he buys the milk for the farmer. Purchases of goods and services, their transport and storage. OK, we've got sausages coming in. Oh, that's fantastic. Thanks very much indeed, Michael. Do we know for which place he does this for? Oh. But he works in logistics. So he sits in the office and goes, I think we're running out of Daz washing powder. And somebody will go, can you arrange a lorry to go and collect some from the Daz washing powder place? OK, I'll do that. I think that's what it is, isn't it, really? It's obviously good. He's going to be so excited when he discovers she can't sing. So police seized Katie's phone because they had to, because she made a complaint. This is Kieran's fiancé, I think it is. And so then I think she was asked to sort of pop in and have a quick word with them. And so they're now trying to find out. And then, of course, she then had to phone little Carl and say, you'll have to come and collect me. So he said, well, I haven't got a vehicle at the moment. Oh, wait a minute, I'll just take one out of stock. Never bothering to check whether it had any tax. You shouldn't have any vehicle on the road without tax. It's illegal. And he was carrying a passenger as well. So even worse. There's also the story of Cold Britain. There's a gran of 71 on the front page of the Mirror today whose house is too cold for her grandkids to visit. And so she's got, I mean, she wears a rug around her shoulders at home. She's so cold. And she's got one of these radiators. To be honest with you, I shouldn't imagine that pumps out any heat whatsoever for her. And there's a D-Day hero. He's 98. He's living in fear of his electricity bills. And this is what happens. A lot of elderly people do not put the heating on because they're frightened about how big the bills can get. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's not a good situation to be in. An ex-NHS worker, this is the one here, Diane. Experts fear this could rise by as much as 50% in April due to the soaring cost of wholesale gas and electricity around the globe. The monthly direct debit for electricity taken out of his £220 a week pension is £134. So in other words, households will find out in the next few weeks how much their gas bills are likely to increase this year. And Jack Mortimer, the war veteran, he says, I'm careful, but I struggle. I'm concerned bills are going up. My income only goes up if they give me a pension rise. I don't want to be rude, Jack, but I shouldn't imagine you'll get that. I shouldn't imagine you'll get it. But they need to sort something out here. There's a couple who eat out to stay warm in cafes. It's a simple reason. That's why, I mean, there's one woman here wearing a woolly bobble hat. She said, we're quite frugal. We like to go on holiday for a few days, somewhere with a bath maybe, to find places. And a lot of pensioners go abroad on holiday, but not short holidays. A lot of people will go for winter. They'll go for 3 months to Spain because they do special deals for pensioners because it's cheap. It's cheaper for them to go to Spain and spend 3 months in sunshine than it is to sit here and freeze. Really, it's ridiculous. Then there's the Wealdon MP, Nusrat Ghani, in the Commons. I tell you, when you've heard what people have been saying about it, I think Myrtle Fabricant was on another planet. You know, she doesn't look Muslim. I didn't realise there was a look for being Muslim. You know, Lauren Booth is a Muslim. She doesn't look Muslim either. What's the matter with these people, honestly? Also, one of England's first gold coins, as I say, a metal detector, 540,000. This is a Henry III coin. This metal detector, first time he'd ever done it for 10 years. It's an inch-wide treasure, struck in about 1257 by William of Gloucester, the monarch's goldsmith, with gold from North Africa. They can even tell you where it was made. It's as simple as that. He actually found it near a village on the Devon-Somerset border, posted a picture of it. Spinks, the auctioneer, saw it and went, this is worth money. There are just 8 of these coins in existence. Just 8. And it's thought to be the first one to be found in 260 years. I bet he's happy. Wouldn't you be? £540,000. Well done to the British Commandos. They've just found a lot of drugs. They stormed a boat. 663 kilos of heroin, 87 kilos of methamphetamine, 290 kilos of marijuana. Follows a 10-hour operation. This is in a New Zealand-led task force in the Gulf of Oman. £15 million. But I thought, I'd already heard that somebody else had seized cocaine worth £100 million, which is amazing, isn't it? As soon as the team got on board, they could see the drugs. They didn't have time to conceal them. They were just sitting on the deck. Bit unwise, isn't it, really? And Keane were a great British group. Somewhere only we know. 2004. Give it a listen, says Ellen in Pimlico. Steve, you need to watch the Glass Bridge game on Squid Games. Thank you. I wanted a pogo stick, says Sidcup Julian. Never got one. Instead, my dad made me stilts. I love them, thinking I was the bee's knees. We never got stilts either. We used to dream of stilts. Have you ever been to Wilton's Music Hall, says Linda? Of course. Of course. Heavens above. Did a documentary on Wilton's Music Hall. Been there many, many times. In fact, actually, 3 of us, my friend Ian, and a little tiny group of us, 3 of us, normally 3, Rich as well from Radio X, and we go there at Christmas, although we've not been for a couple of years, obviously because of COVID and all the other bits and pieces. You went to see Carradine's Cockney Sing-Along. It was lovely hearing all the old songs. Also to actually see Wilton's Music Hall. It's tucked away down a little, it's very near the Blind Beggar. You know the Blind Beggar, the famous craze? Whitechapel. You're out that neck of the woods. It's lovely. You've never been there? Oh, you should go there. It's an original Victorian music hall. You know, and it was attached onto, I think it might have been attached onto a pub actually, with the original cast iron pillars, the balcony, and it's Grace's Alley E1, and that's the outside, and you can go. It's quite amazing. I mean, it was derelict for years, and there's a lot of people who look after it, and the walls are all crumbly and dirty and everything else. But it's great. You'd love it. Right up your street. And you go down there, and there's a little alley, and then you go through that door. You see rats running across. When I went there last time, rats were running across. Yeah, right up your street. And you can get a drinky poos and everything, which is very nice. I could go. We went out for lunch actually on Saturday, which was very nice. And I didn't go to a Harvester. No, we went to a local pub in Essex. I don't think they have them in Essex, but it was very nice. And I can't remember what I had. I just had a steak with a peppercorn sauce, and it was really lovely, really lovely. And I had double tomato juice, full of ice, delicious. No starter, no. I can't do starters and everything else like that. Sorry, I did have a dessert. I just had a chocolate ice cream. Jonathan Shallett, professor of this parish, says, congratulations to the soldiers who found the drug smuggler. When I was 9, other children had ambitions to be firemen. He said, where we lived was a road called Smuggler's Lane. I proudly told friends of my parents I wanted to be a drug smuggler. Mind you, we were lucky because I told you the other day where we lived in Yorkshire, under our stairs was a smuggler's tunnel, which was bricked off, but you could follow it back through the field to the coast. We weren't that far from the coast, about half a mile, and there was a smuggler's tunnel, and they would bring their contraband in. You know, we'd be sitting eating, and all of a sudden smuggler, they've got our smuggling contraband. You know, mother was buying, weed and all the rest of it. So you imagine. No, but we did. We definitely had a smuggler. We should have taken photographs of it. But I don't think the camera had been invented. But I like the idea, Jonathan. I like the idea. Smuggler's Lane, and proudly telling friends of my parents I wanted to be a drug smuggler. Never happened, of course.
This is LBC.
I can't work out if it's getting colder or not getting colder. I do know because Mandy told me that the deepest part of the Thames is about 60 feet. Is that in the middle then? Because I have these dread fears. I see something. I was going over Waterloo Bridge the other day on the bus, and I was thinking, if I jumped off the bridge, I'd be so frightened as to what I would jump into, are there shopping trolleys in the middle? Because I've never seen the Thames drained or anything like that, and I'm assuming they must have people who go down there. It's deepest, apparently, around London Bridge. Because some of the 20 metres, what's that? 60 feet. Oh, right. Only 60 feet. Is that interesting? I mean, when you see people going down, when they have to sort of rescue people and do things like that, and the divers go under it, it must be absolutely filthy under the river. It must be, you'll be churning up dirt and everything else. You probably couldn't see anything. Can you imagine if you saw something coming towards you, like a whale or a shark or something like that? That would be a shock, wouldn't it? Very nasty. Very, very nasty. So about 20 metres around London Bridge. Because round our way, they do drain the Thames. Every so often they pull the plug out, about 3 metres in Twickenham, and they pull the plug out, and all of a sudden you can walk across it, because they're going there to pick up shopping trolleys, things that people have thrown in there, all sorts of bits and pieces. Mainly because, I don't know why actually, nobody swims in it, do they? I hope to God they don't. There must be somebody somewhere who swims in the Thames, but it ain't me. It ain't me. Have you seen the new Emirates Airways advert with the stunt woman dressed as an air hostess standing on top of the Burj Khalifa? Good God, you're out of date. That's about 2 months. We did that 2 months ago on the programme. Ages and ages ago. She's held up by a post behind her. There's a post, and she's tied onto the post. So not as mind you, wouldn't get me standing up there. Not a listen. I mean, I even get sort of sweaty palms thinking about it. Oh, by the way, there was on the subject of sweaty palms. Apparently, Prince Andrew now does sweat. That was the latest thing that came out the other day. And I remember thinking, wait a minute. So at the time he was going out with Virginia, he wasn't sweating. Now apparently, yeah. No, he said he wasn't sweating. He didn't sweat. No, he didn't go. He doesn't know who she is. No, even though somebody's going to court to say he saw them. He was in the pizza place. But he said he didn't do so because he doesn't sweat. Now apparently he does sweat. So obviously that whatever illness he had before has changed. So I remember thinking, it's very confusing this, isn't it, half the time? Half the time. Steve, can't believe the cost of gas in the UK now. I live in Western Australia and pay $11 a month for gas. food. Certainly not round here. Dennis in Grantham says, if you find something, I would imagine the landowner would be entitled to a proportion of the auction selling price, maybe 50%. Yes, I would think that was how it works. Yes, because it's on somebody's private property. Anuj from Harrows just said, spread the butter first and then the peanut butter on my toast, hoping that's correct. So, but yes, butter first, then the peanut butter. You're quite right. Were we talking about that? I didn't think we were, but you're quite right. That's how it goes on. Or failing that, if you're very lucky. And I went and bought those blooming shrimps the other day again. I don't know why. There's no taste to the blooming things. I hate them. So I'm not going to buy them again. Anyway, Anuj is 11 and an avid listener from Harrow. Good grief. There's no end to it. But no, it's butter first, then it's peanut butter. In exactly the same way, the shrimps taste. No, they taste as bland as they were before. I thought they would have tasted fishy or so. I don't know. I can't imagine why the Queen gets excited. Perhaps she doesn't know what she's eating. Morecambe Bay shrimps, this is, by the way. We were sort of looking at the pictures, and Phil Vickery said he'd been out there and they'd harvested them. They're so tiny. You know, if one falls off your knife, you never find it ever again. You know, you'd have to have the whole house stripped and searched and trying to find this one little shrimp. They're £4 for the tiniest little pot you've ever seen. I mean, tiny. I've seen bigger pots for putting cream on your lips when your lips go all sore. Aren't they? They're tiny. They're really tiddly bits and pieces. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Do you know they found a rare batch of posters? How rare are these? But apart from years and years ago, they found in a cinema in the middle of Italy, I think, all these posters for all the films, and they go back. They went back donkey's years. Some really rare posters of films. The difference was they'd been folded, and what you're supposed to do with theatre posters is roll them because you don't want them to end up with creases and all the rest of it. But these posters, they didn't think existed. And they date from the Second World War. Keep calm and carry on posters. Keep calm and carry on, which they put out. Only a small number are thought to still exist. The government, though, printed 2.5 million with the aim of boosting morale, but they were rarely displayed and pulped a year later to salvage materials for the war effort. 6 have been found. They could fetch £10,000. You know what people are pinching at the moment? I don't know what sort of people would be pinching them. Post boxes. Because a lot of the post boxes on stands have got like a date stamp on the top of it, and some of them are very rare, and they're obviously going out there with angle grinders, cutting these things down, and then putting them up on eBay for sale. So if anybody offers you one, you need to check. Oh, there's quite a number of post boxes in the UK. Quite a number. If post boxes in the UK, I don't know, 30,000? 100,000. Yeah. But these post boxes are not the big ones which go into the ground, because you couldn't take those out because the bottom of it, embedded in the concrete, is quite deep. But these Royal Mail ones have been disappearing from villages in Suffolk and Norfolk. 9 vanished from the area. They think that thieves are targeting ones which could be sold at auction. And it's those ones which are on posts. And on the top of... No, not... Why are they showing you these ones? They're not nicking those ones. They can't get those down with an angle grinder. It's bad, very shoddy journalism, honestly. It's just the little ones that are screwed to the wall and things like that. There's one there, second picture down, I suspect. Second picture down. There you go. Somebody's taken it from the post because they can tell what year they are because they gave it away on the actual boxes. Well, she does look. I'm not surprised. I'd be blooming furious. I mean, she's Chedborough Parish Council Chair, Sue Roberts. They've had a spate of these things pinched. It's absolutely outrageous. But as I say, she's not happy. And people are sort of nicking them because they can sell them on eBay. So the police will be checking. Everybody's selling on eBay. And if they find out that it's one of the nicked ones, you're going to prison. Nicking postbox. It's absolutely outrageous. She's devastated by the theft of theirs is a historic one. Because if you look at some of the top of there from George V and time, all different times. Dreadful, really. I mean, absolutely dreadful. So I can imagine where she's coming from. What do we got here now? Oh, there's another dreary bit about the Mirror's agony aunt, poor old Colleen with her Tinder love. As I say, I don't know where he's got that suit from, but certainly I think it's off the peg, as they say. Mind you, he works in a supermarket in, what did we say it was? No, what does he do? Logistics, that's right. Shouldn't imagine he earns a lot of money. So perhaps that's why it's only the cheaper suit. But anyway, I'm sure they'll both be very happy together. Amanda Barry claims that she would have been sacked from the soap if she came out as gay in the 80s. She played Alma Halliwell / Baldwin from 1981 to 82, and then from 1988 to 2001. She's 86 now. 86 doesn't seem possible. She used to eat in Joe Allen's all the time. I'd see her in there. But she refused to publicly confirm her sexuality over fears some co-stars would have refused to work with her. Really? Good Lord above. Amazing. She says, I spent a fortune on solicitors because, believe me, if that had happened to me at the time, they wouldn't have kept me in Coronation Street, and I'll stand by that. Not because of the producers, but because of people who shall be nameless, who would have said, I'm not working with her. Can you believe in those days there would have been people in Coronation Street who would have, somebody would have said, bloody hell, they're opening a gay club in Coronation Street now. They're all coming out. Why didn't they come out when I was there? She joined in 1981. She said they'd been putting a ramp in for disabled people, and when they put them, the Stones, back, they couldn't fit. So I got it. She's one of the few stars to own a cobble from the Manchester Street, because it was all cobbled. So I don't know how many people have got cobbles. Although she's not been on television for 21 years, Amanda, whose character died in a memorable cervical cancer storyline, still watches it regularly. She said, I watch it religiously. I'll just catch up with the family. But can you imagine that people would have actually said to her at the time, not working with her, she's gay. You think to yourself, what stupid people. I heard somebody the other day on LBC talking to Andrew Pearce and saying that he was a big fan of the conversion therapy, which is where people claim to make gay people straight. It's a load of codswallop, as you can well imagine, generally put around by people of very limited intelligence. And it's generally people who aren't gay to start with. That's why they always find somebody. And Andrew had to say that because this bloke came on and said that being gay was not natural. And so in the end of it, Andrew said, well, you're entitled to your opinion, but I have to tell you, you're wrong. He said, you don't get to 23 and go, I think I'll become gay. What a day that'll be, because there's loads of fringe benefits. And he said, by the way, he said, I'm gay. He said, and I don't think it's abnormal at all. Put that bloke firmly in his place. But then you do get people who have these peculiar beliefs. They must have very peculiar existences. Very peculiar existences. Grey seals are thriving on a Norfolk beach. A lot of stories about Norfolk today, I've noticed. Obviously putting Norfolk on the map. Why not? 2,500 born this winter. Up from under 100 in 20 years. It's amazing. And one here. There's a woman who's been waiting. Do you know there are people waiting years now for standard operations on the NHS? They say some of them have been waiting 6 years to get their operations. If they don't deem that it's important. There's a lady here, Caroline Nugent. She's got a rare disease, which means she could suffer a fatal bleed almost any time. Her husband died in a motorbike accident last summer. Her eldest child is now the main carer for his mum and sister. And she says, I feel like I'm running out of time. I'm left praying I'll get the transplant before another bleed. It's dreadful, isn't it, when you're sort of living on that knife edge? I mean, all I've got tomorrow is a blood test. But the very strict instructions, if you think you've got COVID, do not come in. Make sure you only arrive 2 minutes before you're due the blood tests and the blood pressure and things like that, which I've had, actually. I love it. Well, I don't really. I tell a fib, actually. I look up at the ceiling and count tiles when they go just a little scratch, and all you can see is the size of this needle, and it's about 3 inches long, and you think, that's going into my vein. I don't like this idea at all. Puts me off. 6:15, let's get the LBC News headlines this morning with...
This is LBC.
Do you know, I couldn't believe the other day. I was watching Question Time, and it kind of went in one ear and out the other, because at the end of the programme, you get Fiona Bruce. She's a bit, hello, 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 a little bit like that, calling for guests for the next BBC Question Time. These are anti-vaxxers, the unvaccinated. And these are people who are attention seekers. And yet she had the audacity to sit there and say, we want more unvaccinated members of the public to go on the show so that a range of people get the opportunity to ask the panel questions. And I'm thinking, are you stupid? Are you absolutely stupid beyond belief? Why on earth would you invite people on who don't want to get vaccinated to sit there and put their preposterous ideas to the public and give them a platform? Why don't you just retire from the job now and get somebody else in there? Give it to one of the No, I suspect it wasn't her idea. I suspect the producer says, and we're looking for anti-vaxxers. And she went, duh. And then went, OK, we'll ask for anti-vaccinated, people who don't want to be vaccinated. So you're basically giving them a platform to put out their preposterous views. I've never heard anything more stupid in my entire life. Can't wait to see what sort of panel they're going to be assembling for this, with people going, oh, right, most of the people in the audience are anti-vaxxers, and so they're going to be the unvaccinated. They're anti-vax. They are anti-vax. They don't want to be. Hesitant. But they don't want to be vaccinated. They've said there's no point in being vaccinated. So there was a woman, as I mentioned at the beginning of the programme, pop singer, Czechoslovakian, I think, something like that, and her husband and daughter got COVID, both vaccinated. She wasn't vaccinated. She didn't want to be vaccinated, and she deliberately caught COVID. And I wasn't sure what she was trying. I think she was trying to prove the fact that some people, the deluded ones, go, of course, you can't just catch COVID if you're not vaccinated. And the answer, of course you can. Of course you can. But the trouble is, if you're not vaccinated, you don't stand much of a chance of popping out the other side, all singing and all dancing. Well, you don't in many cases. You don't. She died 2 days later after contracting COVID because she wasn't vaccinated at all. So for the BBC on Question Time to actually sort of invite people to come and espouse their peculiar views, basically sort of putting people off getting vaccinated and boosted. I mean, really, you know, the poorly uneducated. Very worrying, very worrying. Millie McIntosh shows that celebrities can be normal too, but she's not a celebrity. She's her cupboard is very busy, and so she's pleaded for help. Obviously, she can't manage something like that. She took part in Made in Chelsea, and she took to social media to ask a decluttering expert to spruce up her kitchen. Is there something the matter with you, Millie, or something? Well, you've never heard of you can't empty a cupboard by yourself. You need to call in somebody. So she's got peanut butter, icing sugar, it's just a list of things that everybody else has got, and so she's pleading for help. And so there's a woman who charges £40 an hour. £40 an hour, and she will tell you she's a professional home organiser. She's worked in London and Sydney. She aims to leave your space decluttered, calm and organised. She's also tidied the home of comedian Mo Gilligan. She's appeared on Davina McCall's podcast, Making the Cut, giving listeners tips on how to keep their houses clutter-free. Duh? Am I missing the point here somewhere? And so poor old Millie McIntosh, a little bit desperate for anything now, has decided to make herself look even more daft by going, could somebody help me declutter my cupboards? I mean, I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. Very worrying. Very, very worrying. What else we got? Where the hammer blows are coming from. I wonder if this is this woman who was talking the other day. I don't think it is, actually. Everything's going up in price. Everything. Beer, lager, bread, even onions. 6% up in price. Unleaded petrol. Have you seen the price of petrol at the moment? What a rip-off from the garages. What a rip-off. Total rip-off. You know, because the price has dropped. BT are going to introduce inflation-busting price rises. Diesel has gone up 26%. 26%. New potatoes, 6.1%. Where's the most? Beef, 28.6% up. Apples, 24.8%. I'd go and buy something else. Cauliflowers, up 20%. Chicken, up 10.3%. No reason for any of this. No reason for any of it. Also, you are now familiar with the highway code, are you? I do hope so. Because the new highway code tells cyclists they should ride in the middle of the road. That's lovely. So that's going to be very... I mean, where they usually ride is on the left-hand side, don't they? Or sometimes they whiz in and out. So now they're being told to ride in the middle of the road. So, of course, cyclists everywhere mainly have cars. But, of course, you know, just to be sort of really eco-friendly, we are riding bicycles. So cyclists get priority as drivers are ordered to keep a 1.5-metre distance when overtaking. I don't quite know how you're going to manage that in London, but good luck. I'm sure they've thought it all out. The new list of advice will be updated from the 29th of January, pending parliamentary approval, and will introduce a risk-based hierarchy of road users. Lovely. I mean, I just don't really see that it's very possible to sort of do this. Drivers will have more responsibility to watch out for people cycling, walking or riding a horse. Get a lot of that round London. A lot of that. While cyclists will have more responsibility to be aware of pedestrians. Oh, yeah, good. Let's see if it works the other way, shall we? I think it's highly unlikely. I mean, now they're also saying, I think, isn't it cyclists can take off from red lights before the cars, although most of them don't bother stopping at red lights anyway. They just happily pootle over there. I'd like to see more cyclists being arrested for not having lights on their bikes at night, which is quite common. I'd like to see as well these e-scooters taken off the road completely driven by complete and utter idiots. Really ridiculous. And what was the other one? 4,000 new magistrates to beat the case backlog. Good God, how many cases? 300,000 cases are still waiting to be heard in court. So today there's a campaign to recruit 4,000 people from all walks of life as lay judges, which means you don't have to know anything. The court clerk will tell you what the thing is. You just sit there and look important. And they said, yes, okay. And then the judge, the court clerk will say to you, this is a ban, 10 weeks, blah, blah, blah. And you just repeat it. That's all you do as a lay judge. I know somebody who's a lay judge. In fact, I know a couple of people who are lay judges. So, yeah, I mean, it's quite... But you don't need to know anything about the law. You don't wear a wig or anything like that. You're just sitting there. You're an ordinary little person. Very ordinary. So did Adele's diva request lead to the collapse of the Vegas shows? It's beginning to look like it. It's beginning to look like the set designer, Esmeralda Devlin, has given an interview to the papers saying that her ideas for the set were thrown out. And this was... So that's why Adele had said, show's not ready, because she'd rejected Esmeralda, who she's worked with before, on doing the set design. But there's nothing complicated in this particular thing. But 24 hours notice, sources in Vegas say her team were a total nightmare during preparations for the 3-month residency. She's only working the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 1 show each day, so it's not exactly hard work. And they've got the stress levels. But apparently, extraordinarily, it said that Adele and her team insisted on replacing the state-of-the-art sound system at the venue's Coliseum Theatre with their own, and they wanted to install an entirely new video system. This is Caesar's Palace. You know, the biggest stars in the world, way bigger than Adele, have played there with a perfectly good sound system. I don't quite understand, unless she's just being a little bit diva-ish, a little bit precious. We want our own sound system in, okay, and only hard-boiled eggs, okay, for me to walk on. But the theatre has got a massive video screen, and they... Good grief, honestly, it gets worse. But the Adele's team insisted on an entirely new system, a larger screen essentially built from a few inches in front of the existing screen. I mean, I'm sorry, why? Why are you being stupid about it? Because it's upset loads of people, and so it's a bit of a headache. So they put everything together, but no, within 24 hours, go. Not happening. We're going to close down the show. Now, the last time she did it, as I say, I think was 2017, and those shows never came back again. So if she's having a bit of a strop and a little bit of a meltdown, these shows might not ever appear again. We don't know, because I'm assuming the weekends are taken up because they've booked her in, so they can't do anything else at the weekends, just in case she decides to come back. And if they're making these demands, which push production costs up, also, they wanted to replace the Mayer sound system, replace it with a different system for her. And, I mean, it's one of the best sound systems. I mean, somebody else booked after her. Of course, I mean, I should imagine they're booked up for the next 5 years, at least. Have you been to Caesars? Oh, it's huge. I mean, it's so vast. And the stadium is vast, and they've got a fantastic sound system. But obviously her team are sort of pushing the boat out, going, this is what she wants. And Caesars are going... Well, obviously we're not having a show then, are we, dear? Thank you very much indeed. We needn't have wasted time opening the box office.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Start of the week. Goodness only knows where we go. Well, by tomorrow you'll be finding out what's happened to Katie Price in court today, and there'll probably be more follow-ups on different bits and pieces. Happy birthday to Jules Holland, who celebrates today. London-born pianist and band leader, former member of the rock band Squeeze, presenter of the Hootenanny and the music show Later with Jules Holland. He said it was only when he appeared in the Spice Girls film Spice World that his credibility with his daughter rocketed. Unfortunately, it didn't with the critics. The film was an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. 64. 64. Good guess. But if you missed the beginning of the programme, you have to download. But we did come up with the the brilliant wheeze that Victoria Beckham had to try and boost any more interest into the wedding of the decade, and that she's invited the Spice Girls to go along to it. I hope they won't have to sing for their supper. That could be very embarrassing. And the good news is they're going to be wearing, we think, Victoria Beckham fashion, because the bride doesn't want to wear it, so they've got to find somebody else who'll wear it, so they can sort of get pictures in the papers. But to have the Spice Girls there, and I don't think they're going to be singing either. I think it's a case of, wait a minute, need to fill up the numbers. You know, they're a little bit short on celebrities. In fact, they're way short on celebrities, mainly because Brooklyn Beckham doesn't know any celebrities. So all the celebrities that he's sort of have been invited. I think Nicola's opted to wear 2 Valentino dresses, but the Spice Girls will have their pick of Victoria Beckham dresses if they like. You'd like to think that maybe they don't want to. Yeah, I've already got something to wear, thank you very much indeed. I don't want to wear something just to basically be a walking advert, because that's all they'd be, just a little walking advert. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. And of course, Elton John, who is godfather to the boys, he can't make it. They must be running. I'm free. I could go. Snoop Dogg's going to be the DJ, isn't he? Because imagine he's got so much in common with Brooklyn. Imagine Brooklyn knowing all the record that he makes. So he's going to be DJing. He said he'll do them a set, which is nice, because I think he drop it like it's hot, apparently. That's my favourite. One of my favourites, actually. I sing that all the time, together with Metro this morning. Tories now caught up in the Muslim row. This one gets more interesting by the day, doesn't it? It really does. And Ukrainians will fight to the death if Russia invades, the country's ambassador to the UK has promised. It just goes on, doesn't it, really? Is there something the matter with Putin? I mean, was he dropped on his head or something as a child? Because we're now sending arms over, British arms, for the Ukrainians, and now the Russians appear to be sort of massing up, really. Not going to be a good week this week at all, is it, really? Katie Price said last night she still has her Sparkle and Drive. I don't know what planet she's coming from. I don't know what Sparkle and Drive is, but she said here, this is following her arrest on suspicion of breaching a restraining order. But apparently she's got some news at the end of this week, but I don't know what the news is. I can only assume she's going to be announcing the wedding. I mean, there's nothing else going on in her life, is there? Don't tell me. Well, she's done the autobiography. She's let drop that that's going to be coming out very excitedly shortly for somebody to read. I don't know who. And then she's got her show, The Mucky Mansion, starting, which not really interested in at all. And the Duchess of Cambridge. The Grenadier Guards have picked a favourite to replace Prince Andrew as their Colonel-in-Chief. And they want her. I don't know whether she'll do it. I mean, I shouldn't imagine she will. The Duchess will be the first female colonel in the regiment's 366-year history. That's why I think it's unlikely. Perhaps they could make Edward, because he's sort of, he'd be up for something like that, wouldn't he? I would have thought. The Queen, flown by helicopter from Windsor Castle. She's very brave. To fly by helicopter. I mean, I watch these. I wouldn't get on a helicopter now. I'm a bit scared about that. I fly my own helicopter. I've got my own little helicopter. I wonder if you can get a separate licence for helicopter from plane then. I think it might be 2 different licences. It's like because you can now take a driving test on an automatic car, which means you can only drive automatic cars. I mean, I've got a normal driving licence, but I drive an automatic car. Yeah, you just ask. Will Clive know this? He'll know these sort of things. He can. Oh yes, of course he can fly. No, he said on many of the occasions he wanted to take me up, and I said I'll think about it. Don't want to jump in straight away. You don't want to look too keen. Too keen. The monarch expected to spend the next few weeks at Sandringham. I think she'll be tidying up. To be honest with you, I think she's going to the house that Philip lived in. You need separate licences for helicopters, right? They look. Why can't they make them very easy? Just sort of up, down, sideways. Land, stop, start. Should be like a little remote kind of thing, doesn't it? So it's a separate licence for helicopters. I wonder where you'd learn to fly a helicopter. Probably the same place you learn to fly an aeroplane, in the sky. Yeah, that'd be the best. I think best helicopter school. Well, you watch. Somebody will write in. I promise you, somebody will write in now. We had the teddy bear man come back to us the other day, which is very good, because we're thinking. I say we're thinking. I'm hoping, because it's quite a good idea, actually. For the Make Some Noise for this year. I know we can't believe we're thinking about October, but we are. We thought a Steve Allen teddy bear would be quite a nice thing. We've never done that. We don't want anything too big. How big's that? Yeah, yeah. Is that 12 inches? Oh, well, you live and learn. I I was thinking about something a bit smaller than 12 inches. Something maybe 6. I think 6 is quite big enough for most people, don't you? I mean, also, you could take it with you in your pocket when you go on holiday. Nice idea. Producers of The Apprentice have said the well-being of contestants is of paramount importance after one alleged he was bullied during filming. This is the pharmacist. He was called a snake and a clown. But that's, if you say somebody's I don't know what the definition of a snake, I know what a snake is, but basically it's somebody who sort of doing the dirty on you, a bit sly and something like that. He apparently then said he was reduced to tears. And they've said it's unsubstantiated. And to be honest with you, as the producer pointed out earlier on, they need to check people and vet people before they put them on television shows, because there's a lot more people now who are sort of, vying to be on television, but they don't stay there because they've either got an illness or they've got mental health issues or things like that. They need to check this, because this is the time. I think he was fired. They were asked to make and market alcohol-free drinks. Just put some orange juice and apple juice in a bottle. That's about as far as it goes, I think. But anyway, they're vying to be there. Thorough and robust duty of care protocols are in place, they say, and they're in regular contact with all the candidates before, during and after filming. Because you remember, actually, Shama Amin quit for health reasons. She's got rheumatoid arthritis, and the show had become physically demanding. But all the shows are physically demanding. That's why she should have been checked to find out, do you have anything that might prevent you from actually running the course with this thing? And obviously they sort of passed her. Steve, what sort of helicopter does the Queen go in? I don't know, but I've seen the American ones. That's like watching the Vietnam War. They were, because we were in Regent's Park on the morning that the president was over, and there were all security, and I've never seen anything like it. And then these helicopters came in. They were absolutely huge. The Queen has got a very nice red one, and she's obviously quite happy. I love the way that when she gets into it, she's still got a bunch of flowers with her. Everywhere she goes, people give her bunches of flowers, like she's never seen flowers before. And it's obviously quite comfy inside there. Walnut, yeah, I mean, it's a very flash helicopter. Does she have to pay for it? It is the Queen's or do all these things, or is it a norm on the Oyster card? She got the pensioner one. But do they have, because when she travels by train, it becomes the Queen's train. When she goes by helicopter, it becomes the Queen's flight. So does that mean she doesn't own the helicopter? It's like rented in for the purpose of getting her from A to B. I thought she could have gone by car. I mean, she's got some very big cars to look at. The Queen's car, yes, which they use all the time. And my friend Ian says, I approve of the Steve Allen teddy bear. He says, because it would be easy for me to fit in my suitcase when I fly back to America. So it would be. That's why, the producer's idea of having 12 inches, in your hand, and me going 6 inches would be a lot better. I think I might win on this one.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC.
Apparently, Roger says getting a helicopter licence is all about precision, whereas a light aircraft is no harder to fly than driving your car. Well, I wouldn't fancy it. I've been in some light aircraft that frighten the life out of me. Mainly because if you're in a big aircraft, sometimes when you fly to America or whatever, they go, you need to put your seatbelts on because we're going through some turbulence. And you think something as big as, the 747s or whatever they were flying up there, get buffeted around. You can imagine what it's like in some of these little light aircraft. We actually flew down to Southend with a friend of mine who's got a private pilot's licence. And we got buffeted on the way down by the wind, and it really does knock you around a little bit. You'd be surprised, because there's nothing really much holding you up there apart from a prop job. And noisy, yes. I could cope with the noise because you're wearing headphones and you can talk to the person. Yes, listen to the podcast. I just wanted to get down. That's all I cared about. I didn't care about anything else. I thought it was a very strange experience. Steve, the Queen's helicopter is a Sikorsky S-76, beautiful inside, deep cream carpet and calf leather seating with walnut trim, says tanker driver Phil. When I was delivering jet fuel to the West Yorkshire Police Headquarters, it landed near me whilst HM was attending something at the university. It looks very impressive. Very, very impressive. You know, when you look inside these things, they are quite beautiful. I tell you what they do. I'm sure they used a Sikorsky when they do the opening for Jurassic Park, and it flies in over the sea, and you look at the room that they've got inside. It's big, comfy leather seats and everything else. It's just that I don't know what the accident rate is of things like this, but probably low. Yeah. But I just don't. I'm not sure if I've been in one. I've got a photograph of me when I was 12. When we had Battle of Britain Day at the airbase that we lived on, and there was a picture of me sitting in a helicopter with a helmet on. I don't know why we had to have these things done, but we just had them done when we were little. Yes, I'm not going to be bringing that in anytime soon. Steve, my daughter had a birthday party yesterday at a restaurant in Twickenham. I was upset for her, as 3 of the 10 girls didn't give a card or a present. We weren't expecting much, but no card. Oh, no, the whole idea is you have a birthday, everybody takes a present. I would think that was standard practice. I know that when any of my godchildren have had birthdays, all their friends turn up with not necessarily a card all the time, but definitely a present. Yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's a case of, you know, if they turn up to your birthday party, they bring a present. And also your party's got to be good, because then they all go back to school. And we've got cinefilm of me. Hate to tell you this, taken in Hong Kong, and it was my birthday in the flat we were living in, and the idea was that they wanted to film. My dad wanted to film me, cinefilm, no sound, remember. So there's me standing there, knock on the door, but you didn't hear the knock on the door. I go to the door, open it, take the present, welcome the person into the house, and then that's it. And on one of them, you've got me going to the door, opening the door, present, happy birthday, I take the present, the person comes in, the next person, open the door, no present, I shut the door. That was it. Nothing changes at all. I was a bit of a prima donna back in those days. It was a case because you expected a present. It was like we've even got a better one. And my father wanted him in. We had what was called a Dobie basket. An Adobe basket was a rattan basket, and you put all your washing in it in the bathroom, and then your mum would go and empty the basket out, or the maid, or whatever it was, and then they would wash it. Adobe basket, like a linen basket. Only it was a Dobie basket. It was round. It looked like Ali Baba's basket. And the idea was that my brother was in the basket, and my father wanted to film him throwing the lid off and going, da-da, like that. Would he do it? Would he, Buffalo? He wouldn't do anything like that at all. In the end, he just threw the lid off and wouldn't come out. It was hilarious. All caught. But no card necessarily, but definitely present. Definitely a present. You have to buy a present. That's the whole idea. Sonia says, Steve, I think the teddy bear should be much smaller than that. Keyring size would be ideal. Oh, I'm not sure about keyring size. But actually, Lorraine said exactly the same. I think that's a bit too small. Sunil says you can learn to fly a helicopter at Denham. Oh, I know Denham very well. I'm a fixed-wing pilot. Happy to take you up. Whoopee. Thank you. Yeah, what are we doing? Something else? Wait a minute. What did we just put up there? You just get a party bag. Of course you do. Oh, yes. And determined on how much you want to be talked about at school, it better be a good party bag. So Mum has got to go out and get things in. So maybe there's 30 kids to the party. They've all got to have a slice of cake, set of pencils, colouring pencils, rubbers, as in erasers. Bit pointless otherwise. I always think to themselves, but nothing like being prepared. And it was a case of they also get might be a little toy in there or something like that. But there's got to be absolutely a party bag. It was my job to cut the cake, wrap it in a napkin, and then put it into the party bag. They've got to have party bags. You don't have party bags, you get slagged off at school, something chronic. We went to so-and-so's party, no party bags. The better the party. I know that my youngest is coming up for a birthday, and they're going to invite, I think, about 100 of her friends round for a party. So there's going to be, because they're all of the age where you can drink, there's going to be a marquee in the garden, because they've got the space for it. There's going to be magicians, a disco, a dance floor, and there'll be a bar as well for them. And that's for, that's because as you get a bit older. And then later on, the mother of my godchildren, she's got a party coming up. There'll be about 200 of us for that one. And there'll be food catered for and everything else with another marquee in the grounds. My last birthday party was quite quite a long while ago, actually. I generally go out with sort of friends. I've got something booked in for this year on the 25th of March. And but the last one was on my 60th, which we had the Hippodrome. We had a private bar there, and the Hippodrome supplied the food and all the rest of it. We didn't have party bags, but the one thing you have to remember, if you have a party at the Hippodrome or a casino, you can't get drunk. One of the girls got drunk there, and the manager said, "You've got to make her sit up, because you can't have somebody who gets drunk in a casino. They have to be ejected." So we sorted her out very well, actually. What else we got? Good Lord, look at the time. I can't believe it. Steve, please say happy wedding anniversary to my husband, Mike, 46. Wonderful years today. We've been listening to LBC for 35 years and never missed one of your shows. That's Carol in Gerrard's Cross. And, well, have a very happy wedding anniversary. It's a very nice thing to have to celebrate with everybody else on the Monday. And, Steve, I laughed at the would-be buffalo, says Pauline in Crowborough. Can't help it. So, what else we got here? Big win for Disney in the UK charts. I haven't seen a Disney film for a while, actually. I'm sort of watching a load of sort of old things at the moment, old films. I can't help it. I'm just one of those sort of people. But it doesn't matter. My television. This is the way I like it. So tomorrow I'm going to tell you what this camera is that we couldn't remember today. I shall find out. I'll send them a text message, and then we shall find out what it is, because the quality was amazing, and it will send it around to you and store it and all the rest of it. Very nice indeed. But that's it for Friday. For Monday. Oh, God, honestly, I'm already willing the week away. I can't believe it. Have a fantastic day. Wrap up warm. It's a little bit cold.